feeling is based on our brain processing and brain behavior. If you're a physicalist, you've bought into that. Even when you intellectually understand that, and I could include myself in this, we still have this feeling that there's something that stands outside of the brain processing that can intervene. And that's the illusion. I was tweeting with someone recently, which I almost never do, but we're working in the TED documentary that I'm making right now. We're working on the episode on free will. So I was allowing myself to go back and forth in a way that I don't usually on Twitter.
Like arguing?
About free will. It was a friendly debate. I'm going to go into the reasons why I'm not crazy about Twitter, but let's leave that for another time. I mean, talk about how hard it is to have this conversation when we have as many hours as we like, trying to do it in sound bites over Twitter.
See, I like how you made the decision now not to talk about Twitter. It's
my brain.
Less travel.
Brain. That was one of the things I said to this person was, because someone chimed in and said, "You said I. What do you mean by I?" And so, actually, that's another point I could make, which is, first, my response to that was, well, people tend to get creeped out when I say the system that is my brain and body that we call recommends.
Why do you get freaked out? Oh, you mean like in your personal life? Oh,
instead of like never saying I, always.
You're just being.
I always refer to you as the brain and body we call Lex.
Yes. Well, I don't know. It's kind of charming in a way. Alleged brain.
So I and you are very useful shorthand, even though at some level they're illusions. They're very useful shorthand for the system of my brain, really, and and my body, the system. That I is useful for that, but the illusion is when we feel like there's something outside of that system that can intervene, that is free, that's somehow free from the physical world. I can have the thought, I'm not crazy about having intellectual back and forth on Twitter, and then feel like I decide to not follow that thought. Right? And the feeling, that's the feeling where the illusion comes in, because it really feels as if, sure, my brain had that original thought, and then I came in and made a different decision. But of course, the truth is, it was just further brain processing that got me to decide not to go down that path.
How much is that feeling of conscious will is culturally constructed shorthand? So, like, I and you is a you could say a culturally constructed shorthand. How much of that affects how we think? So our parents say I and you, and then we start to believe in I and you. And is that fundamental to the human brain machine?
Yeah. I think it goes very deep. I think it's fundamental, and I think it probably some form of feeling like a self goes as deep as cats and dogs, and it's possible. I mean, if consciousness does go down to the level of cells, or however far down you want to take it, worms, or I think any system that's navigating itself, that kind of has boundaries and is navigating itself in the world. My guess is that it's an intrinsic part of. That's why I imagined that the P tendril would have this feeling, and so we use the word I. I think you're right, first of all, that the way we talk about things affects our intuitions about them and how we feel about them. And so there are other cultures who are more open to breaking through these illusions than others, for sure, just because of their belief sets, the way they talk. I mean, I'm sure I'm not a linguist, and I don't even speak a second language, so I can speak. If there were a language that framed who we are differently in everyday language, I mean, in our everyday communication, I think that would have an effect.
Yeah, language does affect things, and it's just knowing Russian in the history of the Soviet Union in the 20th century. Obviously, it lived under communism for a long time, so your conception of individualism is different, and that reflects itself in the language.
Yeah.
You could probably have a similar kind of thing within the language in terms of how we talk about I and we and so on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's like certain countries or maybe even villages with certain dialects that like let go of the individualism that's inherent.
Yeah, I mean there must be a range, but I do think that it's pretty deep, and I think there's also a difference between the autobiographical me and then this more fundamental me that we're talking about, or that I'm pointing to as the illusion. So in my book, I talk about if someone wakes up with amnesia, they have brain injury and suddenly have amnesia and can't remember anything about their lives, can't remember their name, don't recognize people they're related to. They would have lost their autobiographical self, but they would still feel like an I. They would still have that basic sense of I'm a person. I mean, they'd be speaking that way. I don't remember my name. I don't know where I live. It goes very deep, this feeling that I am a single entity that is somehow not completely reliant upon the cause and effect of the physical world.
Can I ask you a pothead question?
Yeah.
Would you rather lose all your memories or not be able to make new ones? Now I'm asking you as a human in terms of happiness and preference.
Oh. I can't answer that.
You like both. You like both features of the organism that you embody.
Well, one is intellectual and one is psychological, really. I mean, I would have to choose the memories only because, memories of the past.
Yeah.
Only because I have children and a family, and it wouldn't just be affecting me, it would be affecting them. It would just be too horrible.
No, but you would make new ones, right?
If I lost my memory of 13
you think you think you would lose? This is a dark question.
Oh wait, wasn't that the question? Maybe I missed it.
No, you understood it perfectly, but sorry for the dark question, but the people you love in your life, if you lost all your memory of everything, do you think you would still love them? Like you show up, you don't know. It's a roll of the dice.
I mean, it would not in the way that I do.
Right. Just some deep aspect of love is the history you have together.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and this gets to an interesting point, actually, which I think a lot about, which is memory. And we won't go into this yet, but I'll just plant a flag here that memory is obviously related to time, and time is something that I'm fascinated with. And for this project I'm working on now, I've mostly been speaking to physicists who are interested in consciousness. And it's partly because of this link between memory and time, and all of these new fascinating theories and thoughts around the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, and looking at the thing that I've always been looking for is really the fundamental nature of reality, and why my questions about consciousness lead me to wonder if consciousness is a more fundamental aspect of the universe than we previously thought, and certainly I previously thought. And so memory is tied to so many things. I mean, even basic functions in nature. Actually, so the P tendril, as I mentioned, memory comes into play there, and that's so fascinating. And there is no sense of self without memory, even if you're starting from scratch, as you said, with amnesia. If you truly couldn't lay down any new memories, I think then that sense of self would begin to disintegrate, because the sense of self is one of a concrete entity through time. And if each moment you really were stuck in the present moment eternally, you'd basically be meditating. And in meditation, this is a very common experience, is losing that sense of self, that sense of free will, that those illusions more easily drop away in meditation. And I would say for most people who meditate long enough, they do drop away. And there's actually an explanation at the level of the brain as well. The default mode network is circuitry in the brain that neuroscientists don't completely understand, but know is largely responsible for this feeling of being a self. And when that circuit gets quieted down, which it does in meditation and also does with the use of psychedelic drugs, and there are other ways to quiet down the default mode network, people have this experience of losing this illusion of being a self. They no longer feel that they're a self in the way that they usually do.
So there's the autobiographical self is connected to the sense of self.
Absolutely.
Through the memory. Sure. And then you're thinking that the solution to that lies in physics, not just neuroscience. Like ultimately consciousness and the experience, the conscious will is a question of physics.
I may have said something misleading because I was connecting too many dots.
Half the things I say are misleading. Let us mislead each other.
I got excited when memory came up because I love talking about time.
So you mentioned a project you're working on a couple of times. What's that about? I think you said TED is involved. You're interviewing a bunch of people. What's going on? Yeah. What's the topic?
So I'm working on an audio documentary about consciousness, and it picks up where my book left off. So all of the questions that were still lingering for me and research that I still wanted to do, I just started conducting. So I've done about 30 interviews so far, and it's not totally clear what the end result will be. I'm currently collaborating with TED, and I'm having a lot of fun creating a pilot with them. And so we'll see where it goes. But the idea is that it's a narrated documentary.
And it's like a series.
It'll be a 10-part series.
It's an unclear. Oh, we already know the number of parts.
Sorry. In my mind, it's a 10-part series. It may end up being usually 8 or 11 or 12. I don't know.
Listen, I am very comfortable with number 0 and 1 as well.
About 10.
I like the confidence of that. So, and you're not sure what the title, like not the title, but the topic. Will there be consciousness or something bigger or something smaller?
Yeah, I mean, so at the end of my book, I kind of get to the place where I convinced myself, at least, that this question about whether consciousness is fundamental is a legitimate one, and then I just start spending a lot of time thinking about what that would mean, if it's even possible to study scientifically. So I mostly talk to physicists, actually, because I really think ultimately this is a question for physics. If consciousness is fundamental, I think it needs to be strongly informed by neuroscience, but if it's part of the fabric of reality, it is a question for physicists. So I speak to different physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics, so getting at the fundamentals. So string theory in many worlds. I spoke to Sean Carroll, had a great conversation with Sean Carroll. He's so generous because he clearly doesn't agree with me about many things. But he has a curious mind and he's willing to have these conversations. And I was really interested in understanding many worlds better, and if consciousness is fundamental, what the implications are. So that was where I started, actually, was with many worlds, and then we had conversations about string theory and the holographic principle. I spoke to Lee Smolin and Brian Greene and Jan Levin and Carlo Rovelli, actually. Have you had Carlo on?
No.
He's great also and fun to talk to because he's just endlessly curious. Yeah.
And you're doing audio?
It's all audio, yeah. But it's in the format of a documentary, so I'm narrating it and kind of telling the story of what questions came up for me, what I was interested in exploring, and then why I talked to each person I talked to.
Oh, by the way, I highly recommend Sean Carroll's Mindscape podcast. I think it's called.
Yeah.
It's amazing. One of my favorite things, when he interviews physicists, it's great with any topic his aim is, but one of my favorite things is how frustrated he gets with panpsychism. But he's still like, it's like a fly towards the light. For some reason, he can't make sense of it, but he still struggles with it. And I think that's the sign of a good scientist, really struggling with these ideas.
I totally agree, and yes, that's what I appreciate in him and many scientists like that.
Who has the craziest, most radical ideas who you talk with currently? So you can go either direction. You can go like panpsychism, consciousness permeates everything.
Yeah.
I don't know how far you can go down that direction, or you could say that what would be the other direction? That
there isn't real. The problem is they're all crazy.
They're all crazy.
Each one is crazier
all of us
than
are
the next.
crazy.
And my own thoughts now. I have to be very careful about the words I choose because it's just like talking about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. It's once you get deep enough, it's so counterintuitive and it's so beyond anything we understand that they all sound crazy. Many worlds sounds crazy. String theory. These are things we just cannot get our minds around, really. And so that's the realm I love to live in and love to explore in. And the realm that, to my surprise, my interest in consciousness has taken me back to.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Just a side tangent. How do you prevent, when you're imagining yourself to be a pea tendril, how do you prevent from going crazy? This is kind of the Nietzsche question of like, you have to be very careful thinking outside the norms of society because you might fall off. Like mentally, you're so connected as a human to the collective intelligence that in order to question intuitions, you have to step outside of it for a brief moment. How do you prevent yourself from going crazy?
I think I used to think that was a concern. I've learned crazy. So much about the brain. No, and I've had experiences of deep depression and I've struggled with anxiety. I think in order to be a good scientist and in order to be a truthfully, I would say, to allow yourself to be curious and honest in your curiosity, I think it's inevitable that lots of ideas and theories and hypotheses will just sound crazy. And that is always how we've advanced science. And maybe, 9 out of 10 ideas are crazy, and crazy meaning they're actually not correct. But as I said, all of the big scientific breakthroughs, all of the truths we've uncovered that are the earth-shattering truths that we uncover, they really do sound crazy at first. So I don't think one necessarily leads to a type of mental illness. I see mental illness in a very different category. And I think some people are more susceptible to being destabilized by this type of thinking. And that might be a legitimate concern for some people, that kind of being grounded in everyday life is important. For my psychological health, the more time I spend thinking about the bigger picture and outside of everyday life, the more happy I am, the more expansive I feel. It feels nourishing to me. It feels like it makes me more sane, not less. So.
Well, that's a happiness, but in terms of your ability to see the truth, you can be happy and
I guess I don't see mental illness necessarily being linked to truth or not truth.
So we were talking about minimizing mental illness, but also truth is a different dimension. So you can go crazy in both directions. You can, you could be extremely happy, and they are flat earthers. You can believe the earth is flat, because they're actually. I'm sure there's good books on this, but it's somehow really comforting. It's fun and comforting to believe you figured out the thing that everybody else hasn't figured out.
I think that's what conspiracy theories always provide people.
Why is it so fun? It's so fun. It's except one is dangerous.
Yeah.
But even then, it's probably fun. But then you shouldn't do it because it's unethical. Anyway,
it's not true. I'm not a fan of following.
Well, that makes one of us. No, I don't know. There's probably a fascinating story to why conspiracy theories are so compelling to us human beings. That's deeper than just fun internet stuff.
I'm very interested in why they're so compelling to some people and not others. I feel like there must be some difference that at some point we'll be able to discover.
Yeah.
Because some people are just not susceptible to them, and some people are.
And I wonder
really
what's the correlation
drawn to them.
Because I feel like the kind of thinking that allows for you to be open to conspiracy theories is also the kind of thinking that leads to brilliant breakthroughs in science. Sort of willingness to go to crazy land. Something that seems like crazy
I see it the opposite way.
Really?
Yeah.
See, you don't see the connection between thinking the Earth is flat and coming up with special
thinking the Earth is flat is following your intuitions and not being open to counterintuitive ideas. It's a very closed way of viewing things. Saying it's not the way you feel. There's information that tells us there's something else going on, and that type of person will say, no, it's the way it feels to me.
No. But wait a minute. There's a mainstream narrative of science that says the Earth is round.
Right.
And I think a flat earther. I admire the very first step of flat earth. I don't admire the full journey. But the first step is.
I think if you're open to evidence, then the evidence clearly takes you in one direction.
Right, but you have to ask the question. You have to ask. To me, this is like first principles thinking.
Yeah.
The Earth looks flat, so I'm going to look around here, and I like. How crazy is it that the Earth is round and there's a thing called gravity that operates between objects that's related to the mass of the object?
Right.
That's crazy.
Yes, the truth is often crazier than what the situation feels to be.
A good step is to question what everyone is saying, and
I know what you mean. To be skeptical about the authority.
Yeah, but I think that's the authority in not in some kind of weird current where everyone questions institutions, but more like the authority of the senior scientists, the junior scientists coming up with, wait a minute, why have we been doing things this way? And that first step, I feel like that rebelliousness or that open-mindedness or maybe like resistance to maybe curiosity that is not affected by whatever the mainstream science says today.
Yes, I feel like mainstream science has never been mainstream, and it's always a struggle for science to become mainstream. It's part of the reason why I started doing the work I did, actually helping scientists make their work more accessible, is that it's usually not.
Yeah.
It's usually not.
Here's advice for scientists: be more interesting, and much more important, be less arrogant. So arrogance, there's very little money in science. And so everyone is fighting for that money, and they become more and more arrogant and siloed. I don't know why.
I will say that the scientists I know, and some of them are very well-known, very famous scientists, are the least arrogant people I've ever met. That scientists in general, their personalities are more open, more humble, more likely to say they just don't know. Because I've been involved a lot in the science writing and how the media portrays. So one of the scientific community's greatest frustration is how their work gets presented in the media. And a lot of the time, I would say that's the main frustration is there's some new breakthrough, there's something, and the scientists will be saying, we're not sure, it's going to take 5 years, and no one likes to write a story about something that may or may not be true. They think it's true, they're going to take 5 years testing it. And so the headline will be, neuroscientists discover, they want this sensational. And so I think the public often gets the false impression that the scientists are arrogant. And I really don't find that to be the case. And I've worked with all kinds of people, artists, and my life path has taken a strange.
You've met some incredible people. You work with some incredible people. So that's the crazy topic of free will. I mean, we have to leave that. Okay. So the plan. All right. Can you try to steel man the case but there's something really special about humans.
Mm.
That there is a fundamental difference between us and the Pithandro. Humans are clearly very special in the evolution of organisms on
Absolutely.
Earth.
Yeah.
Could that have been the magic leap? Could consciousness been like the invention of the eukaryotic cell or something like this?
Well, then, so I have to get clear on what you're asking. So are you coming from a place of wondering if we are the only conscious mammals?
Yeah.
Do you really think that's a question?
Can you make a case for
I think that's a question. Take one step back. We look out at the universe. At this point in our scientific understanding, we know that essentially we're all made of the same ingredients, right? They're atoms in the universe doing their thing. They find themselves in different configurations based on the laws of physics. And then the question is, if we look out at all of the configurations of atoms in the universe and ask, which of these entail conscious experience? Which of these have a felt experience of being the matter they are? And there are really only two, broadly speaking, there are really only two assumptions to make here. And the first one is the one that science has taken and that I have for most of my career as well, and that in many ways makes the most sense, which is electrons aren't conscious, tables aren't conscious, there's no felt experience there, but at a certain point in complex processing, that processing entails an experience of being that processing. That's just a fascinating fact all on its own, and I'd love to spend time thinking about that. But so the question is, does consciousness arise at some point? Are some of these collections of atoms conscious? Or are all of them? Because we know the answer isn't no. I know that I'm at least having a conscious experience. I know that conscious experiences exist in the universe. And so the answer isn't none. So the answer has to be all or some. And this is a starting assumption that you're really kind of forced to make, and that it's all or some.
All or some?
I would say one is some. We either need an explanation for why there's non-conscious matter in the universe, and then something happens for consciousness to come into being, or it's part of the fundamental nature of reality.
It's also, if consciousness is a fundamental property of reality, it could also choose to not reveal itself until a certain complexity of organism.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm not sure what that means either. Like the flame of consciousness does not start burning until a certain complexity of organism is able to reveal
I don't think we can look at consciousness that way. I don't think. Many people like to try to make that argument that it's a spectrum. Why do we have to say all or nothing? Maybe.
Yeah.
And I agree that I actually think it is a spectrum, but it's a spectrum of content, not of consciousness itself. So, if a worm has some level of conscious experience, it is extremely minimal, something we could never imagine having the complex experience you and I have. Maybe some felt sensation of pressure or heat or something super basic, right? So there's this range, or even if you just think of an infant, like the moment an infant becomes conscious, there's a very, very minimal experience of inputs of sound and light and whatever it is. And so there's a spectrum of content, there's a spectrum of how much a system is consciously experiencing, but there's a moment at which you get on the spectrum. And I truly believe that piece of it is binary. So if there's no conscious experience, there is no consciousness. You can't say consciousness is there, it just hasn't lit its flame yet. If consciousness is there, there's an experience there, by definition. It has to arise at some point, or it has to always be there.
Is it possible to make the case that it arising happens the first time ever with Homo sapiens?
I think that is extremely unlikely. What I think is more possible, based on what we understand about the brain, is that it arises in brains or nervous systems. And so then we're talking about flies and bees and all kinds of things that kind of fall out of our intuitions for whether they could be conscious or not. But I think, especially once you talk about more complex brains with many, many more neurons, when you're talking about cats and dogs and dolphins, it's very hard to see how there would be a difference between humans and other mammals in terms of consciousness.
Was there a difference in terms of intelligence between humans and other mammals? Not like a fundamental leap in intelligence.
It's hard to say definitively. I mean, it depends on, how you define intelligence and all kinds of things. But obviously, humans are unique and capable of all kinds of things that no other mammals are capable of. And there are important differences. And I don't think you need any magical intervention of something outside of the physical world to explain it. And the way I think about consciousness, I actually think it's part of the reason we're mistaken about consciousness is because we are special in the ways that we're special. And because we're complex creatures, we have these complex brains. So I think we should probably get into some of the details of why I think we're confused about what consciousness is.
Yes.
But just to finish this point, I think that we don't actually have any evidence that consciousness is complex, that it comes out of complex processing, that it's required for complex processing. And I think we've made this anthropomorphic mistake because we are conscious. It's very hard to get evidence. It's one of the things that makes consciousness unique and mysterious, and why I'm fascinated with it is it's the one thing in nature that we can't get conclusive evidence of from the outside. We can, by analogy, you're behaving basically the same way I behave, more or less. You talk about your conscious experiences, and therefore I just extrapolate from that you're having a felt experience in the way I am, and we can do that throughout nature. Well, there's no physical evidence. There's nothing we can observe from the outside that will give us conclusive proof that consciousness is there. And so I think we've made this leap to, because we're conscious and because we're unique and special and complex and intelligent in the way that we are, and because we don't have an intuition that anything else is conscious, or we have no feedback about it, we've made this assumption that consciousness, that those things aren't conscious, and felt experience does not exist out there in other atoms and forms of life even, but especially not inanimate objects. And therefore consciousness is somehow tied to these other things that make us unique. That consciousness arises when there is this complex processing. When there is, and we can talk about the evolution argument too, which I think is super interesting to get into, and I'm hoping to talk to Richard Dawkins about this for my series.
About consciousness?
He's not interested. He's not interested, and actually the conversation I would have with him would be very brief because he's just not that interested in this topic. But let's go back to the Richard Dawkins piece, because I feel like there's a lot to talk about here in terms of our intuitions about consciousness and what it's doing. Why in my book and everywhere I talk about consciousness, I bring it back to these two questions that I think are at the heart of our intuitions about consciousness. And so your questions about whether human beings are unique and special and all of that, I think are interesting questions and something we could talk about. I see them as separate questions from the consciousness question.
So you see consciousness as giving a felt experience or a uniqueness, as opposed to the uniqueness giving birth to consciousness.
Yes, and that potentially there is felt experience, even though it sounds crazy even to me, that there is felt experience in all matter. And at this point in my thinking, and after a few conversations with some physicists, I think if consciousness is fundamental, the only thing that actually makes sense is that it is part of the most fundamental that space-time and everything else emerges out of.
Consciousness.
Felt experience is just part of the fabric of reality.
So is it possible to intuit this? Can we start by thinking about dogs and cats, go to plants, and go all the way to matter, or is this going to be like modern physics, where it's just going to be impossible to even through our reason alone. We're going to have tools.
I think it'll be a little bit of both. I mean, I think the science has a very long way to go. And the truth is, I don't even think we can get to the science yet because we have to do this work. And this is why I'm so passionate about this work. And it's really taking hold. I mean, there are scientists, neuroscientists and physicists interested in consciousness and kind of having gotten over the initial obstacle of wrestling with these intuitions so that it's now being talked about in a serious way, which was the first huge hurdle. But I think a lot more of that has to happen. A lot more of the intuition breaking from the science we already have. I mean, I think we almost need to catch our intuitions up to what we already know, and then continue to break through these intuitions systematically so that we can really think more clearly about consciousness. There are a couple of scientists now working on theories of consciousness, which they don't quite go to the fundamental level, but they go extremely deep, so that something like an electron might be conscious under their theory. This is integrated information theory, IIT, with Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi. I've spoken to both of them. I spoke to Christoph Koch once or twice for this project I'm working on now. What they're working on is incredibly interesting to me and I think very important work. However, I think they are also really led by some false intuitions about self and free will. And I think that will be a limit to their work. So we can get into that, but
let's go.
We will.
Christoph Koch is awesome. Oh, yeah,
which is that what they're working on, I think, is the most important next step forward, which is just even being open to the fact that consciousness goes as deep as particles.
And being rigorous.
But even their theory isn't going as deep as I think we need to go. And it's hard to say how we could actually study this scientifically, but that's part of the reason why I'm such a supporter of IIT and why I'm so interested in what they're doing, even though I think they're wrong, is because they're opening this path, and I think they're getting more people interested. And I think, it's hard for me to imagine what the science will actually look like. But
okay, so your intuition, or at least the direction which you're pushing, is that consciousness is the only fundamental thing in the universe, that everything else, time, all those kinds of things emerge from that.
I will say that what I believe at this point, I've been saying 50-50 for a long time. I'd say now it's like 51-49 in terms of consciousness being emergent versus fundamental. So I'm not convinced of this at all. I'm not convinced that consciousness is fundamental. What I think is there are very good reasons to think it could be. And essentially all of science up to this point has been led by the other assumption, by the first assumption that consciousness arises at some point, namely in brains. And that's where all the science has gone. And I think that's wonderful. And I think it should keep on going. And I actually think that was a more important place to start. But I think there's a possibility that the correct assumption is that it's fundamental. And so that's the science I support. That's the thing I spend a lot of my time thinking about and talking to scientists and philosophers about. And so I shouldn't give the idea that I actually crossed over into believing this is the case, but it's the assumption I follow in my work at this point.
It's a possibility, an understudied possibility, so it deserves serious, rigorous attention.
And there are good reasons to start with that assumption versus the other that I think we're just now starting to realize.
So just to clarify, when we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, that it feels like something to, there's a subjective experience.
Mm.
Do we, if consciousness permeates all matter, it's fundamental, is that going to be somehow, is our current intuition about consciousness, like, there's a very tiny subset of what consciousness actually is? So, like, we have our intuitions about personal experiences, like what it feels like, what it tastes to eat a cookie or something like that.
Mm.
But that seems like a very specific implementation of consciousness in an organism. So how can we even reason about something that's, if consciousness is fundamental, how can we reason about that? Like,
I'm not sure I'm understanding the connection between those two things, but
when you think about what it's like to be a plant to experience a thing, okay, we can kind of get that. We can kind of understand that.
There are a lot of places we could go with this. One is there's actually work being done by people like David Eagleman, who's a neuroscientist. I don't know if you know him. Yeah. You should talk to him for your podcast if you haven't. He's one great science communicator. He's someone I interviewed for my current project too. So he's done this actually. Okay, there are many places we can go. One is he does work with sensory addition, sensory substitution, and this is going in some very interesting directions and maybe partly answers your question, which is giving humans qualia, sensory experiences that we're not wired for, that human beings have never had before. You let me know what you're most interested in hearing about. We could talk about things like the brain port. There's actually a study done. I just talked to one of the participants in the study where they were seeing if they could give human beings an experience of magnetic north. So other animals have this this sense that we don't have, where they can feel intuitively the way that our eyes work to give us an intuitive sense of our environment. We don't have to translate the information coming in through our eyes. We just have a map of the external world and we can navigate it. So many animals use a sense of magnetic north to get around, and it's an intuitive sense. So I spoke to someone who was in this part of this experiment, and it was fascinating to hear him acquire a sense not only that he had never had, but that no human being had ever had. So when I asked him to describe the experience, it was challenging for him, and understandably so, because it would be like you describing sight to someone who's never seen. But this is clearly possible, and scientists like David Eagleman and others are working on these. And so I do think it's possible that these scientific advancements may actually start to dovetail with the consciousness research in terms of being able to experience things we've never experienced before. But I do think that at some level, yes, we're limited as human beings. We may be able to find some proof or enough proof to at least assume that consciousness is fundamental, or, who knows, one day actually believe that that's the correct scientific view of things, and not really be able to get our minds around that or to understand what it means, and certainly not to know what it feels like. I mean, we don't even know what it feels like to be other creatures.
Maybe
I don't know what it's like to be.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what empathy is about. That's what I try to exercise, is try to imagine what it's like to be other people, and then you're doing that even farther with pretensions. But perhaps we can do that thing more rigorously by connecting different sensory mechanisms to the brain, to do that for all kinds of organisms on Earth, but they're similar to us in scale and the time at which they function, the time scale and the spatial scale. Perhaps it's much more difficult to do for electrons and so on.
Some of the intuitions I talked about, I mean, I'm taking them for granted that you and everyone knows what I'm talking about, but in terms of the science, in terms of the studies, understanding things like binding processes, understanding just a little bit about how the brain works, and as far as we understand, and then there's just a ton of evidence now to support that our conscious experience is at the tail end of a lot of brain processing. So just a little bit. I mean, I give in the example in my book, I talk about tennis and the binding of the sights and sounds and felt experience of hitting a tennis ball, which in the world are happening at different times. The rates it takes the sound waves and the light waves and the felt sensation to travel to my brain are different. That there are these binding processes that happen prior to the conscious experience that were essentially delivered to us by the brain. And so we can get back into this. I can answer your bigger question first, but I feel like for a lot of people to understand some of the science that already is shattering some of our intuitions about the role consciousness plays, I think is helpful in terms of being able to be open to thinking about these other ideas.
Let's go there. Where the heck does consciousness happen in what we understand about the brain timing wise? This connects to conscious will, to our experience of free will.
Yeah. There is this period of time, and it's depending on the situation and the behavior, it can be anywhere from, it's essentially half a second. There's 200 milliseconds. I actually don't know. I was going to compare it to the timing of syncing film and sound. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah,
data.
Unfortunately, I know this very well.
You do?
The film and sound?
Yeah, like
yes.
How the timing has to work so that our experiences of it happening at the same time.
Let me just sit in the silence of it. There's been so much pain on this one point.
Sorry,
so much
I had no
suffering.
idea.
So, I did a lot of algorithms on automatic synchronization of audio and video and all these kinds of things. I know this well. There's a lot of science and there's a lot of differences, but it's about, and people claim it's about 100 milliseconds. You can't tell the difference, but it's much more like 30 to 50 milliseconds. Oh. And it you can go nuts trying to see if something is in sync or not. Is it in sync or not?
Well, also,
am I out of sync right now?
Your brain is constantly making adjustments, and so it can shift for you while you're doing that, which is probably part of the thing that's driving you crazy. Okay, so I'll start with binding processes, and then I'll just give a couple of examples. So yes, there's this window where your brain is essentially putting all of the information together to deliver you a present moment experience that is most useful for you to navigate the world. So as I said, I use this example of tennis in my book. So the sights and sounds are coming at us at different rates. It takes longer for a sensation in my hand when I hit the ball with the racket to travel to my brain than it does for the light waves to hit my retina and get processed by the brain. So all these signals are coming in at different times. Our brains go through this process of binding to basically weave it all together so that our conscious experience of that is of seeing, hearing, and feeling the ball hit the racket all at the same time. That's obviously most useful to us. Binding is mostly about timing. It can be about other things, but I was just talking to David Eagleman, who was talking about a very simple experiment, actually, and this kind of shows how your brain is basically always interacting with the outside world and always making adjustments to make its best guess about the most useful present moment experience to deliver. So this is a very simple experiment from many, many years ago, and David Eagleman was involved in this research, where they had participants hit a button, and that button caused a flash of light. And so our brains, through binding, the brain it notices, is able to kind of calibrate the experience you have, because the brain is aware that it is its own hand that is causing the light to flash, that there's this cause and effect going on, and so you have this experience of pushing the button that causes the flash of light, which is true, and the light flashes. You can start to introduce longer pauses, starting with 20 milliseconds, 30 milliseconds, going up to, I think, 100, maybe even 200 milliseconds, where if you do it gradually, since your brain is making the adjustment, you can introduce a delay. I think it's up to 200 milliseconds. If you do it gradually, you will still have the experience, even though there's now a delay between when you hit the button and the light flashes. You will still have the exact same experience you had initially, which was that the light flashes right when you push the button. In your experience, nothing is changing. But then, so they gradually give a delay. You've acclimated to that because it was done gradually. If they then go back to the original instantaneous flash, your brain doesn't have time to make the adjustment, and you have the experience that the light flashed before you hit the button. And that is your true experience. It's not like you're confused, but that is, your brain didn't have time to make that adjustment. You think you're in the same environment, you're pushing the button, it makes the light flash. It's kind of calibrating all the time. But then the participants are suddenly saying, oh, wait, that was so weird. The light flashed before I hit the button. And so
that's crazy.
They built a Rochambeau, rock, paper, scissors computer game that was unbeatable based on this glitch that you can present in binding by training someone. If you introduce a delay slowly enough, then the computer can get the information before it responds, but you still have the experience that you're full of throwing out your rock or paper or scissors at the same time. But in actuality, the computer saw your choice before it makes its choice. And it's in this window of milliseconds where you don't notice it.
So that starts to help you build up an intuition that this conscious experience is an illusion constructed by the brain after
conscious will.
Conscious will.
Yeah, and just in general that consciousness is not the thing that we feel it is, which is driving the behavior. That is actually at the tail end of it. And so a lot of decision-making processes, and there are studies that are more controversial, and I don't usually like to cite them, although if you want to talk about them, we can. They're super interesting and intuition shattering. But there are now studies specifically about free will to see if there are markers at the level of the brain that can see what decision you're going to make and when you make that decision. And I think the neuroscience inevitably is just going to get better. And so part of the reason I'm so passionate about this, I mean, there's the science and there's just the curiosity that drives me of wanting to understand how the universe works. But I actually see a lot of the neuroscience presenting us with truths that are going to be difficult for us to accept. And I actually think there are really positive ways to view these truths that we're uncovering. And even though they can be initially kind of jarring and even destabilizing and creepy, I think ultimately there's actually a lot, it can have a positive effect on human psychology and a whole range of things that I and others have experienced, and that I think it's important for us to talk about because you can't hide from the truth, especially in science, right? Like it will reveal itself. And if this is true, I think not only for better understanding the universe and nature, which is my primary passion, it's important for us to absorb these facts and realize that it doesn't necessarily take away the things from us that we fear. I've heard people say, as talked about, common point to make or question to ask a scientist: can you still, enjoy chocolate if you're a molecular biologist? And is it a molecular biologist that would be the one who would understand how we experience chocolate?
Right. Yeah.
But anyway,
the point stands.
If you're focused on the details of the underlying nature of reality, does that take the joy and the pleasure and, for lack of a better word, spirituality out of our experience as human beings? And I actually think for these illusions like free will and self, the reverse is true. I actually think they are reasons and bases for feeling more connected to each other and to the universe, for spiritual experiences, for even just on a more basic level, for increasing our well-being, just in terms of our psychology, of lowering rates of depression and anxiety. And I actually think these realizations can be extremely helpful to people.
Well, it's like realizing that the universe doesn't rotate around Earth. The Earth is not the center of the universe is a really challenging thought.
Well, people were worried about how that would affect society.
Well, yes, that's like long term, but short term, I bet you the number of of people who had an existential crisis as it got integrated into society. That thought is huge. It's like it's a hard one, and you're saying,
but it can't. But it's also a source of awe, and I mean, so many people now use that fact to inspire a positive response, to inspire creativity and curiosity and awe and all of these things that are so useful for human well-being.
Where's the source of meaning when you're not the center of the universe, when the you doesn't even exist? That even you doesn't, the sense of self and the sense of decision making is an illusion.
The truth is that for the most part, the sense of self is kind of at the core of human suffering because it feels as if we are separate from the rest of nature. We're separate from each other. We're separate from, the illusion that I referenced of feeling like, we have these thoughts that are brain-based thoughts, but then the I swoops in to make a decision. In some sense, it goes so deep that it's as if the I is separate from the physical world. And that separation plays a part in depression, plays a part in anxiety, even plays a part in addiction. So at the level of the brain, I think, stop me if I'm repeating myself, but we started talking about the default mode network. And so we actually know that when the default mode network is quieted down, when people lose a sense of self in meditation and on psychedelic drugs in therapy, there is a feeling that people describe of an extremely positive feeling of being connected to the rest of nature. And so that's a piece of it that I think if you haven't had the experience, you wouldn't necessarily know that would be a part of it. But truly having that insight that you're not the self you feel you are, immediately your experiences are embedded in the universe and you are a piece of everything and you see that everything is interconnected. And so rather than feeling like a lonely I in this bigger universe, there's a sense of being a part of something larger than yourself. And this is intrinsically positive for human beings. And even just in our everyday lives and choices and what we do for work, feeling part of something larger than yourself is the way people describe spiritual experiences and the way many positive psychological states are framed. And so there's that piece of it.
There is something, there's a one giant hug with the universe, everything in it. But there is some sense in which we attach the search for meaning with the I, with the ego. And it could almost seem like life is meaningless. Our existence, my existence is meaningless.
I think you can kind of go there under any worldview,
right.
really.
Right. Right.
And the truth is, we want to find a truth out of that downward spiral and not a story that we have to tell ourselves that isn't true.
Yeah.
And the fact is, we have these facts available to us that, with the right framing and the right context, looking at the truth actually provides us with that psychological feeling we're searching for. And I think that's important to point out.
I think humans are fascinatingly good at finding beauty in truth, no matter how painful the truth is. So yes.
I totally agree. Yes. But in this case, I think there are the concerns are legitimate concerns, and I have them myself for how people respond. I've actually had people tell me they had to stop reading my book halfway through because the parts on free will were so upsetting to them. And this is something I think about a lot because that kind of breaks my heart. I don't, because I see this potential for these realizations bringing levels of well-being that many people don't have access to. I think it's important to talk about them in ways that override what can be an initial fear or kind of spooky quality that can come out of these realizations.
So at the end of that journey, there's a clarity and an appreciation of beauty that if you just write it out. By the way, if you want to read it, I just gotten through the 4 books. If you want to read Upsetting, so my Audible is hilarious. So there's Conscious in it, and then it's your book, and then it has The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder, probably the most upsetting book I've ever read. If you want to, because it's not just Stalin or Hitler, it's Stalin and Hitler. It's the worst hits, like the absolute the best hits. It's really, really, really well written, really difficult. I read Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, and what else? Red Famine, which is and Applebaum. Does that hurt? Yeah. Anyway, so those are truly upsetting, and and those are a lot of times the results of hiding the truth versus pursuing the truth. So truth in the short term might hurt, but it ultimately sets us free.
I believe that, and I also think whatever the truth is, we have to find a way to maintain civil society and love and all the things that are important to us.
If we can jump around a little bit, can I just ask you on a personal note, because you said you've suffered from depression, and there's a lot of people that seek guidance on this topic because it's such a difficult one. How were you able to, when it has struck you, how were you able to overcome it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe too long an answer. So I've experienced it in different forms. So it was I would say my depression has almost always mostly taken the form of anxiety. I didn't realize how anxious I was, I think, until I was an adult. So I was always very functional. I think, all the positive sides of suffering in that way. I think I'm a little OCD, as you can tell.
Hey, this whole conversation is hilarious because we both suffer some level of anxiety.
Psychology is just laid out in front of us here.
It's a giant mess.
It's great.
It's great.
Just trying to organize.
Just hold on, like the Tom Waits song.
But then I suffered from postpartum depression after both of my daughters, after both pregnancies. That was a very different experience from anything I've ever experienced, but clearly I had a predisposition towards suffering from something like that. Anyway, it really wasn't until I fully recovered from the second experience of postpartum depression that I realized that I had been suffering on some level my whole life. And I think I always knew, I thought of myself as a very sensitive person, an empathic person. I've been in therapy for 10 years. I knew I had a lot of anxiety. I would never have denied that I had a lot of anxiety. I just didn't realize it crossed over into a disorder, really, until I was an adult and ended up taking Prozac. I took an SSRI for postpartum, and it was fascinating to me. I ended up interviewing my psychiatrist because I was so fascinated. And the whole thing, once I was on the other side of it, just what I had been through, how different I felt during that period of time, and then how quickly the medication made me feel like myself again. I had come out the other side of the experience of postpartum and was going to start tapering off the medication. And in this window where I no longer had postpartum depression and hadn't yet gone off the SSRI, I realized that life was not only a lot easier than when I had postpartum, but it was easier than it had ever been. And it took taking all of that anxiety away to recognize how much I had been grappling with it my entire life. And it first started coming in the form of realizations like, oh, is this how other people
Yeah.
is this how other people feel? Is this how that, like, the things that I just always thought of myself, I'm really sensitive. I'm an introvert. I need a lot of time to myself, and all of these things that I felt like, it's always very high functioning. And in some ways, I was a professional dancer, and I think that was the type of therapy for me. There was the obsessing over the training and dancing 9 hours a day and all of that. I now look back on and see how much that was therapeutic for me, and that I was treating something that it was just this experience of treating an anxiety disorder that caused me to realize that I had one. I didn't know I could feel the way I felt after taking Prozac. And I became very interested I was already working with neuroscientists. I was already interested in consciousness in the brain. And it just, this kind of rattled other intuitions for me in terms of how our childhoods shape who we become. Because I had been convinced my father was
a complicated person.
That's what I was just going to say again. But so he was not diagnosed. I think he had borderline personality disorder and was emotionally abusive. And I thought that all of the ways I experienced the world and all of my anxiety and my sensitivities, I thought almost all of that, if not all of that, was because of these experiences I had growing up and trauma that I experienced. And obviously those things play a part. But what I realized after going through postpartum, and then the thing that was extremely informative to me was having my own children. Because they were basically living my dream childhood. They had none of the things that I thought were the cause of the psychological suffering that I experienced. There was none of that. And they have a lot of the same they struggle with a lot of the same anxiety and panic attacks. And what I realized was how much we're kind of born into the world with these things that we struggle with, and with our strengths and with all of that. And of course, then if you have an abusive childhood, if you're someone who tends to be anxious and sensitive and empathic, and then you're born into an abusive situation, that's obviously a terrible combination. But I never acknowledged or realized how strong just the genetics and the wiring played.
Where's the line between you kind of accepting the challenges you're born with and this is what life will be, versus then figuring out that life can be somewhat different?
I think they're part of the same process, and I think it's kind of necessary to accept what you're experiencing and what the situation is and how you feel and the types of thoughts and patterns you tend toward in order to make whatever changes can be made. So I do think it's kind of part of the same process.
Could life have been any different? Do you regret some aspects of the decisions made? Not by you.
It depends on what level we're talking. I think, at a fundamental level, I don't believe anything could be different.
Are you able to think about, at that level, about your own life?
Sure. And that's part of what I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the levels of usefulness of being aware of these different illusions, because I would say most of the time in our daily lives, the types of illusions that I'm interested in shaking up are not useful to remind ourselves of most of the time. I really think there are different levels of usefulness to thinking about and reminding ourselves of the places where we have false intuitions. And so I often use the analogy of living on a sphere. So it still feels to most of us, most of the time. I mean, our intuitive sense, we're not thinking about whether the Earth is flat or a sphere, but we behave as if it's flat. And that
it's taking you too long, but you gotta leave. You gotta be decent to people. Take care. Take care, man.
that makes the most sense. And it would be exhausting to keep reminding ourselves as we walk down the street, like, feels flat, but it's not flat. Like, there's just no reason to do it. It's not useful in that moment. If you're building a house, you can build it as if the world is flat. But of course, so there are psychological reasons to bring it into view, and maybe even spiritual reasons to bring it into view, and then there's just like usefulness. So if you're building a rocket to the moon, you better understand the geometry of the Earth. Even if you're flying an airplane, if you're an airplane pilot, you have to be aware of the truth of our situation. And then I think there are other places where it's interesting to remind ourselves, where I start out my book, just as a way to inspire awe and to get yourself out of your everyday life and see the big picture, which can be just a relief, but also helps you feel more connected to the universe and to something larger than ourselves. And so I see these intuitions, reminding ourselves that these intuitions are illusions in the same way that most of the time they're not useful. They are useful if we want to think about a science of consciousness. They're useful for a whole range of neuroscientific studies. And I think they can be incredibly useful in the same way that lying on the ground and feeling the gravity pushing you against a sphere and realizing you're floating in the middle of outer space. It gives me the same feeling to realize. And so there's so many levels to it, but if I'm thinking about difficult things that I've experienced, different traumas in my life, when I take a step back and kind of get this bird's eye view of kind of the mystery of this unfolding of the universe and the fact that it happened the way it happened, and whether it could have happened another way, or there's no going back, that's the way it unfolded. And being able to surrender to that, I think, is very psychologically healthy and prevents us from, I think regret is one of the most toxic loops we can get into.
So this is a path to acceptance.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Because free will, I think part of what is the function of the experience of it is learning. I think we can still learn without being under the illusion that we have free will.
So for some people, depression can destroy them. So how can you think about avoiding that?
Yeah. So I didn't totally answer your question. First is therapy, ways that I have worked through anxiety and depression.
So you're an introvert and a deeply intellectual person. Therapy works for you?
To a point. It was very helpful. I think talk therapy is one tool and can be helpful for, it depends on the therapist, depends on the type of therapy, but I found it to be one piece, and probably not the biggest piece, actually. But I think I wish I had discovered medication sooner. That would have made a big difference in my life.
Even just intellectually to realize that, I'm not.
Life was a lot harder than it needed to be.
Yeah.
And it wasn't about keeping everything just so. There's another state my brain can be in where I don't have to work so hard to be okay. Meditation was probably meditation and psychedelic experiences were probably the most transformative. But a lot of these things don't, I'm lucky that I didn't, my anxiety and depression never really got in the way of my living my life, of enjoying my life. I mean, there were struggles that made life harder for me. But, something like treatment resistant depression or severe PTSD, these are things that, at this point in time, based on my understanding, I think once you've tried, and the truth is that meditation is often not helpful for those things. It can actually exacerbate them. And the most promising thing that I have seen is this research into therapy-assisted psychedelic.
Does that make sense to you that psychedelics work so well for such difficult cases? What is it about psychedelics?
And I've been following this research from the beginning when they were doing end of life. Yeah, they started with end of life patients. I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. At a TED conference. I met one of the doctors who was doing this research. It was the first time I became aware that the research was happening, and I already had my own experiences before that. And so it made perfect sense to me that this would work. It was still astonishing to see the results, to see how successful the work is so much of the time, but it doesn't surprise me. It makes sense, and it's actually in line with all these other things. So quieting down the default mode network. One of the things that's so transformative about taking something like psilocybin, and everyone's experience is different, it can vary each time you take it, even in a single person, but the experience I had and the experience that many people have that is so transformative is this feeling that's very hard to describe, that it's a feeling of being one with the universe. And that comes with kind of all one feeling that is, again, hard to put into words, but there's this feeling that everything is okay. And I'd never had that feeling before in my life. And when I took psychedelics, that feeling would stay with me for months. And I never understood why, and it was always fascinating to me. But it was as if I was glimpsing a deeper truth of the world, that it's all one thing, we're all connected. There's no sense that there could even be a feeling of loneliness. It was just this visceral sense of being one with everything, and that everything was okay. That all the things I was afraid of, even death, that the universe, in a sense, is an endless recycling. And I don't know, it's hard to describe. But we also know on the other side that depression and anxiety, when people are experiencing those things, the default mode network is more active. And so it's this cycling and this kind of obsessive cycles of thinking about one's self that is a huge part of the suffering in the first place. And so the one thing that's surprising to me about the research is that I may be fudging the data, but it's something like 80% of people who are treated for PTSD after only one session are cured of their PTSD.
Yeah, the effect stays for long periods of time.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And addiction as well, which is interesting. That's not something I'm personally familiar with, so that was a surprise to me. But yeah, I mean, it's just wonderful that we...
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, of course, it's also incredible for people who don't suffer to see what psychedelics can do in the mind, which is that kind of appreciation.
Well, and I think it's actually important for this work. It's one of the questions I ask everyone I talk to for this series. Many of them, I won't be able to use that audio for a lot of them. Yes, and what their experience was, and if that's informed. Actually, initially in the 50s, I want to do more research on this and look into it, but in the 50s, there were some studies that were being done with scientists there were hundreds of scientists they put into the study where they were on the brink of some kind of discovery, where they were stuck. So they had been doing research and they were stuck, and they used psychedelics to come up with an answer to find a path forward. And it was extremely useful for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. And the nice thing about psychedelics, from my perception, is that they don't currently suffer from the taboo that weed does.
That's interesting.
I don't think so. Like, for example, there's some kind of cultural construct about a pothead that makes it so that, like Elon got in trouble for smoking weed.
Right. He would have gotten in trouble for taking mushrooms too.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think
that's
so.
A surprise to me.
Because mushrooms to me seem like a journey. Like, there's a perception that you don't take mushrooms all the time. It's not an addictive substance. It's not a lifestyle. It's like going to Burning Man. It's like an experience that stays with you for a long time.
I didn't realize that understanding had permeated into the culture.
Yeah, that's a good question. If it has or not, because maybe I have a very narrow perspective of these kinds of things. But I think what has permeated is through Hollywood ideas of what it means to be a person who smokes weed a lot.
Yeah.
And that has had its effect. Just hilarious, given the effects of weed versus alcohol. But that's a whole nother story.
Have you taken psychedelics?
Yes.
And you've spoken about it on your podcast?
Yeah. So not a lot. I really want to do a lot more. I've taken mushrooms.
Aspirations.
Yeah, I mean, because
I know.
And I didn't have. I have a very addictive personality, so I'm very nervous about substances. But I didn't have any addictive relationship with that.
Yeah.
Thing. Every time
it is a treatment for addiction. So.
Interesting. But I'm almost nervous because every time I've taken mushrooms, I've had a really pleasant experience. I mean, it was. It's already the thing I feel anyway.
Yeah.
But I feel it more intensely. The thing I feel anyway is like appreciation of the moment, how beautiful life is. The weird thing that I feel, not throughout the day, but certain moments of the day, especially early on, it's like life is intensely beautiful. Like, that's usually when I'll tweet.
Yeah.
It's like everything is awesome. And I remember those feelings because sometimes when I feel really down and all those kinds of things, you remember that it's a roller coaster. And then you find the good feelings and it's cool. And it does make me a little bit sad that they kind of fade. But then as they get older, you get to use those moments. You realize they don't use them well. When you feel great, when you're focused, all that kind of stuff, use them well.
Yeah.
Because the mind is a roller coaster.
Yes, that's true. That's partly why I do this work. I feel like my work is therapy. I don't know if you feel that way.
Work is therapy.
This work, not work in general. Thinking about the deep questions, thinking about the nature of the universe, thinking about consciousness, even meditation. I mean, I got into meditation. To me, it's interesting. To me, I mean, I think a lot of meditators feel this way about it, but I think I'm thinking about it from the perspective of someone who hasn't meditated before, but it feels like a scientific experiment. It feels like it's the same physicist in me who was drawn to meditation because the experience is one of getting closer to your experience and asking similarly deep questions like, what is time? What does that even mean? What do I mean by time? What does it feel like? What is a thought is one of the most interesting questions to me.
Wait, how do you meditate? Let's talk about this. So what, you let go of time?
Well, I'm not really doing anything. I mean, the exercise is really so simple. It's just paying attention to your present moment experience. And it's an extremely challenging thing to do. It's not the natural state of the brain. It's an exercise in concentration, which is why, athletes and other people who spend a lot of time needing to focus intensely find it so useful. I mean, it's really a focus, a concentration practice. But all it is really, I mean, there are different ways, there are different methods, but it really is quite simple at its core, which is just paying close attention to your present moment experience. And so in Vipassana, which is what I've mostly been trained in, you're usually paying attention to the breath, but there's always some focus of concentration. And the focus can even be just an open awareness, just watching your mind go, just what comes into your experience. And part of that is the mind, part of it is the external world. So you hear a sound, you think a thought, you feel a feeling, your cheek is itching. Am I going to scratch it? Am I not going to scratch it? Just like, sounds like the most boring thing in the world. And what's interesting is paying close attention to the most boring thing in the world is incredibly fascinating. Noticing that each breath, no two breaths are the same, that time keeps moving, that your thoughts keep appearing. It's there, yeah. It's a spiritual practice for.
Notice more and more beautiful things about the simpler things. Yeah, it's great. I like to do that. I don't meditate. I've tried a few times, and I will. But I meditate. I do meditate, but not. I meditate by thinking about a thing, and like holding on to that thing, and just like it's not. That's not really, I guess, technically meditation, but it's keeping a focus on an idea, and then you walk with it, and you solve the little puzzle of it.
Yeah,
especially any kind of programming or math stuff. You're holding stuff in your head, but don't look stuff up. Don't take notes. You're only allowed to have your mind, and that's
you would really enjoy a meditation retreat. I mean, you would also not enjoy it. It would be hard because you wouldn't go nuts. It would be hard, but you would get it.
What's the meditation retreat? Is it usually silent, or
it is always silent? Or actually, at least the one I would recommend you do is the silent meditation retreat. 5 days.
5 days. Okay.
We'll talk later, but you might be my next victim. I have
5 days is a long time.
It's a long time.
To just sit.
It changes your brain. It's the type of experience that will change your brain permanently.
There's been like 2, 3, 4 hour sessions.
You don't have children.
I don't have children. How's the children?
Leaving them for 5 days and not speaking and impossible. I've only done one retreat since it's doing another one soon, but only 2 nights.
Maybe that's what the thoughts will be coming in my head. You should be getting married.
That's okay. Kids. Whatever, let the thoughts be.
I think
you'll get really good at letting things just be and focusing on the present moment. You might come out with some epiphany about what you should do next.
Yeah. No, I love the idea. Obviously, I love the idea. You know, I've fasted for 3 days. I want to fast for longer. That's also, in a different way, perhaps, but it makes you more sensitive to the world around you. Smile. I'm not exactly sure what the chemistry of that is, but obviously it's just not obvious because you're not always that hungry. But you're more, time slows down, and you feel things. You feel a breeze, all this kind of stuff. And it's very interesting. I think it tweeted something about ideas coming out from sometimes feeling about coming from outside of you sometimes. So you mentioned as you meditate, you know, you notice these ideas come in. So thoughts, ideas, how does that connect consciousness?
So the thing I was responding to that you wrote, I think I was partly picking up on the part of you that would really get a lot out of a meditation retreat. That was my way of beginning that conversation. Yes. That experience you had of a thought coming from somewhere else, when you spend an extended period of time paying close attention to your moment experience, that's how all of your thoughts appear to you. And it's really beautiful because you're letting go just through the practice of meditation. You're quieting down your default mode network, and without necessarily intellectually thinking yourself out of free will, it naturally kind of drops away. And so when you're under the spell of this illusion that you are the author of your thoughts and your conscious experience is driving all of your behavior, and there's this I that stands somewhere near your brain, but is not your brain, that stands free of the physical world, is the thing generating the thoughts. When you're meditating, that quiets down and can kind of quiet down completely, so that your experience is just of the next thing arising in your conscious awareness.
But the source of that is still this brain.
What you realize is the source of it is not your conscious experience. And that's the important insight. And that's the insight. And so there are many insights you can have in meditation that align with the science, which is what's really fascinating, because it doesn't have to be that way. Like, I can imagine finding meditation to be extremely useful and helping you with anxiety and all the rest, and having all kinds of insights that turn out to not be true. But the interesting thing is that these insights actually turn out to be true. And so that is one of them, is when you're just watching what your conscious experience actually is, you realize that it's not doing all of the things you usually feel like it's doing. And so the thoughts really just arise in much the same way that a sound or a sight or a feeling, maybe your leg starts to hurt. When you're just watching moment by moment by moment, pain arises, a bird chirping arises, a thought arises, a feeling arises. You're just kind of watching it all unfold. And there's something really beautiful about that.
Yeah, it's the perspective you could take on is there's a connectedness to the entirety of the universe, like to nature in general.
And that there's something so beautiful about consciousness, about the fact that it's not just a dead universe with atoms doing their thing, that at least in this one instance, there is a felt experience of the universe.
Of the universe. It's not even.
I'm part of the universe, yeah. And there's right here in this little point in space and time, there is an experience of the universe.
But it's still interesting to think about where those ideas, if those ideas are solely a construction of the brain, or is there some kind of mechanism of joint collective intelligence of humans as social organisms, where those like how much of it is me training my neural network and the ideas of tens of thousands of other people, and how much is it myself?
You're talking like in terms of psychic phenomena, or you're talking in terms of just absorbing the information of the past and education and just kind of our collective human project that gets in throughout our lives?
I don't know much about psychic phenomena, but I also want to be open-minded in the way we speak about collective intelligence, because it's very easy to simplify it to it's a neural network trained on knowledge developed over generations. It does feel like intelligence is stored in some kind of distributed fashion across humans. Like if you take one out, I think that intelligence quickly goes down.
I don't know how quickly it goes down if you just take one out. It depends on which one. I think I half agree and half disagree with what you're saying. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the other thing you notice when you spend a lot of time in meditation, and when you spend a lot of time kind of shaking up these intuitions that I think get in the way of clearly thinking about what consciousness is that we are these systems in nature that are not at all isolated. And there are the obvious ways, like if I just stop drinking water, that's going to change the system very drastically, right? So there's just, the energy consumption, but the fact that we exchange ideas is we part of who I am is everyone I've interacted with. And of course, the people I interact more with have sculpted me more, but our brains are sculpted through our interactions with each other as well.
Yes, but I wonder if it's a more correct and useful perspective to take that those interactions are the organisms. Like you're saying, you're still making the brain the primary. There could be like that the brain is what it is because of the social interactions, and the social interactions are the living organism. Like that's a weird perspective because it's so.
I don't actually think it's one or the other.
We're both.
Yeah.
We're both.
Yeah.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit like, I have 2 children, and a lot of people with 2 children will say, like, when you're preparing to have the second one, and soon after you've had the second one, that having 2 is kind of like having 3, because you are nourishing and protecting and overseeing each individual life. But then there's the sibling relationship, which is almost another thing.
Yeah, weird. So you've spoken with Don Hoffman a few times.
Yes.
In his book, Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
Many more than a few. There's a lot of fun ones. Is there one with Sam was involved?
With Sam, and I interviewed him. Yeah, sorry. Most of the conversations I've had with him are private. They're not public. But we used to meet before the pandemic. We were meeting about monthly to discuss ideas.
I would love to be a fly on the wall on those discussions. But he wrote a book, Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
Makes the case that our perception is completely detached from objective reality. Can you explain his perspective and let us know? Well, no, maybe not fully, but to which degree you agree and don't. So this is much more focused. I guess you guys have an agreement that consciousness is somehow fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I think we both think we might be wrong.
About consciousness or about reality?
About it being fundamental. Okay.
Right.
I think we both agree that this is a legitimate question to ask at this point in science. Is consciousness fundamental? And I really see it as a question, and I think he does too.
But he goes hard on reality.
Yes. And it's interesting because especially, so I actually now have recorded 3 conversations with him for this project I'm working on. Yeah. And in every conversation we have, we seem to land on the same place. But this last conversation we had, it seemed to be even more clear that the semantics really get in the way. When you get into the weeds in these conversations, it's almost like we need some new terminology, because it's hard to know sometimes whether we're talking about the same thing. I have issues with his terminology, that when we talk about what his terminology represents, it seems like we completely agree.
But the conclusions you don't?
It's possible we have a very similar view of the universe if consciousness is fundamental. It may be an identical view. It's hard for me to know because I disagree with a lot of his terminology.
Okay, but our 4-dimensional reality, he says that's like a complete construct. Space-time. It's a complete weird construction that...
Yeah. Well, I mean, the truth is that, I mean, if you talk to a neuroscientist like Anil Seth, and I would say most neuroscientists, but he's really good on this subject, and his expertise in his area of focus is in perception. So he talks a lot about how our perceptions give us an experience of the world, and he calls it a controlled hallucination. I'm sorry, I think he says that he got that term from someone else, but that's the term he uses.
We got every term from someone else.
Right, that's true.
Everything. There's no new idea.
Correct. There's a sense in which what Hoffman is saying is we already know to be the case. So our brains are creating this conscious experience based on these interactions with the outside world. It is in some sense all a controlled hallucination. And someone like Anil Seth, from the neuroscientific point of view, I actually have a quote here somewhere if you have an interest in hearing the quote. But he's essentially saying everything we experience as a perception, including our experience of time and space. So we still don't really know what our experience of space represents out there in the world. And then, of course, when you talk to physicists about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics, I mean, where physics seems to be headed across the board at this point is that space and time are emergent, but they're not part of the fundamental fabric of reality. And so there's some ways in which Don is saying things that...
Is he being too poetic about it? Is that the right way to phrase it? Because, like...
No. Go ahead.
He says like it's not that our perception is just a controlled hallucination. Well,
no, it's not. He's saying something more than that.
More than that.
True.
I mean,
but my point is that a lot of what he's already saying, on some level, science is already there and could agree with.
Yeah, but not all the way.
Yeah.
Because he's saying, like, that we've the evolutionary process has constructed our brain mechanisms in such a way that we're really far from having access to objective reality.
Although I think we already know that as well. I mean, if any version of string theory is correct, and of course we don't know yet, it's all up for grabs, but the truth is each theory is weirder than the last. If there are 15 dimensions of space, we are just not wired to be able to understand the fundamental reality.
But I think we have a consistent abstraction that seems to be reliable.
Yeah.
Like a blockchain.
Yes. And he's not just saying that we really only have this tiny window onto reality. He's saying that window onto reality is giving us a lot of false information.
Yeah, it's
not
false.
True.
It's not just an abstraction, it's false.
Yeah.
Because he's saying there's no reason it needs to be true. Like there's no it's not required to be true.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's through natural selection, it's very possible to it's likely to imagine that organisms will evolve in such a way that you're going to just be lying to yourself completely. But the question there is, if that's the case, it's a really interesting thing to think about. I think the rigor with which he approaches it is really admirable. And I do think it's scientific, but it's the question for me is, why is it so consistent across all of these organisms? We all seem to see the table, and feel and run into the table.
What he will agree. So what I would say to that, and when I pose this to him, I really don't want to speak for him, but I'll answer it myself and say that I believe he agrees with what I'm about to say, which is that the things we perceive are connected to the structure of reality. It's just that the structure of reality is made of something completely different than the thing we're experiencing. So imagine if you just go with the holographic principle, loosely, and actually the holographic principle applies to black holes only. So there's ADS, CFT duality, anti-de Sitter space, and conformal field theory. Am I getting all these terms right?
The terms are right, but I can't believe we're going there.
Well, I mean, this is where I've gone in all of my conversations with physicists, because the idea is, so if we just have the basic principle that reality and all of the information can be contained, or is actually in a two-dimensional space that gets projected. This is something that you don't buy based on look on your face.
No. I'm actually freaking out because yes, any theory of modern physics gives inkling that reality is very weird.
Right. And completely different from how we experience.
That's one example.
Which is so this is an intuition that for whatever reason has always felt true to me. This is the way I thought about things as a child. I've met other people that felt this way when I've had experiences in psychedelics, and this is where I start to sound crazy too. But
nope.
But
everybody else is crazy.
But that has always seemed right to me, and that's always the thing that I feel like I'm looking for. That it's funny. Recently, I was thinking that it's as if I feel like and it's more how I was thinking of how I felt as a child, but I feel this way a lot as an adult too. That the image is one of a snow globe that I'm confined to this snow globe based on my human perception, and the truth of reality is out there. And it's actually why I'm so drawn to shaking intuitions. I feel like every time we shake up an intuition, it's like an opportunity to leave the snow globe for a moment. Mm-hmm. It's like smashing the marbles and seeing, oh, it's not liquid in there like I thought. It's getting this glimpse of something truer than what we typically experience.
There it is.
I feel like it's for a long time going to be snow globes inside snow globes inside snow globes.
But
is it okay?
Yeah, it's
if nothing's broken, that's how. The first thing I was going to ask you is, did your app crash, or like I was? It must have happened like 2 or 3 hours ago. But any idea how it felt? Any idea how it felt? Oh man, I've been there. I fucked up some computers that way. Well, that's good. You were in a good place. That's all right. Well, it's still early. I imagine you just go get some more sleep and talk to me when you're ready to go. Yeah, enjoy that. God, that's one of the great things in life. It's free. No one can really take it away from you under general circumstances. It charges your body. I was thinking about this morning, or actually last night. It's like a little time machine that, it's like, okay, I'm gonna get in this capsule, and when I awake, it's gonna be later. I don't know when, but it's gonna fast forward. So enjoy your little time machine. Yeah, I enjoy it. When it happens to me, first thing I do after some quick prayers is check out what's going on my tab. There's always new shit. It's like, oh wow, now I got shit to do. And people that I work with messages to answer, and it's nice. All right, good one. Good choice.
But the larger point is that, yes, whatever is true about the fundamental nature of reality is not something we're experiencing. However, it is linked and gives us clues to it. So one image I came up with recently, I actually wrote about this. I have an article in Nautilus about time, because as I spend time thinking about what it would mean for consciousness to be fundamental, and at the same time, I'm talking to physicists about different interpretations of quantum mechanics and the fact that the ones I'm talking to believe that space and time are emergent and are not part of the fundamental story. I was thinking about what could time be if it's not the way we experience it? What could it be pointing to? And I'm not the first person to think like this. Many people have developed different thought experiments around this, but and I'm not saying this is the way things are, but this is just one solution, is that time and causality appear to us the way they do because for whatever reason, we're only perceiving one moment at a time. And these connections between events that we perceive as time are actually just part of the fabric of reality. There's some structure to reality at a deeper level, where it's like shining a flashlight on the structure of reality, where for us, for whatever reason, everything else disappears, and the only thing that exists is that single pinprick of light that we happen to be inhabiting or that we can perceive, but the rest of it is there. And so that even though time would be an illusion, and the causality in the way we experience it is an illusion, or it doesn't mean what we think it means, it's still pointing to a deeper structure. There's something that it corresponds to in the fundamental nature of reality. And I've had enough conversations with Don, I think, to know that he would agree with that our perceptions map onto something. It's just not the experience of it that we're having. So to go back to the idea that all of reality could be contained in 2 dimensions, and there's something about the interaction between different points that cause this holograph, so that it seems like there's a 3-dimensional world when in fact that it's a projection of this 2-dimensional surface. What we experience as space still references something at the fundamental level. It's just that it's not space. And that is something that makes a lot of sense to me. I posted an excerpt. George Musser wrote a great book, Spooky Action at a Distance. Spooky Action at a Distance. And he talks about, he's a great science writer, and he talks about ways to kind of absorb what this would mean, this ADS-CFT duality. And he gives an example of music as an analogy, that 2 different notes can exist in 3 dimensions as if the other doesn't exist because of the frequency of the sound waves. And that in another way, you can think of the sound waves existing in different dimensions. I don't know if that's...
yeah, that's really interesting. So
I don't speak as well as I write, so I've written about this in a way that I think is easier to absorb than the way I just described it.
But I think causality is a trickiest one. Time is a tricky one to like.
Yes.
Oh boy!
And there are physicists who think that space is emergent, but time is still fundamental. And Lee Smolin is one of those scientists. So it's really interesting to talk to him about this. But yeah.
But time being emergent is a really tricky one to think about.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder if it's possible at which point the experience of time start becoming a part of the conscious experience of living organisms. So is it something that evolved on Earth?
Yeah.
Only? Or is
it's also very hard to think about consciousness without time. And that's something that's really interesting for me to think about too. Although, not that this is scientific evidence of anything, but I and many others have had the experience, a timeless, spaceless experience in certain states of meditation and under the
and that's still a conscious experience, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
But didn't you say that some aspect of conscious experience is memory?
It seems like that. No. So I said the experience of being a self is due to memory. It seems that consciousness and time are inextricably linked, but I think that may be an illusion also. And when I think about consciousness being fundamental, and someone like Max Tegmark, I don't know if there are other mathematicians, I'm sure there are, he's the only one I know of who will talk about mathematical forms and shapes as not just being, he talks about them as being actual objects in nature that exist, that are not just mathematical structures that we can think about, but any mathematical structure that comes out of the math actually exists in reality.
Yeah.
And so when I think about consciousness being fundamental, I think about physics and mathematics being a description of the structure of it. And that when mathematicians say things like that, or physicists say things like that, it makes sense if we're talking about a conscious experience of some sort.
Yeah, that's really interesting. First of all, Max is great. Man, this is really interesting to think about, like what is fundamental.
Yeah.
It's a good exercise to do in general.
Yeah.
Like to really think through it. I mean, ultimately, it's a very humbling process because we're probably in the very early days of we can't know currently, right?
Right, currently. Maybe permanently, but I remain optimistic.
Right. To jump around a little bit, the Google AI engineer, using the terms from the press is kind of hilarious. But
why, it's a friend of yours?
No, it's not. No. But just the term AI is really not used amongst machine learning people.
Oh, I see.
So like I'm using kind of
Right.
Google AI engineer, it's like sentience and chatbot, and like none of those words are really used in by the people that actually build them.
Okay.
You know, you're much more likely to use language model versus chatbot, or like natural language dialogue versus chatbot, or
Right.
whatever. It's certainly not sentience, but that's the point. I mean, sometimes the difference between the public discourse and the engineering is actually really important, because engineering tends to want to ignore the magic. They don't notice the magic. Anyway, the Google AI engineer believes that the Lambda 1 language, natural language system achieved sentience. I don't know if you paid attention to that. You didn't. But the general question is, do you think a chatbot, do you think a robot could be conscious?
So, I mean, this answer is slightly different, or very different, depending on whether I kind of follow the assumption that consciousness emerges at some point in physical processing, or whether it's fundamental. Since I've just chosen to stay on the fundamental channel, I mean, then it's kind of a silly answer, because if consciousness is fundamental in the way I currently think about it, it's the only way I imagine it working. Every physical thing we perceive is a representation of a conscious experience. So, I mean, yes, it's true of everything in the world. However, I would say if that's the case, even though there's a way in which it's behaving in similar ways to a human being, the way it's constructed, what it is actually made of, and the physics of it is so different that I would expect it to have an entirely, completely non-human conscious experience. And whether it even feels like a self, I think, would be a big question.
Well, this question is of ethics, and is it capable of suffering? Is suffering connected to consciousness?
I mean, obviously it is. It's the only way you can suffer is.
Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's more connected to self than consciousness.
I would say, I mean, just on my own use of these words, suffering is only something that can happen in a conscious experience.
Right. So can robots suffer?
If they have anything that has a conscious experience can experience suffering. Yes.
But do plants suffer in the same? So is there some level where, when we construct our morals and ethics, that is there a class of conscious experiences or organisms that are capable of conscious experience that we can anthropomorphize sufficiently such that we give them rights?
Yeah, I mean, this is not an area that I have spent, for me, I have not spent a lot of time thinking about this. Most people expect that I have. It's interesting. These types of questions are much less interesting to me than the other questions, and I think it's because I'm interested in the physics of things.
Sure.
I'm somewhat interested. I'm definitely interested in ethical questions for human beings, but I have spent very little time thinking about the implications for other types of intelligence. I will say that I think the capacity for suffering of a conscious system goes up with memory and with a sense of self. So if anesthesia only erased your memories and it didn't actually make you unconscious, you actually horrifically experienced some surgical procedure, but we could completely wipe out your memory of it. As nightmarish as that scenario is, and I'm not suggesting we should ever do this, I would say if our only option were to erase your memory of it, that would be the more ethical thing to do than to have you maintain that memory, because the suffering is then carried across a longer distance through time.
That's presuming that suffering is unethical.
Well, isn't that what ethics is all about? It's about suffering. I mean, I think to me, ethics is all about suffering and well-being, and I don't know what ethics is without that.
There's different measures of suffering. So having one traumatic event if you erase that one traumatic event, that potentially might have negative on net consequences for the growth of a human.
So then it's a different question, but I would say that memory increases suffering globally. So that if any moment of suffering only existed for itself in the present moment,
there he is.
That is a lesser kind of suffering.
Ready to get your ass kicked? Excellent. Hey, I was just on Kick. I don't know if you're aware, but Aiden Ross hasn't streamed on Kick in like more than a month. And he's got this, but he's coming back. He's got this AI bot, though, or somebody does, that you can ask it any question. And it's pretty realistic to have like an AI Aiden Ross. It's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Well, I'm the perfect person to help you because I will whoop your ass until you're so tired you can't see straight. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to beat you 5 fucking games. I'm beating you 5 fucking games right off the bat. Perfect shot. All right, well, did you see how good my drive is? Does that make you happier? It's okay, that's some serious unrealized profits. All right, but it'll be back up. Just be patient. Be patient. You know how the game is. In case you weren't aware, I'm winning 1-0. Doug, I'm telling you right now, it's already better than your shot. Your shot is dog shit. I don't know. It seems like you would have lost either way. Who knows? That's true. Oh, I like this one. No, I like it because if you go first on this hole, you can really fuck up the second person. Let's see your shot, dog. That's pretty good. That is a perfect shot, my friend. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Did you see Tiger Woods' son got a hole in one and his dad is in the bathroom? In golf. So, you know who Tiger Woods is, right? I don't know if his dad was in the bathroom, but the announcer said he was taking a break. But basically, his son had his first ever hole-in-one in tournament play ever, and it was in a tournament, the final round, in like a father-son tournament. And apparently, Tiger was in the bathroom and missed it. I don't know for sure if he was in the bathroom, but that's what they made it seem. Dude, real golf, yeah. Like it was on a par 3. Man, you made a difficult shot, difficult hole. Oh, what a fucking great shot! really needed a meeting. It's not common at all. It's very, very rare. I don't like this one. I find it to be very difficult. And everybody always fucks me over. Riser always fucks me over on this whole, oh, you hit a perfect shot. I mean, you can't win. So that's what you want to do, though, right there. That's perfect. Uh-oh. Let's see what you got. Yeah, I keep going in the water. But that's okay. I already got the win. 301st win of all time. That's one in a row. I'm going for 5 in a row, and then I'm going to beat the shit out of you and Bruno. Oh, that was really bad, Zoom. Giving you an opportunity to fucking do really well. Oh, Zoot's going to take the lead. That was a 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10, dude. That was a 9 out of 10. Oh, I got fucked. Slow down. That's no. I'd rather have your shot. Your shot has a backboard. There you go. Zoot takes his first lead. All right, I hate this fucking thing. Oh, you fucked up. But not really. You kind of put it in a perfect spot. It fucked me up. I know. Oh, what are you doing? You're all in my way. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, I'm gonna give you a fucking win. Oh man, that was a very fortunate win. All right, big dog. You ready for this shot? Not what I wanted to do. But I'll take it. I mean, it could be way worse. Look at this shot. Get there. Get there. Hit my ball, big dog. Water. I have a feeling if I let that big. Oh! I have a feeling that you got a really good opportunity to just know what. He takes the lead again, folks. You really should be up 3-0. Dude, you put the you're in a great position because I'm gonna hit your ball. Oh no, but I hit that thing and hit your ball with your shot. Go in the water. Hit that ball and come back. But by you doing that, you're fucking me. No, you're in a better position. Not if I'm in your way. Oh,
This is bad. This is bad.
we're gonna tie on this one.
My strength is
I almost got you fortunate. I almost did. All right, so you can't lose.
Yes, but
Oh, what a good shot. Oh, I don't think it's possible to make it from there in 2 shots. Oh, what a terrible shot. I almost really fucked myself. Two wins in a row. Counts as a win here, baby. I love this hole. See my foot. Oh, you. That hitting it off the back wall is such a key little trick. All right, make it, big dog. What was his favorite? Interesting. Stanley Kubrick. What do you think of this shot? Don't forget, there might be a hidden hole. Water. Oh, I fucked up.
So I think we could have that picture.
Try to bounce it off. Bounce. It's not there, dude. It's the other tree.
Yeah, well, I was getting a gift. That goes in the other place.
What do you think of that shot? Did you take it?
I think Rothschild is doing it.
Let's see if you got. Nope.
Bro, I wish I was going to yeah, I'm right there.
That's exactly what I need to do. It gives me a clear shot to the hole. The hole's in the corner. It's easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, baby. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, baby. Western. Let's see it. I extend my lead. I don't like this one. I missed those swirly things. Oh, that was a really good shot. Those lollipop things, I missed those things. Come on, you little bitch. Dude, that's not good. What are you going to do? Play the craziest angle ever. That's that would be a wild shot. No way. Amazing shot. Now, you ready for this? Okay, it gives me a shot at the hole. And my ball's still ahead of yours, so if anything, you would keep going. Alright, now I don't think I can make it straight in. How'd you like that shot? Too hard. Still undefeated, dog.
That's like whatever baby's right. I read your truck. I wish I was right for that.
You're in trouble.
They all like got this focus now.
That's true, and it's difficult. I don't think it's possible for me to make it any other way. I think it's that.
I think that's first one.
That could be.
Just imagine this show. Just imagine this show.
Zoo. We're looking at 3 wins in a row. What are your thoughts on this?
It's okay.
3 wins in a row, big guy. All right, here's your hole. You made it in twice in a row. At 1 point. Get in the water. I feel like the ball doesn't want the water very well on this way. This is an amazing shot. It's a Caspian Sea. Look at this shot. What do you think of it? Oh, you're gonna fuck me, aren't you? Oh, stop. That was a beautiful shot. I take the lead. Yeah, you could have made it. I love this hole. Good fellas. I agree. 4 out of 5. Your ratings suck. Did you see how efficient I was on this hole? The actual characters. Henry Hill. You mean the characters or the actors? Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. That Sorvino guy, Paul Sorvino. What a shot. Dude, did you just see that? Did you see my shot? Man, I'm just steamrolling your ass right now. All right, you ready for this one? You're just gonna copy me? It's a good question. I don't know my computer watching. That's a good question. Oh, stop. You have a chance to steal a hole. I'd love to see this ball. The worst review I've ever seen. You just made that? Yeah. That was phenomenal. That was maybe the worst type of shot I've ever seen. What's the worst movie I've ever seen? Hit my ball in the line. Right. Oh, what an amazing shot of Kevin Johnson.
literally amazing stuff. The fact that you ended up and do that. You ended up making
You have a difficult shot. No, you got to hit it.
it's setting up here. I'm in a better position than you.
That night.
There's no way I can make this stuff.
It's correct. Oh, get in there.
That's a joke. And you're wasting your time and your energy and your money.
I don't have enough money for this.
I'm not fat.
Make it. Rabbi wins 4 games in a row. And for the 5th game, as Rabbi predicted, and then I'm going to beat your ass at fucking Uno, like, it owes me money. Look at this shot. Look at this. Look how amazing this shot was.
The only thing about that is my brain. I have money to go.
Yeah, well, it's a game of chance, so fuck it. I like games of skill, like mini golf. You need an amazing shot here. No way. You deserve to make that. That was a really good shot. All right,
Just,
I've never heard that sound. I don't. All right. How about this shot? Does it have the speed? Hit my ball. How about that? That was a good shot. Very good. Oh, this is your ball. Look at this shot. Look at the athleticism. Look at this move. Thanks, big guy. Let's see you make it. I don't know if it's possible for you to make a hole. Maybe. And, oh, that sticks. So I got fortunate. All right, here we go, friends. Oh, into the black shit. I don't think I can do it. No. Are you sure about that? look at this shot. If you hit that, it's going to go in the black. Meaning the hole. Oh, what a shot. Yeah, I'm right. I can't lose. I suck at this game.
Yeah, I suck at it. It's horrific.
No, I suck at it. Everybody else fucks me up.
Okay. That's the right level. Why you going that way?
Just to be fun.
Don't play.
It's going to get in the same amount of shots. See? Rabbi won 5 straight games. Just like I predicted. Uno time. First to 10.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
That's right.
I agree. How'd you like that, big dog? How'd you like that?
Basically.
1-0. How'd you like that? You thought you had me fucked.
It's like it's 2 for 3.
I did.
You play this right. But is that right? Anything I could have done that get hard.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like true. It's hard. Yeah. For sure, you're right. It's
Right.
I would call it nothing else.
Oh.
If you saw my hand,
I like how you talk like you're pretty neat card. 3 games?
Yeah.
3-0?
Yeah. So I like some special cards.
I like calling it 3 mini cuts. I like what you call them. I think it's funny.
They got 2 special cards. Cards are teachers for certain cards. I don't remember. If I didn't think it, go back to that.
Four games straight. Came out swinging today.
I actually started off. So I just tell you, I'll tell you off. I had a 6. This is the total green. This is the total green now.
Oh, you fucked me. Psych. How do you like those 8 cards?
Yeah, we have green cards.
Yeah, and you did that, and you were given eight cards. That's a lot.
is the position for
I made a mistake.
I understand.
Or two.
I don't know. I'm ready for this. Well, yeah, it's been really good.
What did you just say?
It's a strong games.
I have very weird cards. 5-2.
That was
It was pretty weird. Like 3 skips in a row.
it's Chad. I wish I could do that.
What? Five, 3. It gave me 14 cards. I've never seen that many.
It's at 17. Oh, it's well, yeah.
You did.
We shouldn't change the number. Really, okay. That's pretty long. I don't know. And I should say, okay, trouble. I have to press and that's it. Just makes it. Okay.
Fuck.
Change is the best way. I don't think.
5 now.
What? Yeah. I want to know that card is on the thing. If you have a thing, if you have a it's on your favorite board. It's the so I decided I'm going to buy the full plus on the flash very under all the door. It's
Fuck.
oh my god.
Wow. 6-5. Right? It's all about just the draw, dude. It has nothing to do with being smart, better, athletic, better. It's just the cards. You fucking digital ones. 7-5. Right? You took the 2 cards, even though I know it had a +4. I just do. Is it 7? Is it 7-5 or 8? Is it 7-5 or 8-5? Crap. Finally, 6, 7. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was tough. No. I knew you had a process for it. That's what it was.
7 all. There we go. That was a quick one. Wow. Eight, 7.
That's all good. Rabbi.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna let you talk first. Let you talk first again. Roll. Let's do this.
right now, this one's about having left. All right, 9 to 7.
Rabbi. I thought I had a plus for
What you did?
I didn't realize we was kind of
Oh man, that was no, it wasn't. I had a bunch of really good cards. No. Oh, great move. It seems that way.
Just
10 wins. You have another one in you?
yeah.
All right, this one goes first to 5. You'll be done. We fucking screwed. How many cards you have? You have 8 cards. Oh man. Fuck that. 1-0. No, because it's not all skill based. Ooh, you're right about that. And I can't fuck Big time. Wow. Oh, I got everything now. I wish there was a way to know if like all of the plus fours were drawn and everything. Hey, look, there's like go to the select items. There's like stuff you can choose. What is this? Florence card sets. They're like different cards. Oh shit. Two one. I wish there was just a rematch, but instead of having me have to do that. Shit cards.
Rabbi,
Yeah, we got
I don't say the brain party, brain party.
wow. Look at all your skips, dude.
Yeah, but what? There's a big strategy
Wow.
because I have one big book like on top of the marshmallow control. That was a good strategy.
2-2, big dog.
Just like
2-2.
that's good. Oh, I well, I actually tried to
Are you fucking serious? What the fuck was that, dude? What was that?
Good though.
Fuck. 3-2.
They're gonna say like I have never seen this before. She left the
No, ain't nobody got time.
This is good. This is really good. This is really good.
Fuck.
I had the perfect Kansas stuff. You just make more music. I learned something new.
What's your
Holy shit. This is God. This could end really bad. Never ever.
real big one?
I feel like I'm going to say that.
They have. Time to tell.
I'm probably going to be perfect man right now.
Wow. Really tough for that dude.
That was really too quick. I don't feel any way. Oh, God.
Have to. All right. Good job, dude. Oh, get some sleep, big dog. Enjoy yourself. Good game.
Suffering than a suffering that is drawn out over time through the night.
So hard to think about.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, I mean, in terms of AI, if they're conscious and a sense of self and memory, which I actually think you need memory to have a sense of self. Actually, sorry, I take that back. I actually think you can have a really primitive sense of self without memory. But an AI that is conscious, that has memory and a sense of self, that's capable of suffering. Absolutely.
Well, one of the things, because you said you haven't really looked into this area, because there's so many interesting things to look into, and you're really focused on the physics side. To me, the neuroscience experiments that you mentioned, where there's a difference between the timing of things that kind of reveal there's something here.
Yeah.
To me, working with robots, robots that are moving around my home in Austin, it's a very good embodied thought experiment. But here's the thing that looks like it has a free will. It looks like it has conscious experiences, and then I know how it's programmed. And so like I have to go back and forth, and it's this is what I do. You lay on the ground looking up at the stars, thinking about plants, and I look at like a robot like.
Well, you can do this with plants too. I mean, there's some complex enough behavior that looks like free will from a certain age. And it makes you wonder two things. One, is there consciousness associated with that processing? And two, if there isn't, what does that say about our experience? And
Both are
our circumstance and nature, which is fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, I do that with plants all the time. I go back and forth. But the zombie thought experiment now, at least for me, is often presented as AI because now that's easier, as a robot, because that's easier. I don't know if it's just because it's in pop culture now in the form of films and television shows, but it's easier to get to that point of contemplation, I think, by imagining a robot.
I don't know why exactly I'm bothered by philosophers talking about zombies, because it feels like they're missing. It's like talking about, it's reducing a joyful experience.
Mm-hmm.
So like that's like talking about, listen, when you fall in love with somebody, the other person is a zombie. You don't know if they're conscious or not. You're just making presumptions and so on. It's like it's just philosophers will do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So they might as well be a zombie. Or there's no such thing as love. It's just a mutual like economists will reduce love to some kind of mutual calculation that minimizes risk and stability over time.
Right.
It's like, all right. What I want to do with each of those people is I want to find every one of those philosophers to talk about zombies and eventually give them one of those robots and watch them fall in love. And see how their understanding of how humble they are by how little we understand.
That's the point of the zombie experiment. I mean, the zombie.
Sure, maybe
the
that's
zombie thought experiment. I can't speak for any of
zombies. Is that the point?
So for me, I mean, I don't like spending much time on it. I think it's limited use for sure, and I understand your annoyance with it. But for me, what's so useful about it is it gets you to ask the same questions you're asking when you're looking at robots. If you just run the experiment and you say, okay, I'm sitting here with Lex. What if I try to trick myself? What's different about the world if someone tells me actually he's a robot? This is essentially what the zombie experiment is. He's over there. He has no conscious experience. He's acting so there's no experience there. So it gets you to ask some interesting questions. One is, okay, when it seems impossible, I just think, no, that makes no sense. I can't even imagine that. Okay, what do I think consciousness is responsible for? What is consciousness doing in that human over there that is Lex that I can't fathom all of your behavior and everything that you're doing and about without consciousness. So it gets you to ask this question. And these are the questions I begin my book with. What is consciousness doing? It gets you to ask that question in a deeper way. And then I kind of found this alternate, I don't know if other people have done this, but I found this alternate use for it, which is even more useful to me, which is I'm able to do it sometimes. I'm able to just sit with someone and get my imagination going and imagine there really is no conscious experience there in that person. And what happened for me the first few times I was able to do this is it reminded me exactly of how I feel when I look at complex plant behavior and other behaviors in nature where I assume there's no conscious experience. And to me, it just flips everything on its head. It just gets you to be open to possibilities that you were closed to before. And I think that's useful.
Does it enhance or dissipate your capacity for love of other human beings? What role does love play in the human condition?
I mean, in so many ways, it's the most important role. I don't think any of these realizations, I mean, if anything, I think it enhances it. But I don't think it kind of goes back to the levels of usefulness.
Sometimes you want to picture your friends as a plant. It's helpful. helpful to appreciate the beauty that they are as an organism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For me, the more time I spend practicing meditation, seeing through these illusions, the more poignant my conscious experience becomes. And love is obviously one of the most powerful and one of the most positive experiences we have. And I don't know, there's whatever its cause is, there's just something miraculous about it in and of itself and for itself.
I think love, romantic love, is a beautiful thing. Connection, friendship is a beautiful thing. It's so interesting how people can grow together, how interact together, disagree together, and make each other better. I like scientific collaborations are like this too. Dating Kahneman, Tversky. I mean, there's and most people are not able to do that in the scientific realm. They create. The more successful you become, the more solid.
It's rare, and you recognize it when you have it. When you have a great collaboration, I mean, in science, but also in other areas. In this TED production I'm working on, I just happened to be working with this producer where we had this instant connection, and the chemistry is great, and I have so much fun recording with her. It's like so great to have. I usually work alone, and it's wonderful to have.
So it's a good chat. It's a good conversation type of thing.
Yeah, she's taking my conversation. We're playing around with it. We're just working on the pilot.
I love that you have no idea how it's going to turn out. It's great.
Yeah.
Well,
I just started working without a clear image of the end result. Although it started with an idea for a film. I don't know. I guess I have a feeling. I was just wondering if I talked about this with you before anywhere, but probably not.
No.
Yeah, because you and I have never spoken.
No, we just met. We just know each other.
You mean you didn't see me when I was listening to that podcast of yours? And had that thought? You didn't hear that thought?
That's I mean, we mentioned this offline. There's a small tangent. There's a cool dynamic in how we get to become really close friends without never having met, never having talked one way. Yeah. It could be one-way friendships that form. It's a beautiful thing. I think, I don't know, that makes me feel like we're all connected. Yeah. And you're almost like plugging into some kind of weird thing.
Yeah.
So, space of ideas.
So many things I want to say, but here's one thing is the way I think about consciousness, if it's fundamental, is analogous to a pot of boiling water, where the water is the consciousness and the bubbles are the conscious experiences. And so it is all one thing, and then there are these shapes that take form, and there's a felt experience, right? It's all felt experience. And so when we're able to let go of this sense of self or this illusion of self, the idea that experiences are happening to something or to someone drops out, and what you get is just experiences arising. So there's the fundamental nature of the universe, which obviously has a structure and obeys laws, but what you get out of that are appearances of different conscious experiences. They're coming into being, right? And so there is, under that view, I mean, there are different ways to look at the fundamental nature of reality without consciousness and kind of come up with a similar view, but in that view, it is just kind of one thing with different experiences.
And in that boiling pot is a lobster, which represents the human condition.
The devil.
because life is suffering. I don't know if you've read David Foster's considered the lobster. I mean, I think the stuff that they would do to lobsters is fascinatingly. But,
I mean, that was my first rejection of many worlds. Just my psychological rejection of it was just imagining the multiplication of all of the suffering. I spent a lot of time thinking about, consumed by, and trying not to be overwhelmed by the depth of human suffering. To imagine many worlds with is just
infinite suffering.
Yeah.
What is it about humans? I think you spend too much time on Twitter. Is focused on the suffering. I mean, there's also the awesomeness. Yeah. I think the awesomeness outpowers the suffering over time.
So nice. I wish I believed that.
With memory, as you said, the suffering is multiplied. It's an interesting thought. But with memory, beauty is multiplied as well. So it's like,
yes, where I stand with it, and I'm for some reason still optimistic that we can get ourselves to a different place. But the way things currently are, or the way things have always been for animals and humans, and I think any conscious life form is, to me, the suffering seems so much more impactful and powerful than any happy, for lack of a better word, experience. That no happy experience is worth its equivalent experience of suffering.
that's certainly how I feel as well. But I've learned not to trust my feelings.
Yeah. Well,
So, the folks who are religious will ask the question, which I think applies whether you're religious or not. Why is there suffering in the world?
mm,
Why does a just God allow suffering? Those kinds of questions.
mm-hmm.
I think um, it does seem that suffering is a deep part of human history. And you have to really think about that.
Part of nature. I mean,
Part of nature.
if feeling good is surviving and thriving, nothing survives and thrives forever. So you just encounter suffering. It's just built in.
Yeah. Death meets us all in the end. And only it's kind of hilarious to think about most of nature, the cruelty and the poverty of nature, like how horrible the conditions are for animals.
Definitely.
War.
Just all over the place.
War, but it's mostly, it's war, but it's also just, it's like poverty. It's extreme poverty.
Yeah.
Like, when people like criticize like farms and so on, you also have to consider the suffering of the animals. We try to imagine the animals in the woods are all this happy time. It's like, you have to really consider, if you really ask an animal, would they like to sit in a boring zoo and be fed away from the wild and nature and the freedom and so on? I don't know how many would choose the zoo versus like nature. Anyway, but what's the meaning of life? Let me ask the question. Why?
For me?
Yes. There's no you. It's a question for whatever you're plugged into.
Is that a question for the body and mind system we call Annika?
We'll call Annika and let's see what that.
The meaning of life?
Yeah. Why? 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 Is there a why?
It's interesting. I've never been drawn to the why questions. I'm interested in the what and the how. What is life? What is this place? What are we doing? How are we here? How is this taking place? But I mean, if I had to answer, I guess I don't think there is a why really. It's funny, the quote, the thought that comes to mind is really like a kind of a cheesy quote that I'm sure is printed on a bunch of mugs and t-shirts. But it's Thich Nhat Hanh. I'm going to get it wrong, but it's something like, we're here to awaken from our illusion of separateness. And I don't really see that as an answer to the why question, although that's how it's framed in his quote. We are here for that purpose. I think if there is a purpose worth being here for, that's kind of the ultimate, I think.
Let me ask you for advice. You had a complex and a beautiful journey through life. You're exceptionally successful. What advice would you give to young folks in high school or in college about how to live a life like yours, or how to live a life they can be proud of, or have a career they can be proud of? How to pave a path and journey they can be happy with and be proud of.
I haven't really had this conversation with my kids. I mean, we have lots of deep conversations, and they're all kind of pertaining to each moment or whatever they're facing. I think career is difficult because in so many ways I just feel like I'm lucky that I ended up being able to do for a living the thing I love to do. But the
There's no
truth
such thing
is,
as luck.
Yeah.
with the free will. Luck is an illusion.
There's no such thing as luck when you believe in free will, right?
Right. It's true.
I really in retrospect, started working on my book 30 years ago and had no idea that I was working on it. And this kind of ties into my advice, which is I think it's really important to follow your passion and to find things that you love and that you find inspiring and motivating and exciting, whether they relate to your career or not. And I think many times, if you persist just for the pure passion of the thing itself, it finds a way into your everyday life.
The career manifests itself
I mean,
out of whatever.
That's what happened to me, and I've had such an unconventional path. It's very hard for me to give advice based on that path. But I do believe that it's extraordinarily important to keep your passions alive, to keep your curiosity alive, to keep your wonder at life alive, however you do that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be in your career. And I think for a lot of people, their career enables them the time and the space to experience other things that, maybe wouldn't be as enjoyable if they were their career.
Yeah, I mean, in general, a dogged pursuit of the stuff you love will create something beautiful. And if it's an unconventional path, those are the best kind. Those are the most beautiful kind. And it created, in this case, I think you're a beautiful person, Annika, a beautiful mind. Thank you so much for doing everything you do and for sharing it with the world. And thank you so much for talking to me today. That was awesome. Good to finally meet you.
Great to finally meet you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Annika Harris. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. I will not let anyone walk through my mind with their dirty feet. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time.
And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information. I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but really these little, they're about maybe 2 centimeters in a centimeter to 2 in size. They have a bright head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal. So they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planaria. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that over time everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are the actual. So the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
The following is a conversation with Michael Levin, one of the most fascinating and brilliant biologists I've ever talked to. He and his lab at Tufts University works on novel ways to understand and control complex pattern formation in biological systems. Andre Karpathy, a world-class AI researcher, is the person who first introduced me to Michael Levin's work. I bring this up because these two people make me realize that biology has a lot to teach us about AI, and AI might have a lot to teach us about biology. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael Levin. Embryogenesis is the process of building the human body from a single cell. I think it's one of the most incredible things that exists on Earth, from a single embryo. So how does this process work?
Yeah, it is an incredible process. I think it's maybe the most magical process there is. And I think one of the most fundamentally interesting things about it is that it shows that each of us takes the journey from so-called just physics to mind, right? Because we all start life as a single quiescent, unfertilized oocyte, and it's basically a bag of chemicals. And you look at that and say, okay, this is chemistry and physics. And then 9 months and some years later, you have an organism with high-level cognition and preferences and an inner life and so on. And what embryogenesis tells us is that that transformation from physics to mind is gradual. It's smooth. There is no special place where lightning bolt says, boom, now you've gone from physics to true cognition. That doesn't happen. And so we can see in this process that the whole mystery and the biggest mystery of the universe, basically, how you get mind from matter.
From just physics in quotes.
Yeah.
So where's the magic to the thing? How do we get from information coded in DNA and make physical reality out of that information?
So one of the things that I think is really important if we're going to bring in DNA into this picture is to think about the fact that what DNA encodes is the hardware of life. DNA contains the instructions for the kind of micro-level hardware that every cell gets to play with. So all the proteins, all the signaling factors, the ion channels, all the cool little pieces of hardware that cells have, that's what's in the DNA. The rest of it is in so-called generic laws. And these are laws of mathematics, these are laws of computation, these are laws of physics, of all kinds of interesting things that are not directly in the DNA. And that process, I think the reason I always put just physics in quotes is because I don't think there is such a thing as just physics. I think that thinking about these things in binary categories, like this is physics, this is true cognition, this is as if, it's only faking, about these kinds of things, I think that's what gets us in trouble. I think that we really have to understand that it's a continuum. We have to work up the scaling, the laws of scaling, and we can certainly talk about that. There's a lot of really interesting thoughts to be had there.
So the physics is deeply integrated with the information. So the DNA doesn't exist on its own. The DNA is integrated as, in some sense, in response to the laws of physics that the laws of the environment that exist.
Yeah, the environment and also the laws of the universe. I mean, the thing about the DNA is that it's once evolution discovers a certain kind of machine, that if the physical implementation is appropriate, it's sort of, and this is hard to talk about because we don't have a good vocabulary for this yet, but it's a very kind of a Platonic notion that if the machine is there, it pulls down interesting things that you do not have to evolve from scratch because the laws of physics give it to you for free. So just as a really stupid example, if you're trying to evolve a particular triangle, you can evolve the first angle, you evolve the second angle. You don't need to evolve the third. You know what it is already. Now, why do you know? That's a gift for free from geometry in a particular space. You know what that angle has to be. And if you evolve an ion channel, ion channels are basically transistors, right? They're voltage-gated current conductances. If you evolve that ion channel, you immediately get to use things like truth tables. You get logic functions. You don't have to evolve the logic function. You don't have to evolve the truth table. It doesn't have to be in the DNA. You get it for free, right? And the fact that if you have NAND gates, you can build anything you want. You get that for free. All you have to evolve is that first step, that first little machine that enables you to couple to those laws. And there's laws of adhesion and many other things. And this is all that interplay between the hardware that's set up by the genetics and the software that's made, right? The physiological software that basically does all the computation and the cognition and everything else is the real interplay between the information in the DNA and the laws of physics of computation and so on.
So is it fair to say, just like this idea that the laws of mathematics are discovered, they're latent within the fabric of the universe, in that same way the laws of biology are kind of discovered?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely, and it's probably not a popular view, but I think that's right on the line. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a really deep idea. Then embryogenesis is the process of revealing, of embodying, of manifesting these laws. You're not building the laws. You're just creating the capacity to reveal.
Yes. I think, again, not the standard view of molecular biology by any means, but I think that's right on the money. I'll give you a simple example. Some of our latest work with these xenobots, right? So what we've done is to take some skin cells off of an early frog embryo and basically ask about their plasticity. If we give you a chance to sort of reboot your multicellularity in a different context, what would you do? Because what you might assume by the thing about embryogenesis is that it's super reliable, right? It's very robust. And that really obscures some of its most interesting features. We get used to the fact that acorns make oak trees and the frog eggs make frogs. And we say, well, what else is it going to make? That's what it makes. That's a standard story. But the reality is, and so you look at these skin cells and say, well, what do they know how to do? Well, they know how to be a passive, boring, two-dimensional outer layer, keeping the bacteria from getting into the embryo. That's what they know how to do. Well, it turns out that if you take these skin cells and you remove the rest of the embryo, so you remove all of the rest of the cells, and you say, well, you're by yourself now, what do you want to do? So what they do is they form this little creature that runs around the dish. They have all kinds of incredible capacities. They navigate through mazes. They have various behaviors that they do both independently and together. They have basically they implement von Neumann's dream of self-replication, because if you sprinkle a bunch of loose cells into the dish, what they do is they run around, they collect those cells into little piles, they sort of mush them together until those little piles become the next generation of Xenobots. So you get this machine that builds copies of itself from loose material in its environment. None of this are things that you would have expected from the frog genome. In fact, they were wild type. The genome is wild type. There's nothing wrong with their genetics. Nothing has been added, no nanomaterials, no genomic editing. And so what we have done there is engineer by subtraction. What you've done is you remove the other cells that normally basically bully these cells into being skin cells. And you find out that what they really want to do is to be this, their default behavior is to be a xenobot. But in vivo, in the embryo, they get told to be skinned by these other cell types. And so now here comes this really interesting question that you just posed. When you ask where does the form of the tadpole and the frog come from, the standard answer is, well, it's selection. So over millions of years, right, it's been shaped to produce a specific body that's fit for froggy environments. Where does the shape of the xenobot come from? There's never been any xenobots. There's never been selection to be able to xenobot. These cells find themselves in the new environment. In 48 hours, they figure out how to be an entirely different proto-organism with new capacities like kinematic self-replication. That's not how frogs or tadpoles replicate. We've made it impossible for them to replicate their normal way. Within a couple of days, these guys find a new way of doing it that's not done anywhere else in the biosphere.
Well, actually, let's step back and define what are xenobots.
So a xenobot is a self-assembling little proto-organism. It's also a biological robot. Those things are not distinct. It's a member of both classes.
How much is it biology? How much is it robot?
At this point, most of it is biology, because what we're doing is we're discovering natural behaviors of the cells and also the cell collectives. Now, one of the really important parts of this was that we're working together with Josh Baumgart's group at University of Vermont. They're computer scientists to do AI, and they've basically been able to use a simulated evolution approach to ask, how can we manipulate these cells, give them signals, not rewire their DNA, so not hardware, but experience and signals. So can we remove some cells? Can we add some cells? Can we poke them in different ways to get them to do other things? So in the future, there's going to be, we're now, and this is future unpublished work, but we're doing all sorts of interesting ways to reprogram them to new behaviors. But before you can start to reprogram these things, you have to understand what their innate capacities are.
Okay, so that means engineering, programming, you're engineering them in the future. And in some sense, the definition of a robot is something you in part engineer.
Yeah.
And first of all, I mean, it's such a fuzzy definition anyway. In some sense, many of the organisms within our body are kinds of robots.
Yes.
And I think robots is a weird line, because we tend to see robots as the other. I think there will be a time in the future when there's going to be something akin to the civil rights movement for robots. But we'll talk about that later, perhaps.
Sure.
Anyway, so can we just linger on it? How do you build a xenobot? What are we talking about here? From whence does it start, and how does it become the glorious xenobot?
Yeah. So just to take one step back, one of the things that a lot of people get stuck on is they say, well, engineering requires new DNA circuits, or it requires new nanomaterials. What the thing is, we are now moving from old school engineering, which use passive materials, right? That things like wood, metal, things like this. That basically the only thing you can depend on is that they were going to keep your shape. They don't do anything else. It's on you as an engineer to make them do everything they're going to do. And then there were active materials and now computational materials. This is a whole new era. These are agential materials. This is you're now collaborating with your substrate, because your material has an agenda. These cells have billions of years of evolution. They have goals. They have preferences. They're not just going to sit where you put them.
That's hilarious that you have to talk your material to keep it shape.
That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That is
Stay
exactly
there.
right.
It's like getting a bunch of cats or something and trying to organize a shoe body.
It's funny, we're on the same page here because in the paper, this is currently just been accepted in Nature by Engineering. One of the figures I have is building a tower out of Legos versus dogs, right?
Yeah.
So think about the difference, right? If you build out of Legos, you have full control over where it's going to go. But if somebody knocks it over, it's game over. With the dogs, you cannot just come and stack them. They're not going to stay that way. But the good news is that if you train them, then somebody knocks it over, they'll get right back up. So it's all right. So as an engineer, what you really want to know is what can I depend on this thing to do, right? That's really, a lot of people have definitions of robots as far as what they're made of or how they got here, design versus evolve, whatever. I don't think any of that is useful. I think as an engineer, what you want to know is how much can I depend on this thing to do when I'm not around to micromanage it? What level of dependency can I give this thing? How much agency does it have? Which then tells you what techniques do you use. So do you use micromanagement? You put everything where it goes? Do you train it? Do you give it signals? Do you try to convince it to do things? Right? How much, how intelligent is your substrate? And so now we're moving into this area where you're working with agential materials. That's a collaboration. It's not old style.
Which is what you're using? Agential?
Agential. Yeah.
I mean,
Agency. It comes from the word agency. So basically the material has agency, meaning that it has some level of, obviously not human level, but some level of preferences, goals, memories, ability to remember things, to compute into the future, meaning anticipate. When you're working with cells, they have all of that to various degrees.
is that empowering or limiting, having materials as a mind of its own?
I think it's both, right? So it raises difficulties because it means that if you're using the old mindset, which is a linear kind of extrapolation of what's going to happen, you're going to be surprised and shocked all the time because biology does not do what we linearly expect materials to do. On the other hand, it's massively liberating. And so in the following way, I've argued that advances in regenerative medicine require us to take advantage of this because what it means is that you can get the material to do things that you don't know how to micromanage. So just as a simple example, right? If you had a rat and you wanted this rat to do a circus trick, put a ball of wool, you can do it the micromanagement way, which is try to control every neuron and try to play the thing like a puppet, right? And maybe someday that'll be possible, maybe. Or you can train the rat. And this is why humanity, for thousands of years before we knew any neuroscience, we had no idea what's between the ears of any animal, we were able to train these animals. Because once you recognize the level of agency of a certain system, you can use appropriate techniques if you know the currency of motivation, reward, and punishment, you know how smart it is, you know what kinds of things it likes to do. You are searching a much smoother, much nicer problem space than if you try to micromanage everything. And in regenerative medicine, when you're trying to get, let's say, an arm to grow back or an eye to repair or some birth defect or something, do you really want to be controlling tens of thousands of genes at each point to try to micromanage it? Or do you want to find the high-level modular controls that say, build an arm here? You already know how to build an arm. You did it before. Do it again. So that's, I think it's both. It's both difficult and it challenges us to develop new ways of engineering, and it's hugely empowering.
Okay, so how do you, maybe sticking with the metaphor of dogs and cats, I presume you have to figure out, find the dogs and dispose of the cats. Because, it's like the old herding cats is an issue. So you may be able to train dogs. I suspect you will not be able to train cats. Or if you do, you're never going to be able to trust them. So is there a way to figure out which material is amenable to herding? Is it in the lab work or is it in simulation?
Right now, it's largely in the lab because our simulations do not capture yet the most interesting and powerful things about biology. So the simulation does what we're pretty good at simulating are feed-forward emergent types of things, right? So cellular automata, if you have simple rules and you sort of roll those forward for every agent or every cell in the simulation, then complex things happen, ant colony algorithms, things like that. We're good at that, and that's fine. The difficulty with all of that is that it's incredibly hard to reverse. So this is a really hard inverse problem, right? If you look at a bunch of termites and they make a thing with a single chimney, you say, well, I like it, but I'd like two chimneys. How do you change the rules of behavior for each termite so they make two chimneys, right? Or if you say, here are a bunch of cells that are creating this kind of organism, I don't think that's optimal. I'd like to repair that birth defect. How do you control all the individual low-level rules, right? All the protein interactions and everything else. Rolling it back from the anatomy that you want to the low-level hardware is in general intractable. It's an inverse problem. It's generally not solvable. So right now it's mostly in the lab because what we need to do is we need to understand how biology uses top-down controls. So the idea is not bottom-up emergence, but the idea of things like goal-directed test, operate, exit kinds of loops where it's basically an error minimization function over a new space, and not a space of gene expression, but for example, a space of anatomy. So just as a simple example, if you have a salamander and it's got an arm, you can amputate that arm anywhere along the length. It will grow exactly what's needed, and then it stops. That's the most amazing thing about regeneration, is that it stops. It knows when to stop. When does it stop? It stops when a correct salamander arm has been completed. So that tells you that's a means ends kind of analysis where it has to know what the correct limb is supposed to look like, right? So it has a way to ascertain the current shape. It has a way to measure that delta from what shape it's supposed to be, and it will keep taking actions, meaning remodeling and growing and everything else until that's complete. So once you know that, and we've taken advantage of this in the lab to do some really wild things with both planaria and frog ears and so on. Once you know that, you can start playing with that homeostatic cycle. You can ask, for example, well, how does it remember what the correct shape is, and can we mess with that memory? Can we give it a false memory of what the shape should be and let the cells build something else? Or can we mess with the measurement apparatus, right? So it gives you those kinds. So the idea is to basically appropriate a lot of the approaches and concepts from cognitive neuroscience and behavioral science into things that previously were taken to be dumb materials. And you get yelled at in class if for being anthropomorphic. If you said, "Well, my cells want to do this and my cells want to do that," and I think that's a major mistake that leaves a ton of capabilities on the table.
So thinking about biologic systems, things that have memory, have almost something like cognitive ability. But I mean, how incredible is it, that the salamander arm is being rebuilt not with a dictator. It's kind of like the cellular autonomous system. All the individual workers are doing their own thing. So where's that top-down signal that does the control coming from? Like, how can you find it?
Yeah.
Like, why does it stop growing? How does it know the shape? How does it have memory of the shape? And how does it tell everybody to be like, whoa, slow down, look down?
So the first thing to think about, I think, is that there are no examples anywhere of a central dictator, because in this kind of science, because everything is made of parts. And so we even though we feel as a unified central sort of intelligence and kind of point of cognition, we are a bag of neurons, right? All intelligence is collective intelligence. This is important to kind of think about, because a lot of people think, okay, there's real intelligence with me, and then there's collective intelligence, which is ants and flocks of birds and termites and things like that. And maybe it's appropriate to think of them as an individual, and maybe it's not. A lot of people are skeptical about that and so on. But you got to realize that we are not. There's no such thing as this like indivisible diamond of intelligence that's like this one central thing that's not made of parts. We are all made of parts. And so if you believe, which I think is hard to get around, that we in fact have a centralized set of goals and preferences, and we plan and we do things and so on, you are already committed to the fact that a collection of cells is able to do this, because we are a collection of cells. There's no getting around it. In our case, what we do is we navigate the three-dimensional world. We have behavior.
Just blowing my mind, because we are just a collection of cells.
Oh yeah.
So when I'm moving this arm, I feel like I'm the central dictator of that action. But there's a lot of stuff going on. Like all the cells here are collaborating in some interesting way. They're getting signal from the central nervous system.
Well, even the central nervous system is misleadingly named, because it isn't really central. Again, it's just a bunch of cells. I mean, all of it, right? There are no singular indivisible intelligences anyway. We are all every example that we've ever seen is a collective of something. It's just that we're used to it. We're used to that. We're used to, okay, this thing is kind of a single thing. It's really not. You zoom in, you know what you see. You see a bunch of cells running around, and so.
Is there some unifying, you're jumping around, but that's something that you look at as the bioelectrical signal versus the biochemical, the chemistry, the electricity? Maybe the life is in that versus the cells. It's there's an orchestra playing, and the resulting music is the dictator.
That's not bad. That's Dennis Noble's kind of view of things. He has two really good books where he talks about this musical analogy, right? So I think that's I like it. I like it.
Is it wrong?
I don't think it's I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong. I think the important thing about it is that we have to come to grips with the fact that a true proper cognitive intelligence can still be made of parts. Those things are, and in fact, it has to be. And then I think it's a real shame, but I see this all the time. When you have a collective like this, whether it be a group of robots or a collection of cells or neurons, whatever, as soon as we gain some insight into how it works, right? Meaning that, I see, in order to take this action, here's the information that got processed via this chemical mechanism or whatever. Immediately people say, oh, well, then that's not real cognition, that's just physics. And I think this is fundamentally flawed, because if you zoom into anything, what are you going to see? Of course you're just going to see physics. What else could be underneath, right? It's not going to be fairy dust, it's going to be physics and chemistry. But that doesn't take away from the magic of the fact that there are certain ways to arrange that physics and chemistry, in particular the bioelectricity, which I like a lot, to give you an emergent collective with goals and preferences and memories and anticipations that do not belong to any of the subunits. So I think what we're getting into here, and we can talk about how this happens during embryogenesis and so on, what we're getting into is the origin of a self, and with a capital S. So we ourselves, there are many other kinds of selves, and we can tell some really interesting stories about where selves come from and how they become unified.
Yeah, is this the first, or at least humans tend to think that this is the level at which the self, capital S, is first born. But, and we really don't want to see human civilization or Earth itself as one limited unit.
Yeah.
That's very uncomfortable to us.
It is, yeah.
But where's the self born?
We have to grow up past that. So what I like to do is, I'll tell you two quick stories about that. I like to roll backwards. So as opposed to, so if you start and you say, okay, here's a paramecium, and you see it, it's a single cell organism, you see it doing various things, and people will say, okay, I'm sure there's some chemical story to be told about how it's doing it, so that's not true cognition, right? And people will argue about that. I like to work it backwards and say, let's agree that you and I, as we sit here, are examples of true cognition, if anything. Because if there's anything that's true cognition, we are examples of it. And then just roll back slowly, right? So you roll back to the time when you're a small child and just doing whatever, and then just sort of day by day you roll back, and eventually you become more or less that paramecium, and then you sort of even below that, right? As an unfertilized oocyte. So it's no one has, to my knowledge, no one has come up with any convincing discrete step at which my cognitive powers disappear, right? It just doesn't. The biology doesn't offer any specific step. It's incredibly smooth and slow and continuous. And so I think this idea that it just sort of magically shows up at one point, and then humans have true selves that don't exist elsewhere. I think it runs against everything we know about evolution, everything we know about developmental biology. These are all slow continuum. Then the other really important story I want to tell is where embryos come from. So think about this for a second. Amniote embryos, so this is humans, birds, and so on, mammals and birds, and so on. Imagine a flat disk of cells. So there's maybe 50,000 cells. And in that, so when you get an egg from a fertilized, let's say you buy a fertilized egg from a farm, right? That egg will have about 50,000 cells in a flat disk. That's a little tiny little frisbee. And in that flat disk, what will happen is there'll be one set of cells will become special, and it will tell all the other cells, I'm going to be the head. You guys don't be the head. And so it'll amplify symmetry breaking, amplification. You get one embryo. There's some neural tissue and some other stuff. Now you say, okay, I had one egg and one embryo, and there you go. What else could it be? Well, the reality is, and I did all of this as a grad student. If you take a little needle and you make a scratch in that plastic or in that disc, such that the cells can't talk to each other. For a while, it heals up, but for a while, they can't talk to each other. What will happen is that both regions will decide that they could be the embryo, and there will be two of them. And then when they heal up, they become conjoined twins. And you can make two, you can make three, you can make lots. So the question of how many cells are in there cannot be answered until it's actually played all the way through. It isn't necessarily that there's just one. There could be many. So what you have is this medium, this undifferentiated. I'm sure there's a psychological version of this somewhere that I don't know the proper terminology, but you have this like ocean of potentiality. You have these thousands of cells and some number of individuals are going to be formed out of it, usually one, sometimes zero, sometimes several, and they form out of these cells because a region of these cells organizes into a collective that will have goals that individual cells don't have. For example, make a limb, make an eye. How many eyes? For example, 2. So individual cells don't know what an eye is. They don't know how many eyes you're supposed to have, but the collective does. The collective has goals and memories and anticipations that the individual cells don't. And that the establishment of that boundary, its own ability to pursue certain goals, that's the origin of selfhood.
But is that goal in there somewhere? Were they always destined? Like, are they discovering that goal? Like, where the hell did evolution discover this? When you went from the prokaryotes to eukaryotic cells, and then they started making groups, and when you make a certain group, you make it sound as such a tricky thing to try to understand. You make it sound like the cells didn't get together and came up with a goal, but the very act of them getting together revealed the goal. It was always there. There was always that potential for that goal.
So the first thing to say is that there are way more questions here than certainties of this. So everything I'm telling you is cutting edge, developing, stuff. So it's not as if any of us know the answer to this. But here's my opinion. I think I don't think that evolution produces solutions to specific problems. In other words, specific environments. Like, here's a frog that can live well in a froggy environment. I think what evolution produces is problem-solving machines, and that will solve problems in different spaces. So not just three-dimensional space. This goes back to what we were talking about before. The brain is evolutionarily a late development. It's a system that is able to pursue goals in three-dimensional space by giving commands to muscles. Where did that system come from? That system evolved from a much more ancient, evolutionarily much more ancient system, where collections of cells gave instructions for cell behaviors, meaning cells move, to divide, to die, to change into different cell types, to navigate amorphous space, the space of anatomies, the space of all possible anatomies. And before that, cells were navigating transcription space, which is the space of all possible gene expressions. And before that, metabolic space. So what evolution has done, I think, is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using a bag of tricks, right? Which I'm sure many of them we can steal for autonomous vehicles and robotics and various things. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces without a whole lot of commitment to what the space is. In fact, they don't know what the space is, right? We are all brains in the back, so to speak. Every cell does not know, right? Every cell is some other cell's external environment, right? So where does that border between you and the outside world? You don't really know where that is, right? Every collection cell has to figure that out from scratch. And the fact that evolution requires all of these things to figure out what they are, what effectors they have, what sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw a boundary between me and the outside world? The fact that you have to build all that from scratch, this autopoiesis, is what defines the border of a self. Now, biology uses like a multi-scale competency architecture, meaning that every level has goals. So molecular networks have goals, cells have goals, tissues, organs, colonies, and it's the interplay of all of those that enable biology to solve problems in new ways. For example, in xenobots and various other things. This is, it's exactly as you said. In many ways, the cells are discovering new ways of being, but at the same time, evolution certainly shapes all this. So evolution is very good at this agential bioengineering, right? When evolution is discovering a new way of being an animal or a plant or something, sometimes it's by changing the hardware, changing the protein structure and so on. But much of the time, it's not by changing the hardware, it's by changing the signals that the cells give to each other. It's doing what we as engineers do, which is try to convince the cells to do various things by using signals, experiences, stimuli. That's what biology does. It has to, because it's not dealing with a blank slate. Every time, if you're evolution, you're trying to make an organism, you're not dealing with a passive material that is fresh and you have to specify. It already wants to do certain things. So the easiest way to do that search to find whatever is going to be adaptive is to find the signals that are going to convince themselves to do various things, right?
Your sense is that evolution operates both in the software and the hardware, and it's just easier and more efficient to operate in the software.
Yes, and I should also say I don't think the distinction is sharp. In other words, I think it's a continuum, but I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make changes to a particular protein, and now the enzymatic function is different and it metabolizes differently, whatever, and that will have implications for fitness. Or you can change the huge amount of information in the genome that isn't structural at all. It's signal. It's when and how do cells say certain things to each other, and that can have massive changes as far as how it's going to solve problems.
I mean, this idea of multi-hierarchical competence architecture, which is incredible to think about. So this hierarchy that evolution builds, I don't know who's responsible for this. I also see the incompetence of bureaucracies of humans when they get together. So how the hell does evolution build this? Where at every level, only the best get to stick around. They somehow figure out how to do their job without knowing the bigger picture. And then there's like the bosses that do the bigger thing somehow, or that you can now abstract away the small group of cells as an organ or something, and then that organ does something bigger in the context of the full body or something like this. How is that built? Is there some intuition you can kind of provide of how that's constructed, that hierarchical competence architecture? I love that. Competence, just the word competence is pretty cool in this context because everybody's good at their jobs.
Yeah, it's really key. And the other nice thing about competency is that, so my central belief in all of this is that engineering is the right perspective on all of this stuff because it gets you away from subjective terms. People talk about sentience and this and that. Those things are very hard to define, or people argue about them philosophically. I think that engineering terms like competency, like pursuit of goals, right? All of these things are empirically incredibly useful because you know it when you see it, and if it helps you build, right? If I can pick the right level, I say this thing has, I believe this is X level of competency. I think it's like a thermostat, or I think it's like a better thermostat, or I think it's various other kinds of many different kinds of complex systems. If that helps me to control and predict and build such systems, then that's all there is to say. There's no more philosophy to argue. So I like competency in that way because you can quantify. You have to make a thing competent of what. And then, or if somebody has a goal, the question is, what's the goal and how do you know? And I said, well, because every time I deviated from this particular state, that's what it spends energy to get back to. That's the goal. We can quantify it. We can be objective about it. So we're not used to thinking about this. I give a talk sometimes called "Why Don't Robots Get Cancer?" Right? And the reason robots don't get cancer is because, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, our architectures have been, you've got a bunch of dumb parts, and you hope that if you put them together, that the overlying machine will have some intelligence and do something or other. Right? But the individual parts don't care. They don't have an agenda. Biology isn't like that. Every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition both within and across levels. So, for example, during embryogenesis, your tissues and organs are competing with each other. And it's actually a really important part of development. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all just helping each other. They're also competing for information, for limited metabolic constraints. But to get back to your other point, which is this seems like really efficient and good and so on compared to some of our human efforts, we also have to keep in mind that what happens here is that each level bends the option space of the level beneath, so that your parts basically they don't see the geometry. So I'm using and I think I take this seriously. Terminology from relativity, right, where the space is literally bent. So the option space is deformed by the higher levels. But the lower levels, all they really have to do is go down their concentration gradient. They don't have to. In fact, they can't know what the big picture is. But if you bend the space just right, if they do what locally seems right, they end up doing your bidding. They end up doing things that are optimal in the higher space. Conversely, because the components are good at getting their job done, you as the higher level don't need to try to compute all the low-level controls. All you're doing is bending the space. You don't know or care how you're going to do it. Here's a super simple example in the tadpole. We found that, okay, so tadpoles need to become frogs, and to become from a tadpole head to a frog head, you have to rearrange the face. So the eyes have to move forward, the jaws have to come out, the nostrils, and like everything. It used to be thought that because all tadpoles look the same and all frogs look the same, if you just remember if every piece just moves in the right direction, the right amount, then you get your frog head. So we decided to test. I had this hypothesis that I thought actually the system is probably more intelligent than that. So what did we do? We made what we call Picasso tadpoles. So everything is scrambled. So the eyes are on the back of the head, the jaws are off to the side, everything's scrambled. Well, guess what they make? They make pretty normal frogs because all the different things move around in novel paths configurations until they get to the correct froggy, sort of frog face configuration that we stop. So the thing about that is now imagine evolution, right? So you make some sort of mutation, and it does, like every mutation, it does many things. So something good comes of it. It also moves your mouth off to the side, right? Now, if there wasn't this multi-scale competency, you can see where this is going. If there wasn't this multi-scale competency, the organism would be dead. Your fitness is zero because you can't eat, and you would never get to explore the other beneficial consequences of that mutation. You'd have to wait until you find some other way of doing it without moving them up. That's really hard. So the fitness landscape would be incredibly rugged. Evolution would take forever. The reason it works, well, one of the reasons it works so well, is because you do that. No worries, the mouse will find its way where it belongs, right? So now you get to explore. So what that means is that all these mutations that otherwise would be deleterious are not neutral because the competency of the parts make up for all kinds of things. So all the noise of development, all the variability of the environment, all these things, the competency of the parts makes up for it. So that's all fantastic, right? That's all great. The only other thing to remember when we compare this to human efforts is this: every component has its own goals in various spaces, usually with very little regard for the welfare of the other levels. So as a simple example, you as a complex system, you will go out and you will do, jujitsu or whatever. You'll have some you go rock climbing, scrape a bunch of cells off your hands, and then you're happy as a system, right? You come back and you accomplish some goals and you're really happy. Those cells are dead. They're gone, right? Did you think about those cells? Not really, right? You had some bruising out.
Selfish, that's so
right. That's it. And so that's the thing to remember is that, and we know this from history is that just being a collective isn't enough because what the goals of that collective will be relative to the welfare of the individual parts isn't massively open.
The ends justify the means. I'm telling you, Stalin was onto something. No,
so that's the danger.
Well, exactly. That's the danger of for us humans. We have to construct ethical systems under which we don't take seriously the full mechanism of biology and apply it to the way the world functions, which is an interesting line to draw. The world that built us is the one we reject in some sense when we construct human societies. The idea that this country was founded on that all men are created equal, that's such a fascinating idea. It's like you're fighting against nature. You're saying, well, there's something bigger here than a hierarchical competency architecture. But there's so many interesting things you said. So from an algorithmic perspective, the act of bending the option space, that's really profound. Because if you look at the way AI systems are built today, there's a big system, like I said, with robots, and has a goal, and it gets better and better at optimizing that goal, at accomplishing that goal. But if biology built a hierarchical system where everything is doing computation and everything is accomplishing the goal, not only that, it's kind of dumb, with a bent option space, it's just doing the thing that's the easiest thing for you. And somehow that allows you to have turtles on top of turtles, literally dumb systems on top of dumb systems, that as a whole creates something incredibly smart.
Yeah, I mean, every system has some degree of intelligence in its own problem domain. So cells will have problems they're trying to solve in physiological space and transcriptional space, and I could use some cool examples of that. But the collective is trying to solve problems in anatomical space, right, and forming a creature and growing your blood vessels and so on. And then the collective, the whole body is solving yet other problems. They may be in social space and linguistic space and three-dimensional space, and who knows, the group might be solving problems in some sort of financial space or something. So one of the major differences with most AIs today is the kind of flatness of the architecture, but also the fact that they're constructed from outside their borders and their so to a large extent, and of course there are counterexamples now, but to a large extent, our technology is such that you create a machine or a robot, it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its effectors are, it knows the boundary between it and the outside world. All this is given from the outside. Biology constructs this from scratch. Now, the best example of this that originally in robotics was actually Josh Bongart's work in 2006, where he made these robots that did not know their shape to start with. So like a baby, they sort of floundered around, they made some hypotheses. Well, I did this and I moved in this way. Well, maybe I'm a whatever, maybe I have wheels, or maybe I have 6 legs or whatever, right? And they would make a model and eventually they would call it. So that's really good. That's part of the autopoiesis, where we can go a step further, and some people are doing this, and we're sort of working on some of this too, is this idea that let's even go back further. You don't even know what sensors you have. You don't know where you end and the outside world begins. All you have is certain things like active inference, meaning you're trying to minimize surprise, right? You have some metabolic constraints. You don't have all the energy you need. You don't have all the time in the world to think about everything you want to think about. So that means that you can't afford to be a micro reductionist. All this data coming in, you have to coarse grain it and say, I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to call that a cat. I'm going to take all this. I'm going to call that the edge of the table I don't want to fall off of. And I don't want to know anything about the microstates. What I want to know is, what is the optimal way to cut off my world? And by the way, this thing over here, that's me. And the reason that's me is because I have more control over this than I have over any of this other stuff. And so now you can begin to, right? So that's self-construction, that figuring out, making models of the outside world and then turning that inwards and starting to make a model of yourself, right? Which immediately starts to get into issues of agency and control, because in order to, if you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right, that all the energy in the world, you have to be efficient, that immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's, to even calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse-grain, and you have to say, that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I will go towards as a major food or whatever it's going to be. And so right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make models of agents doing things, that is the origin of models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself and say, wait, I have agency too, I do things, right? And then you make decisions about what you do. So all of this, one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are and to do so, and to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible.
So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
Well, I'll say 2 things. The first thing is, I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that's whether it's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think it's now they don't have. Now obviously, you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish tasks, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious three-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good. But the thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the three-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse, and we immediately know what the difference is, right?
Mostly things you can eat or get eaten by.
Yeah. That's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. If you could feel your blood chemistry the way you could see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection. and you could feel your blood chemistry. You could see, you could sense all the things that your organs were doing, so your pancreas, your liver, all of it. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate the stimuli, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence and these opaque spaces and a lot of people think that's just crazy because all we know is motion.
We do have access to that information, so it's actually possible that so evolution could, if we wanted to construct an organism that's able to perceive the flow of blood through your body, the way you see an old friend, you say, "Yo, what's up? How's the wife and the kids?" In that same way, you would feel like a connection to the liver.
Yep. I think
maybe other people's liver, no, just your own, because you don't have access to other people's.
Not yet, but you could imagine some really interesting connection, right? But
like sexual selection, like, ooh, that girl's got a nice liver.
Well, that's
like the way her blood flows, the dynamics of the blood is very interesting. It's novel. I've never seen one of those.
But that's exactly what we're trying to half-ass when we judge judgment of beauty by facial symmetry and so on. That's a half-assed assessment of exactly that. Because if your cells could not cooperate enough to keep your organism symmetrical, you can make some inferences about what else is wrong, right? Like that's a very basic.
Interesting. Yeah. So that, from a deep sense, actually, that is what we're doing. We're trying to infer how to use the word healthy, but basically how functional is this biological system I'm looking at, so I can hook up with that one and make offspring.
Yeah. Well, what kind of hardware might their genomics give me that might be useful in the future?
I wonder why evolution didn't give us higher resolution signal. Like, why the whole peacock thing with the feathers? It doesn't seem. It's a very low bandwidth signal for sexual selection.
I'm not an expert on this stuff, but
peacocks.
Well, but I'll take a stab at the reason. I think that it's because it's an arms race. You see, you don't want everybody to know everything about you. So I think that as much as, and in fact, there's another interesting part of this arms race, which is, if you think about this, the most adaptive, evolvable system is one that has the most level of top-down control, right? If it's really easy to say to a bunch of cells, make another finger, versus, okay, here's 10,000 gene expression changes that you need to do to change your finger, right? The system with good top-down control that has memory, and we need to get back to that, by the way. It's a question, I neglect to answer about where the memory is, and so the system that uses all of that is really highly evolvable. That's fantastic. But guess what? It's also highly subject to hijack by parasites, by cheaters of various kinds, by conspecifics. Like we found that, and then that goes back to the story of the pattern memory. In these planaria, there's a bacterium that lives on this planaria. That bacterium has an input into how many heads the worm is going to have, because it hijacks that control system, and it's able to make a chemical that basically interfaces with the system that calculates how many heads you're supposed to have, and they can make them have 2 heads. And so you can imagine that if you are so you want to be understandable for your own parts to understand each other, but you don't want to be too understandable because you'll be too easily controllable. And so I think that my guess is that opposing pressure keeps this from being a super high bandwidth kind of thing where we can just look at somebody and know everything about them.
So it's a kind of biological game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
You're showing some cards and you're hiding other cards. And part of it is bluffing, and there's all that, and then there's probably whole species that would do way too much bluffing. That's probably what peacocks fall. There's a book that I don't remember if I read or if I read summaries of the book. It's about the evolution of beauty in birds. Who's that from? Is that a book, or does Richard Dawkins talk about? But basically, there's some species start to like over-select for beauty. Not over-select. They just for some reason select for beauty. There is a case to be made. Actually, now I'm starting to remember. I think Darwin himself made a case that you could select based on beauty alone. So that beauty, there's a point where beauty doesn't represent some underlying biological truth. You start to select for beauty itself. I think the deep question is, there is some is there some evolutionary value to beauty? But it's an interesting kind of thought that this can we deviate completely from the deep biological truth to actually appreciate some kind of the summarization. So let me get back to memory because this is a really interesting idea. Um, how do a collection of cells remember anything? How do biological systems remember anything? How is that akin to the kind of memory we think of humans as having within our big cognitive engine?
Yeah. One of the ways to start thinking about bioelectricity is to ask ourselves, where did neurons and all these cool tricks that the brain uses to run these amazing problem-solving abilities on and basically an electrical network, right? Where did that come from? It didn't just evolve appear out of nowhere. It must have evolved from something. And what it evolved from was a much more ancient ability of cells to form networks to solve other kinds of problems. For example, to navigate morphospheres, the control of the body's shape. And so all of the components of neurons, so ion channels, neurotransmitter machinery, electrical synapses, all this stuff is way older than brains, way older than neurons, in fact, older than multicellularity. And so it was already there, even bacterial biofilms. There's some beautiful work from UCSD on brain-like dynamics in bacterial biofilms. So evolution figured out very early on that electrical networks are amazing at having memories, at integrating information across distance, at different kinds of optimization tasks, image recognition, and so on, long before there were brains.
Can you actually step back and return to it? What is bioelectricity? What is biochemistry? What are electrical networks? I think a lot of the biology community focuses on the chemicals as the signaling mechanisms that make the whole thing work. You have, I think, to a large degree, uniquely, maybe you can correct me on that, have focused on the bioelectricity, which is using electricity for signaling. There's also probably mechanical, like knocking on the door. So what's the difference and what's an electrical network?
Yeah. So I want to make sure and kind of give credit where credit is due. So as far back as 1903 and probably late 1800s already, people were thinking about the importance of electrical phenomena in life. So I'm for sure not the first person to stress the importance of electricity. There were waves of research in the 30s, in the 40s, and then again in the kind of 70s, 80s, and 90s of sort of the pioneers of bioelectricity who did some amazing work on all this. I think what we've done that's new is to step away from this idea that, and I'll describe what the bioelectricity is step away from the idea that, well, here's another piece of physics that you need to keep track of to understand the physiology and development, and to really start looking at this as saying, no, this is a privileged computational layer that gives you access to the actual cognition of the tissue of basal cognition. So merging that developmental biophysics with ideas in cognition, computation, and so on. I think that's what we've done. That's new. But people have been talking about bioelectricity for a really long time, and so I'll define it. So what happens is that if you have a single cell has a membrane. In that membrane are proteins called ion channels, and those proteins allow charged molecules, potassium, sodium, chloride, to go in and out under certain circumstances. And when there's an imbalance of those ions, there becomes a voltage gradient across that membrane. And so all living cells try to hold a particular kind of voltage difference across the membrane, and they spend a lot of energy to do so. When you so that's a single cell. When you have multiple cells sitting next to each other, they can communicate their voltage state to each other via a number of different ways, but one of them is this thing called a gap junction, which is basically like a little submarine hatch, just kind of docks, right? And the ions from one side can flow to the other side and vice versa. So
isn't it incredible that this evolved? Isn't that wild? Because that didn't exist.
Correct. This had to be evolved, and
it had to be invented. Somebody invented electricity in the ocean. When did this get invented?
Yeah. So I mean, it is incredible. The guy who discovered gap junctions, Werner Lowenstein, I visited him. He was really old.
Human being.
He discovered them.
He was because who really discovered them lived probably 4 billion years ago. So you're give credit where credit is due.
He rediscovered gap junctions. But when I visited him in what's all maybe 20 years ago now. He told me that he was writing. Unfortunately, he passed away, and I think this book never got written. He was writing a book on gap junctions and consciousness, and I think it would have been an incredible book because gap junctions are magic. I'll explain why in a minute. What happens is that, just imagine, the thing about both these ion channels and these gap junctions is that many of them are themselves voltage sensitive. So that's a voltage sensitive current conductance. That's a transistor. And as soon as you've invented one, immediately you now get access to, from this Platonic space of mathematical truths, you get access to all of the cool things that transistors do. So now when you have a network of cells, not only do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other, and the differences of voltage can propagate. Now, to neuroscientists, this is old hat because you see this in the brain, right? These action potentials, the electricity. They have these awesome movies where you can take a zebra, like a transparent animal, like a zebrafish. You can literally look down and you can see all the firings as the fish is like making decisions about what to eat and things like that. Right? It's amazing. Well, your whole body's doing that all the time, just much slower. So there are very few things that neurons do that other cells, that all the cells in your body don't do. They all do very similar things, just on a much slower time scale. And whereas your brain is thinking about how to solve problems in three-dimensional space, the cells in an embryo are thinking about how to solve problems in anatomical space. They're trying to have memories like, hey, how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? What do we do to get from here to there? That's the kind of problems they're thinking about. And the reason that gap junctions are magic is, imagine, right, from the earliest time. Here are two cells. This cell, how can they communicate? Well, the simple version is this cell could send a chemical signal that floats over and it hits a receptor on this cell. Right? Because it comes from outside, this cell can very easily tell that came from outside. This is whatever information is coming. That's not my information. That information is coming from outside. So I can trust it. I can ignore it. I can do various things with it, whatever. But I know it comes from outside. Now imagine instead that you have two cells with a gap junction between them. Something happens. Let's say this cell gets poked. There's a calcium spike. The calcium spike or whatever small molecule signal propagates through the gap junction to this cell. There's no ownership metadata on that signal. This cell does not know now that it came from outside because it looks exactly like its own memories would have looked like of whatever happened. So gap junctions, to some extent, wipe ownership information on data, which means that if you and I are sharing memories and we can't quite tell who the memories belong to, that's the beginning of a mind meld. That's the beginning of a scale up of cognition from here's me and here's you to no, now there's just us.
So they enforce a collective intelligence.
That's right. Gap junctions. That's right. It helps. It's the beginning. It's not the whole story, but it's the start.
Where is state stored of the system?
So
is it in part in the gap junctions themselves? Is it the cells?
There are many layers to this, as always in biology. So there are chemical networks. So, for example, gene regulatory networks, right, which are basically any kind of chemical pathway where different chemicals activate and repress each other. They can store memories. So, in the dynamical system sense, they can store memories. They can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of, right? So that becomes, once they get in, that's a memory, a permanent memory or a semi-permanent memory of something that's happened. There are cytoskeletal structures, right, that are physically they store memories in physical configuration. There are electrical memories like flip-flops where there is no physical, right? So if you look, I showed my students this example as a flip-flop, and the reason that it stores a 0 or 1 is not because some piece of the hardware moved. It's because there's a cycling of the current at one side of the thing. If I come over and I hold, I hold the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time, it flips over and now it's here. But none of the hardware, the information is in a stable dynamical sense. And if you were to X-ray the thing, you couldn't tell me if it was 0 or 1, because all you could see is where the hardware is. You wouldn't see the energetic state of the system. So there are bioelectrical states that are held in that exact way, like volatile RAM, basically, like in the electrical state.
It's very akin to the different ways the memory is stored in the computer. So there's RAM, there's hard drive.
You can make that mapping, right? Now, so I think the interesting thing is that based on the biology, we can have a more sophisticated. I think we can revise some of our computer engineering methods because there are some interesting things that biology does we haven't done yet. But that mapping is not that. I think it will work.
Yeah, I wonder. The way we built computers at the root of computer science is the idea of proof of correctness, where we program things to be perfect, reliable. This idea of resilience and robustness to unknown conditions is not as important. So that's what biology is really good at. I don't know what kind of systems. I don't know how we go from a computer to a biological system in the future.
Yeah, I think that the thing about biology is all about making really important decisions really quickly on very limited information. I mean, that's what biology is all about. You have to act. You have to act now. The stakes are very high, and you don't know most of what you need to know to be perfect. And so there's not even an attempt to be perfect or to get it right in any sense. There are just things like active inference, minimize surprise, optimize some efficiency, and some things like this. That guides the whole business.
I mentioned to you offline that somebody who's a fan of your work is Andre Kapati, and he's amongst many things also writes occasionally a great blog. He came up with this idea. I don't know if he coined the term, but of software 2.0, where the programming is done in the space of configuring these artificial neural networks. Is there some sense in which that would be the future of programming for us humans, where we're less doing like Python-like programming and more, how would that look like? But basically doing the hyperparameters of something akin to a biological system and watching it go and keeping it, adjusting it, and creating some kind of feedback loop within the system so it corrects itself. And then we watch it over time accomplish the goals we want it to accomplish. Is that kind of the dream of the dogs that you described in that Nature paper?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just painted is a very good description of our efforts at regenerative medicine as a kind of somatic psychiatry. So the idea is that you're not trying to micromanage. I mean, think about the limitations of a lot of the medicines today. We try to interact down at the level of pathways, right? So we're trying to micromanage it. What's the problem? Well, one problem is that for almost every medicine other than antibiotics, once you stop it, the problem comes right back. You don't fix anything. You're addressing symptoms. You weren't actually curing anything except for antibiotics. That's one problem. The other problem is you have a massive amount of side effects because you were trying to interact at the lowest level. It's right. It's like I'm gonna try to program this computer by changing the melting point of copper. Like maybe you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to program it right at the hardware level. So what I think we're starting to understand is that, and by the way, this goes back to what you were saying before about that we could have access to our internal state, right? So people who practice that kind of stuff, right? So yoga and biofeedback and those are all the people that uniformly will say things like, well, the body has an intelligence and this and that. Like those two sets overlap perfectly because that's exactly right. Because once you start thinking about it that way, you realize that the better locus of control is not always at the lowest level. This is why we don't program with a soldering iron, right? We take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out, okay, which of your tissues can learn, what can they learn, why is it that certain drugs stop working after you take them for a while with its habituation, right? And so can we understand habituation, sensitization, associative learning, these kinds of things in chemical pathways? We're going to have a completely different way, I think. We're going to have a completely different way of using drugs and medicine in general when we start focusing on the goal states and on the intelligence of our subsystems as opposed to treating everything as if the only path was micromanagement from chemistry upwards.
Well, can you speak to this idea of somatic psychiatry? What are somatic cells? How do they form networks that use bioelectricity to have memory and all those kinds of things?
Yeah.
What are somatic cells? Like basics.
The somatic cells just means the cells of your body. So much just means body, right? So somatic cells are just the cell. I'm not even specifically making a distinction between somatic cells and stem cells or anything like that. I mean, basically all the cells in your body, not just neurons, but all the cells in the body. They form electrical networks during embryogenesis, during regeneration. What those networks are doing, in part, is processing information about what our current shape is and what the goal shape is. How do I know this? because to give you a couple of examples. One example is when we started studying this, we said, okay, here's a planarian. Planarian is a flatworm. It has one head and one tail. And there's several amazing things about planaria, but basically they kind of, I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little they're about maybe 2 centimeters in a centimeter to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal, so they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planaria. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that well over time everything degrades. Planaria can keep it going for probably how long have they been around? 400 billion years, right? So these are the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
So there's planaria that have lived that long. Essentially, what does it mean physical continuity?
Because what they do is they split in half. The way they reproduce is they split in half. So the planaria, the back end grabs the petri dish, the front end takes off, and they rip themselves off.
But isn't it some sense we're like you are a physical continuation?
Yes, except that we go through a bottleneck of one cell, which is the egg. They do not. I mean, they can't. There's certain planaria.
Got it. So we go through a very ruthless compression process, and they don't.
Yes. Like an autoencoder, sort of squash down to one cell and back up. These guys just tear themselves in half, and so the other amazing thing about them is they regenerate. So you can cut them into pieces. The record is, I think, 276 or something like that by Thomas Morgan. And each piece regrows a perfect little. They know exactly. Every piece knows exactly what's missing, what needs to happen. In fact, if you chop it in half, as it grows, the other half, the original tissue shrinks so that when the new tiny head shows up, they're proportional. So it keeps a perfect proportion. If you starve them, they shrink. If you feed them again, they expand. Their anatomical control is just insane.
Somebody cut them into over 200 pieces.
Yeah.
Hashtag science.
Yep. Amazing. Yeah, and maybe more. I mean, they didn't have antibiotics back then. I bet he lost some due to infection. I bet it's actually more than that. I bet you could do more than that.
Humans can't do that.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, yes. True. Except
Maybe
that
you can at the embryonic level.
well, that's the thing, right? So I tell when I talk about this, I say just remember that as amazing as it is to grow a whole planarian from a tiny fragment, half of the human population can grow a full body from one cell, right? So development is really, you can look at development as just an example of regeneration.
Yeah, to think we'll talk about regenerative medicine, but there's some sense we would be like that warm in like 500 years. Where I think just go regrow a hand.
Yep, with given time, it takes time to grow large things, but
For now,
yeah, I think so.
I think we probably why not accelerate? Oh, biology takes its time.
I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but I don't know of a way to accelerate these processes. I think it's possible. I think we are going to be regenerative, but I don't know of a way to make it fast.
I just think people from a few centuries from now going, oh, they used to have to wait a week for the hand to regrow. It's like when the microwave was invented. Yeah, you can toast your what's that called when you put a cheese on a toast? It's delicious. It's all I'm blanking. Anyway, all right. So planaria. Why were we talking about the magical planaria that they have the history of life?
Yeah. So the reason we're talking about planaria is not only are they immortal, okay, not only do they regenerate every part of their body, they generally don't get cancer. Okay? So which we can talk about why that's important. They're smart. They can learn things. You can train them. And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information.
Do they have a biological network going on? Or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
So their somatic cells are forming a network, and that's what you mean by true brain. What's the requirement for a true brain?
Like everything else, it's a continuum, but a true brain has certain characteristics as far as the density, like a localized density of neurons that guides behavior.
In the head.
Exactly. Exactly. If you cut their head off, the tail doesn't do anything. It just sits there until the new brain until the new brain regenerates. They have all the same neurotransmitters that you have. But here's what we're talking about in this context. So here's your planaria. You cut off the head. You cut off the tail. You have a middle fragment. That middle fragment has to make one head and one tail. How does it know how many of each to make, and where do they go from? It doesn't switch up. So we did a very simple thing, and we said, okay, let's make a hypothesis that there's a somatic electrical network that remembers the correct pattern, and that what it's doing is recalling that memory and building to that pattern. So what we did was we used a way to visualize electrical activity in the cells, right? It's a variant of what people use to look for electricity in the brain, and we saw that it has that fragment has a very particular electrical pattern. You can literally see it once we developed the technique. It has a very particular electrical pattern that shows you where the head and the tail goes, right? You can just see it. And then we said, okay, well, now let's test the idea that that's a memory that actually controls where the head and the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically incept a false memory. And so what you can do is you can do that in many different ways. One way is with drugs that target ion channels to say, and so you pick these drugs and you say, okay, I'm going to do it so that instead of this one head, one tail electrical pattern, you have a two-headed pattern, right? You're just editing the electrical information in the network. When you do that, guess what the cells build? They build a two-headed one. And the coolest thing about it, now no genetic changes, and we haven't touched the genome is totally outside. But the amazing thing about it is that when you take these two-headed animals and you cut them into pieces again, some of those pieces will continue to make two-headed animals. So that information, that memory, that electrical circuit, not only does it hold the information for how many heads, not only does it use that information to tell the cells what to do to regenerate, but it stores it. Once you've reset it, it keeps. And we can go back. We can take a two-headed animal and put it back to one-headed. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding about genomes and things like that. Imagine I take this two-headed animal. Oh, and by the way, when they reproduce, when they tear themselves in half, you still get two-headed animals. So imagine I take them and throw them in the Charles River over here. So 100 years later, some scientists come along and they scoop up some samples and they go, oh, there's a single-headed form and a two-headed form. Wow, a speciation effect. Cool. Let's sequence the genome and see what happened. The genomes are identical. There's nothing wrong with the genome. So if you ask the question, how does, so this goes back to your very first question, is where do body plans come from, right? How does the planarian know how many heads it's supposed to have? Now, it's interesting because you could say DNA, but what as it turns out, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says one head. The way that when you turn on a calculator, by default, it's a zero every single time. Right? You turn it on, it just says zero. But it's a programmable calculator, as it turns out. So once you've changed that, next time it won't say zero; it'll say something else. And the same thing here. So you can make one-headed, two-headed, no-headed worms. We've done some other things along these lines, some other really weird constructs. So this question, right? So again, it's really important. The hardware-software distinction is really important because the hardware is essential, because without proper hardware, you're never going to get to the right physiology of having that memory. But once you have it, it doesn't fully determine what the information is going to be. You can have other information in there that's reprogrammable by us, by bacteria, by various parasites, probably, things like that. The other amazing thing about these planarias, most animals, when we get a mutation in our bodies, our children don't inherit it, right? So you could go on, you could run around for 50, 60 years getting mutations, your children don't have those mutations because we go through the egg stage. Planaria tear themselves in half, and that's how they reproduce. So for 400 million years, they keep every mutation that they've had that doesn't kill the cell that it's in. So when you look at these planaria, their bodies are what's called mixoploid, meaning that every cell might have a different number of chromosomes. They look like a tumor. If you look at the genome is an incredible mess because they accumulate all this stuff. And yet, their body structure is, they are the best regenerators on the planet. Their anatomy is rock solid, even though their genome is all kinds of crap. So this is kind of a scandal, right? That, when we learn that, what are genomes? What genomes determine your body? Okay, why does the animal with the worst genome have the best anatomical control, the most cancer resistant, the most regenerative? Really, we're just beginning to start to understand this relationship between the genomically determined hardware and by the way, just as of a couple of months ago, I think I now somewhat understand why this is, but it's really a major puzzle.
I mean, that really throws a wrench into the whole nature versus nurture, because you usually associate electricity with the nurture and the hardware with the nature. Yeah. There's just this weird integrated mess that propagates through generations.
Yeah, it's much more fluid. It's much more complex. You can imagine what's happening here. Is just imagine the evolution of an animal like this. That multi-scale, goes back to this multi-scale competency, right? Imagine that you have you have an animal that that its tissues have some degree of multi-scale competency. So, for example, if like we saw in the tadpole, if you put an eye on its tail, they can still see out of that eye, right? There's incredible plasticity. So, if you have an animal and it comes up for selection and fitness is quite good, evolution doesn't know whether the fitness is good because the genome was awesome or because the genome was kind of junky, but the competency made up for it, right? And things kind of ended up good. So what that means is that the more competency you have, the harder it is for selection to pick the best genomes. It hides information, right? And so that means that so what happens? Evolution starts all the hard work is being done to increase the competency because it's harder and harder to see the genomes. And so I think in planaria, what happens is that there's this runaway phenomenon where all the effort went into the algorithm, such that we know you've got a crappy genome. We can't clean up the genome. We can't keep track of it. So what's going to happen is what survives are the algorithms that can create a great worm, no matter what the genome is. So everything went into the algorithm, and which of course then reduces the pressure on keeping a clean genome. So this idea of and different animals have this to different levels. But this idea of putting energy into an algorithm that does not overtrain on priors, right? You can't assume, I think biology is in general, evolution doesn't take the past too seriously because it makes these basically problem-solving machines as opposed to exactly what, to deal with exactly what happened last time.
Yeah, problem-solving versus memory recall. A little memory, but a lot of problem-solving.
I think so, yeah, in many cases, yeah.
So, I mean, it's incredible that those kinds of systems are able to be constructed, especially how much they contrast with the way we build problem-solving systems in the AI. Back to Xenobots. I'm not sure if we ever described how Xenobots are built, but you have a paper titled Biological Robots, Perspectives on an Emerging Interdisciplinary Field. And in the beginning, you mentioned that the word Xenobots is controversial. Did you guys get in trouble for using Xenobots, or what? Do people not like the word Xenobots? Are you trying to be provocative with the word Xenobots versus biological robots?
I think the drama is basically related to people having very fixed ideas about what terms mean. And I think in many cases, these ideas are completely out of date with where science is now, and for sure they're out of date with what's going to be. And these concepts are not going to survive the next couple of decades. So if you ask a person, and including a lot of people in biology, want to keep a sharp distinction between biological and what's a robot. Robot comes out of the factory, it's made of humans, it's boring, it can predict everything it's going to do. It's made of metal and certain other organic materials. Living organisms, magical, they really arise. So there's these distinctions. I think these distinctions, were never good, but they're going to be completely useless going forward. And so part of there's a couple of papers that's one paper, there's another one that Josh walked out where we really attack the terminology. And we say these binary categories are based on very non-essential on the surface limitations of technology and imagination that were true before, but they've got trouble. And so we call them Xenobots. So Xeno, for example, Vegas, because it's the fraud that these guys are made of, but we think it's an example of a higher-level technology. Because ultimately, once we understand how to communicate and manipulate the inputs to these cells, we will be able to get them to build whatever we want them to build, and that's robotics, right? It's the rational construction of machines that are useful purposes. I absolutely think that this is a robotics platform, whereas some biologists don't.
But it's built in a way that difficult to do no computation. So you're trying to do top-down control.
And in the future, all of this will merge together because, of course, at some point we're going to throw in synthetic biology circuits, right? New transcriptional circuits to get them to do new things. Of course, we'll put some of that in. But we specifically stayed away from all of that because in the first few papers, and this is all coming down the pipe, I think that we're pretty done with, that we want to show what the need of the cells are. Because what happens is, if you engineer them, right? If you were to put in new transcription factors, from there
to solve the control first. And the full beauty of biology. Why is that? How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Seneca's names. Yeah, it's very well.
Why is this law?
It's been used since I think the 50s. It's just very convenient because you keep the adults in this refined frog habitat. They lay eggs, tens of thousands of eggs at a time. The eggs develop right in front of your eyes. It's the most magical thing you can see because normally, if you were to deal with mice or rabbits or whatever, you don't see the early stage eggs. Everything's inside. Everything's room temperature. So you have an egg, it's fertilized, and you can just watch it divide all over the world. You see it. And at that point, the community has developed lots of principles for understanding what's going on and also in people use it for understanding heart defects, neurobiology, cancer, immunology.
So you have to emphasis on education. That's so cool for that. Is it videos?
This is amazing videos from the I mean, the mammalian embryos are super cool. For example, one is about a Guinness. What happens when you cut a mammalian embryo? You don't get two half bodies, you get two perfectly normal bodies because it's a regeneration. The idea of development is just the pain of regeneration.
And what is particular? It's just it's what they're doing in the 50s.
It breeds well it's easy to raise in the laboratory, and it's very prolific, and all the tools, basically for decades, people have been developing tools. There's other some people use other products, but I have to say, this is important. Some of us are fundamentally not anything but frogs, so I can't say too much about this because it's not published in peer review yet, but we've made xenobots out of other things that have nothing to do with frogs. This is not a frog. This is we started with frog, but this plasticity is not a frog. Not related to the government economy.
What happens when you kiss it in charge of prince? No, princess, but prince, yeah.
That's an experiment that I don't believe we have.
Or even my lab, I take on. Okay, cool. Well, how does the cells coordinate? And let's focus in on just the embryogenesis. So there's one cell, so it divides, doesn't have to be very careful about what cell starts doing once they divide.
Yes.
And when there's three of them, it's like the cook off, whatever. Look, slow down, you're responsible for this. When did they become specialized? How do they communicate?
Yeah. So this is the basic science of developmental biology. There's a lot more about all of that. But what I'll tell you, what I think is the most important part, which is, yes, it's very important who does what. However, because going back to this issue of I made this claim that biology doesn't take the past too seriously. What I mean by that is it doesn't assume that everything is the way it's expected to be. Right? And here's an example of that. This was done. This was an old experiment back in the 40s, but basically, imagine it's a new cell. It's got these little tubules that go in the kidneys, right? Tube. Take a cross section of that tube, you see 8 to 10 cells that cooperated to make this little tube in cross section. So one amazing thing you do is you can mess with very early cell division and make the cells bigger. You make them different sizes. Of course, they can be different sizes. So if you make the cells different sizes, the whole unit is still the same size. So if you take a cross section and do that tube, instead of 8 to 10 cells, you're going to have 4 or 5, you're going to have 3, until you make the cell so enormous that one single cell wraps around itself and gives you that same large-scale structure, but a completely different life appearance. So now instead of cell-to-cell communication with the tubule, instead of that, it's one cell using the cytosol and the cell phone. So think about that. In service of a large-scale, we talk about top-down control, right? In the service of a large-scale anatomical feature, different molecular mechanisms get called up. So now, think about this. You're a root cell trying to make an embryo. If you have a fixed idea of who is supposed to do what, you'd be screwed because now your cells are gigantic. Nothing would work. There's an incredible tolerance for changes in the size of the parts, the amount of DNA in those parts, all sorts of stuff. You can learn if the life is highly interactive. You can put electrodes in there with the materials and stores. This is that problem solving action, right? It's able to do what it needs to do even when circumstances change. That is believe, James, that my intelligence has the ability to get to the same goal by different means. That's things. We get to the same goal by completely different means. And so why I'm bringing this up is just to say that, yeah, it's important for the cells to do the right stuff, but they have incredible tolerances for things not that you expect and to still get their job done. So if all of these things are not hardwired. There are organisms that might be hardwired. For example, when you would C elements, in that organism, every cell is numbered, meaning that every C element has exactly the same number of cells as every other C element. They're all in the same place. They all provide literally a map of that. In that sort of system, it's much more critical. But most organisms are incredibly plastic.
Is there something particularly magical to you about the whole developmental biology process? Is there something you could say? You just said it. They're very good at accomplishing the goal, the job they need to do, the competency thing, but you get freaking organism in itself. It's like, it's very hard to intuit that whole process. Do you even think about reverse engineering that process?
Right, it's very hard. To the point where I often just imagine, I ask my students to do this thought experiment. Imagine we were shrunk down to the scale of a single cell. We were in the middle of an embryo looking around at what's going on. And the cells running around, some cells are dying. And, every time you look, it's kind of a different number of cells, but most organisms and so on. I think that if you didn't know what embryonic development was, you would have no clue that what you're seeing is always going to be the same thing. Never mind knowing what that is. Never mind being able to say, even with full genomic information, being able to say what the hell but just even to guess that the outcome of all this activity is it's always going to be the same thing.
The imperative to create the final you as you are now. So you can do it. So she's not from the same embryo as creating this.
Yeah, except for cases like the xenobots, when you give them a different environment, they can give them a different way to do that. But overall, so I think the summarize, I think what evolution is really good at is creating hardware that has a very stable baseline load, meaning that left to its own devices, it's very good at doing the same thing. But it has a bunch of problem-solving capacity such that if any assumptions don't hold of it, cells are a weird size, you get the wrong number of cells, or there's some stuck in electrode halfway through the body, whatever, it will still get most of what it needs to do done.
You've talked about the magic of the power of biology here. So look at the human brain. How special is the brain in this context? What kind of organism do we put to the brain? Or less than peace. We think of all the special computation after the brain, everything else is like the help. You're kind of saying that the whole thing is the computation. But nevertheless, how special is the human brain in this full context of biology?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no getting away from the fact that the human brain allows us to do things that we could not do without.
We can say the same.
Yeah, no, this is true. And so my goal is not, you're right, my goal is just to like the brain. Well, being a politician, listen, everybody has it. Yeah, it's very important role. We have to acknowledge the importance of the brain. There are more than enough people who are cheerleading for the brain, right? So I don't feel like nothing I say is going to reduce people's excitement about the human brain. So I emphasize other things. I don't think it gets too much credit. I think other things don't get enough credit. I think the brain the human brain is incredible and special and all that. I think other things need more credit, and I also think that this, and I'm sort of this way about everything. I don't like binary categories of almost anything. I like to continue. And the thing about the human brain is that by something that as some kind of important category or essential thing, we end up with all kinds of weird pseudo problems and conundrums. So, for example, when we talk about it, we do want to talk about ethics and other things like that, and what this idea that surely, if we look out into the universe, surely we don't believe that this human brain is the only way to be sentient brains. Surely we don't, to have high level cognition. I can't even wrap my mind around this idea that is So that's the only thing. I think we have to be really careful about treating the human brain as some kind of like sharp binary category that you are or you aren't. I don't believe that exists.
So when we look out at all the beautiful variety of semi-biological architectures out there in the universe, how many intelligent civilizations
Yeah, I just think there's no expertise in that whatsoever.
yeah.
I have the ones we've made. I think that
And exactly, in some sense, with synthetic biology, you're not creating aliens.
I absolutely think so because look, all of life, all standard model systems are an N of one course of evolution on Earth, right? And trying to make conclusions about biology from looking at life on Earth is like testing your theory on the same data that generated. It's all kind of like locked in. So we absolutely have to create novel examples that have no history, that don't, as xenobots have no history of selection to be example. The cells have selection to be example, but the xenobot doesn't have history before. And so we can make chimeras, you make frog llamas that are sort of half frog, half axel. You can make all sorts of high right constructions of living tissue with robots and whatever. We need to be making these things until we find actual aliens, because otherwise we're just looking at an N of one set of examples, all kinds of frozen accidents of evolution and so on. We need to go beyond that to really understand biology.
We were still, even with that biology, we were locked into the basic components of the way biology is done on this earth.
Yeah,
right? And also the basic constraints of the environment. Even artificial environments, constructions lab are tied up to the environment. I mean, what do you? Okay, let's say there is variety, is there's a nearly infinite number of intelligent civilizations living out there. If you pick one out of the box, what would so even when you think about something or creating synthetic forms, how hard is it to create something that's very different?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to create something that's very different, right? It's we are just walking both experimentally and in terms of our imagination. It's very hard.
He also emphasized some time the idea of shape.
Yeah.
Individual cells, other cells, kind of they're built of shape. So it's shape and function. And shape is a crucial thing.
Yeah. So I'll take a stab. I mean, I agree with you. To whatever extent that we could say anything, I do think that there's probably a number of different architectures with interesting cognitive properties out there. What can we say about them? I think that the only things that are I don't think we could rely on any of the typical stuff, carbon based, and none of like I think all of that is just us being having a lack of imagination. But I think the things that are going to be universal, if anything, are things, for example, driven by resource limitations. The fact that you are fighting a hostile world and you have to draw a boundary between yourself and the world somewhere. The fact that boundary is not given to you by anybody, you have to assume it, estimate it yourself. And the fact that you have to force grain your experience, and the fact that you're going to try to minimize surprise, and the fact that these are the things that I think are fundamental to biology. None of the the facts about the genetic code, the fact that we have genes or the biochemistry. I don't think any of those are fundamental. But it's going to be a lot more about information and about the creation of the cell. The fact that this is one of my framework, cells are demarcated by the scale of the goals that they can pursue. So from little tiny local goals to like massive, planetary scale goals for certain things, and everything in between. So you can draw this like cognitive light cone about that determines the scale of the goals you can possibly pursue. I think those kinds of frameworks, like that, like active so are going to be universally applicable, but none of the other things that are typically discussed. You were just talking about aliens and all that. That's a funny thing, which is I don't know if you've seen them. There's a kind of debate that goes on about cognition and plants. And what can you say about different kinds of computation and cognition in plants? And I always look at that stuff. If you're weirded out by cognition in plants, we're not ready for microbiology, right? If you know something that's that similar here on Earth is already like freaking about, then I think there's going to be all kinds of cognitive life out there that we're going to have a really hard time recognizing.
I think robots will help us,
Yeah.
like expand our mind on cognition. Either that or the work is Xenobots. So, and it maybe becomes the same thing. It is, you know, really when the human engineers a thing, uses the part, and then is able to achieve some kind of cognition that's different than we used to, then you start to understand, like, oh, you know, every living organism is capable of cognition. I need to kind of broaden my understanding of cognition. Do you think plants, like when you eat them, are they screaming?
I don't know about screaming. I think
That's what I think they sound.
yeah, good. Yeah, I think we have to scale down with the expectations in terms of right. So probably not screaming in the way that we would be screaming. However, there's plenty of data on plants being able to do anticipation and certain kinds of memory and so on. I think what you just said about robots. I hope you're right. Because you hope that, but there's two ways that people can take that, right? So one way is exactly what you just said to try to expand their notions, but the other way people often go is they just sort of define the term as if it's not a natural product, it's just bacon, right? It's not intelligence. It's made by somebody else because it's the same thing. You can see how it's done, and once you see how it's like a magic trick. You see how it's done. It's not as fun anymore. And I think we have a real tendency for that. And sort of, which I find really strange in the sense that if somebody said to me, we have this sort of blind applying search, and then we have a really smart team of engineers. Which one do you think is going to produce a system that has good intelligence? I think it's really weird to say that like a blind search can't be done by people who, by the way, can also use evolutionary techniques if they want to, but also rational design. And it's really weird to say that real intelligence only comes from natural evolution. So I hope you're right. I hope people take the other way.
But there's a nice shortcut. So I work with Lego robots a lot now for my own personal pleasure. Not in that way, actually. So 4 legs. And one of the things that changes my experience in my life a lot is when I can't understand my ideas. There's a lot of ways that you do that. For me, personally, creating software that runs it, there's a lot of ways for me to build that software in such a way that I don't exactly know why it did a certain basic decision. Of course, as an engineer, you can go in and look at logs, data sets for data, the decisions made, all the algorithms, levels and so on. But I also try to really experience that surprise and that really experience another person totally does. And I think the magic is that not knowing how it works. That I think biology does that through the layers of abstraction. Because nobody really knows what's going on inside the biologicals. Like each one component is clueless about the nature.
I think there's actually really cheap systems that can illustrate that kind of thing, which is even like fractals, right? Like you have a very small, short formula in Z, and you see it, and there's no magic. You're just going to crank through, Z squared plus C, whatever. You're just going to crank through it. But the result of it is this incredibly rich, beautiful image, right? That just like, wow, all of that was in this like 10-character long string, like amazing. So the fact that you can know everything there is to know about the details of the process and all the parts, and like there's literally no magic of any kind there, and yet the outcome is something that you would never have expected, and it just is incredibly rich and complex and beautiful. So there's a lot of that.
You're right that you work on developing conceptual frameworks for understanding unconventional cognition, like the kind of thing we've been talking about. I just like the term unconventional cognition. And you want to figure out how to text that and communicate with them. You already mentioned, for example, what is unconventional cognition. is it as simple as everything outside of what we define usually as cognition and cognitive science, the stuff going on between our ears? Or is there some deeper way to get at the fundamentals of what is cognition?
Yeah, I think like, and I'm certainly not the only person who works on unconventional cognition.
So it's the term.
Yeah, that's one that, so I coined your terms, but that's not one of mine. Like that's an existing thing. So for example, somebody like Andy Adamansky, who I don't know if you've had him on, if you haven't, you should. He's a very interesting guy. He's a computer scientist who does unconventional cognition, slime words, and he's a real weird cat, really interesting. Anyway, so that's I'm using a bunch of terms that I've come up with, but that's important. So I think like many terms, that one is really defined by the times, meaning that unconventional things that are unconventional cognition today are not going to be considered unconventional cognition at some point. It's one of those things, and so it's this really deep question of how do you recognize, communicate with, classify cognition when you cannot rely on the typical studies, right? So typical, again, if you stick with the history of life on Earth, and these exact model systems, you would say, here's a particular structure of the brain. This one has fewer of those, and this one has a bigger kind of cortex. Right. So these are landmarks that we're used to, and allows us to make very kind of rapid judgments about things. But if you can't rely on that, either because you're looking at a synthetic thing or an engineered thing or an alien thing, then what do you do, right? How do you, and so that's what I'm really interested in. I'm interested in mind in all of its possible implementations, not just the obvious ones that we know from the
Whenever I think about something like unconventional cognition, I think about cellular time. I'm just captivated by the beauty of the thing. The fact that simple little objects you create such beautiful complexity that very quickly you forget about the individual objects and you see the things that it creates as its own organisms. That blows my mind all the time. Like, honestly, I could full time eat mushrooms cellular time. Doesn't it do you love to do mushrooms? Just cellular time. It feels like the engineering perspective. I love a very simple system to capture something really powerful because then you can study that system to understand something fundamental about complexity about life on Earth. Anyway, how do I communicate? The cellular top can do cognition. If a plant can do cognition. If a xenobot can do cognition, how do I whisper in its ear and get an answer back to how do I have a conversation?
Yeah. Well,
how do I have a xenobot?
It's really interesting line of investigation that opens up. I mean, we've thought about this. So you need a few things. You need to understand the space in which they live. So not just the physical modality, like can they see light, can they feel vibration? I mean, that's important, of course, because that's how you deliver your message. But not just the ideas for communication, not just the physical need, but what the salience, right? So what are these? What are important to this? What's important to this system? And the systems have all kinds of different levels of sophistication of what you would expect to get back. And I think what's really important, I call this the spectrum of persuadability, which is this idea that when you're looking at a system, you can't assume where on the spectrum it is. You have to do experiments. And for example, if you look at a gene regulatory network, which is a bunch of nodes that target each other on and off at various rates, you might look at that and say, well, there's no magic here. Clearly, this thing is as deterministic as it gets. It's a piece of hardware. The only way we're going to be able to control it is by rewiring, which is the way molecular biology works, right? We can add those glucose. Well, so we've done simulations and shown that biological, and now we're doing the same thing for that. The biological networks like that have associative memory. So they can actually learn, they can learn from experience. They have habituation, they have sensitization, they have associative memory, which you would know if you assume that they have to be on the left side of that. So when you're going to communicate with something, if you even Charles Abrams and I have written a paper on behaviorist approaches to synthetic organisms. If you're given something, you have no idea what it is, what So when you're gonna, so here's a simple, here's one way to communicate with something. If you can train it, that's a way to communicate. So if you can provide, you can figure out what the currency of reward of positive and negative reinforcement is, and you can get it to do something it wasn't doing before based on experiences you've given it. You have taught it one thing, you have communicated one thing, that such and such an action is good, that some other action is not good. That's like a basic animal or a primitive animal communication.
What about, in some sense, if it gets you to do something you haven't done before, is it answering back?
Yeah, most certainly. And I've seen cartoons. I think maybe Gary Larson or somebody had a cartoon of these rats in the maze, and the one rat, says to the other, look at this every time I walk over here, he's scribbling it now, and what did he have?
We step outside ourselves and really measure how much. Like if I actually measure how much I've changed because of my interaction with certain cellular phenomena, then you really have to take that into consideration about like these things are changing you too. You know how it works and so on, but you're being changed by everything.
Absolutely. I think I read it on but I think I read something about how weed and other things have domesticated humans in terms of, right, but by their properties change the way that human behavior in societal structures.
In that sense, cats are running the world. Because they oversight. So first well, I'm not giving shit about humans, clearly, with every ounce of their being. They've somehow got just millions of humans to take them home and feed them. And then, not only physical space that they take over the digital space. They dominate in terms of cuteness, in terms of memeability. And so they're like, they got themselves living inside the memes, from clouds and spread the news. And they're the ones that probably that's my thing. No, that's a follow-up paper after the broadcast. Okay, you mentioned sentient consciousness. You have a paper titled Generalizing Frameworks for Sentience Beyond Natural Species. So, beyond normal cognition, if you look at sentience and consciousness, I wonder if we draw an interesting distinction between those two elsewhere. Outside of humans and maybe outside of Earth, do you think aliens are sentience? And if they do, how do we think about it? So when you have this framework, what is this paper? What is the way you propose to think about sentience?
Yeah, that particular paper was a very short commentary on another paper that was written about crabs. It was a really good paper on crabs and various, like a rubric of different types of behaviors that can be applied to different creatures and different crabs. And consciousness, we can talk about feelings, all stuff like Catfish. I almost never talk about consciousness. In this case, yes. I almost never talk about consciousness per se. I've said very little about it, but we can talk about it as well. Mostly what I talk about is cognition, because I think that's much easier to deal with in a kind of rigorous experimental way. I think that all of these terms have the sentience and sort of have different definitions, and fundamentally I think that people can, as long as they specify what they mean ahead of time, I think people can define them in various ways. The only thing that I really kind of insist on is that the right way to think about all this stuff is from an engineering perspective. What does it help me to control, predict, and does it help me do my next experiment? So that's not a universal perspective. Some people have philosophical underpinnings, and those are primary. And if anything runs against that, then it must automatically be wrong. So some people will say, "Out here, what else? If your theory says to me that thermostats have real-time goals, I'm not. So that's it. That's my philosophical preconception. Thermostats do not have goals. That's it. So that's one way. And some people basically one set of criteria. Does it help you run a rich research program?
Okay. If I agree with you totally. So to get philosophy, what about poetry and ambiguity? What about the limits of the things you can engineer using terms that can be defined multiple ways and living within that uncertainty in order to play with words until something lands that you can engineer. I mean, that's to me what consciousness is about. Nobody really understands the whole part of consciousness, the subject, what it feels like. Because it feels like something to be this biological system. This conglomerate of cells, this hierarchy of competencies feels like something. And yet feeling anything. And is that just a side effect of a complex system? Or is there something more that humans have? Or is there something more that any biological system has? Some kind of magic, some kind of not just a sense of agency, but a real sense of capital S.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Or poetry.
No, there definitely is, and a lot of the poetry comes in when we realize that none of the categories we deal with are sharp as we think they are, right? And so in the different areas of all these spectra are where a lot of the poetry sits. I have many theories about things, but I in fact do not have a good theory about consciousness that I plan to try out. So
What was that CFC stuff that you're for?
I think it will come. I have some thoughts about it, but I don't feel like we're going to move the needle yet on that.
You work around in engineering place. So,
Well, I mean, so if we really tackle consciousness per se in terms of the hard problem, I don't that isn't necessarily going to be grounded in engineering, right? That aspect of cognition is, but actual consciousness per se, from a first person perspective, I'm not sure that that's going to be engineering. And I think specifically what's different about it is a couple of things. So let's I'll say a couple of things about consciousness. One thing is that what makes it different is that for every other type aspect of science, when we think about having a correct or a good theory of it, we have some idea of what format that theory makes predictions in. So whether it's numbers or whatever, we have some idea. We may not know the answer, we may not have the theory, but we know that when we get the theory, here's what's going to happen, and then we'll go through it. For actual consciousness, not behavior, not really correlates, but actual first-person consciousness, if we had a correct theory of consciousness, or even a good one, what the hell what format would it make predictions in, right? Because all of the things that we know about it would basically boil down to observable behaviors. So the only thing I can think of when I think about that is what it'll be poetry, or it'll be something to if I ask you if you've got a great theory of consciousness, and here's this creature, it's a natural, it's an engineer, whatever, and I want you to tell me what your theory says about this being's what it's like to be this being. The only thing I can imagine you giving me is some art, poem or something that once I take it in, I share. I now have a similar state as whatever. That's about as good as I can come up with.
well, it's possible that once you have a good understanding of consciousness, it would be left to some things that are more measurable. So, for example, it's possible that a conscious being is one that's able to suffer. So you start to look at pain and suffering. You can start to connect it closer to things that you can measure, that in terms of how they reflect themselves in behavior and problem solving and creation and attainment of goals, for example, which is suffering is one of them. Life is suffering. It's one of the big aspects of the human condition. And so consciousness is somehow maybe at least a catalyst for suffering. You can start to get like echoes of it. You start to see like the actual effects of consciousness of behavior. It's not just about subjective experience. It's like it's really deeply integrated in the problem solving, decision making. As simple, but also it's possible that we realize it's not a self-esteem. Philosophers can write their books and poet. I take the Turing test really seriously. I don't know why people really don't like it. When a robot convinces you that it's intelligent, I think that's a really incredible accomplishment. And there are some deep sense in which that is intelligence. If it looks like it's intelligent, it is intelligent. And I think there's some deep aspect of a system that appears to be conscious. In some deep sense, it is conscious. At least for me, I consider that possibility. And a system that appears to be conscious is an engineering charge.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that, especially intelligence. I think is a publicly observable thing. And I mean, science fiction has dealt with this for a century or much more, maybe. This idea that when you are confronted with something that just doesn't meet any of your typical assumptions, so you can't look at the skull and say, "Oh, well, there's that frontal cortex over here, so we're good," right? If it's so it's the lands on your front lawn, and this, the little door opens and something front goes out, and it's sort of like, kind of shiny and a little bit of looking, and then it hands you this ball that was on, flying over, oh, happy to meet you. Like, what's going to be your criteria, right? So whether you get to take it apart and see what makes it tick, or whether you have to, be nice to it, and whatever, right? Like all the criteria that we have now, and the people are using it, and so a lot of people are down on the Turing test and things like this. But what else have we done? Because measuring cortex size isn't going to cut it, right, in the broader scheme of things. So I think this is it's a wide open problem that right there that we our solution to the problem of other minds is very simplistic, right? We give each other credit for having minds because we sort of our anatomical level we're pretty similar, so it's good enough. But how far is that going to go? So I think that's really primitive. So I think it's a major unsolved problem.
It's a really challenging direction of thought to the human race that you've divided minds. If you start to think that other things other than humans have minds, that's really challenging. Because online behavior starts being like, all right, we should probably treat not just cows with respect, but like plants, and not just plants, but some kind of organized conglomerates of cells in petri dish. In fact, some of the work like you're doing, the whole community of science and biology, might be like, we don't really need viruses.
I mean, the thing is, you're right, and I certainly get phone calls about people complaining about hard skin and so on. But I think we have to separate the sort of deep philosophical aspect versus what actually happens. So what actually happens on Earth is that people with exactly the same anatomical structure kill each other, on a daily basis, right? So I think it's clear that simply knowing that something else is equally more intelligent or conscious than you are is not a guarantee of the kind of behavior that happens. So then we look at commercial farming of mammals and various other things. So I think on a practical basis, long before we get to worrying about things like frogs, we have to ask ourselves, why are we? What can we do about the way that we're behaving towards creatures which we know for a fact, because our similarities are basically just like us. Let's get a whole other piece of social event. But fundamentally, of course, you're absolutely right. We are also thinking about this. We are on this planet in some way incredibly lucky, dumb luck, that we really only have one dominant species. It didn't have to work out that way. So you could easily imagine that there could be a planet somewhere with more than one equally, or maybe near equally intelligent species, and then but then they may not look anything like each other, right? So there may be multiple ecosystems where there are things of similar to human-like intelligence. And then you have all kinds of issues how do you relate to them when they're physically not like you at all? Yeah, in terms of behavior and culture and whatever prerequisites that you'll look at as much on the ball that you are. Or maybe imagine that there was another group of beings that was like on average, 40 IQ points lower, right? Like we're pretty lucky in many ways. We don't really have even so, we still have family and memories, but the fact is, all humans are more or less in this like in that same range, but it didn't have to work out that way.
Well, but I think that's part of the way life works on Earth, the human civilization works, is it seems like we want ourselves to be quite similar, and then within that, where everybody's about the same in regards to the IQ, intelligence, problem solving capabilities, physical characteristics. But then we find some aspect of that that's different. And that seems to be like, I mean, it's really dark to say, but there seems to be not even a bug, but like a feature of the early developers of civilization. You pick the other, your tribe versus the other tribe, and you go. It's a kind of evolution in the space of memes, the space of ideas, I think, and you war with each other. So we're very good at finding the other even when the characteristics are really the same. That's right. I don't know what that. I'm sure so many of these things echo about that.
Yeah. It was a fun experiment that I did with some research. So we came up with this. We did a biology unit together. So we did this a couple of years ago. We did this thing where imagine you get this slime, right? Bizarre, all the stuff we grows on a petri dish of agar, spreads out, and it's a single cell. It's this giant thing. And so you put down a piece of the oak, and it wants to go get the oak, and that sort of grows towards you. So what you do is you take a razor blade. You just separate the piece of the whole puncture that's growing towards the other, just kind of separate it. And so now, think about the interesting decision-making calculus for that little piece. I can go get the oak, and therefore I won't have to share the nutrients with this giant mass over there. So the nutrients per unit volume is going to be amazing. It's actually really good. But if I first rejoin, because those are what your equipment has the ability to do back up. If I first rejoin, then that whole calculus becomes impossible because there is no more me. There's just me and the beliefs. Right? So this interesting, you can imagine a kind of game theory where the number of agents isn't fixed, and that it's not just cooperator defect, but it's actually merge and whatever. Right?
So that competition, how is it?
Yeah. So that right. So it's really interesting. So the theory finds that it tends to merge first. It tends to merge first, and then the whole thing. But it's really interesting that calculus. We even have, I'm not an expert in the economic or game theory, but maybe there's the calculus, some sort of hyperbolic discounting or something. But maybe, this idea that the actions you take not only change your payoff, but they change who or what you are. And that you may not, you could take an action after you shouldn't exist or you are radically changed or you emerge with something else. Like that's, as far as I know, that's, we're still missing the forms or even more how to model anything.
Do you see evolution becoming as a process that applies here on Earth, or is it where did evolution become?
Yes. Yeah.
So this thing, like the very version of life, what does that?
I think evolution is inevitable in the sense that if you combine, and basically, I think one of the most useful things that was done in early computing was in the 60s. It started with evolutionary computation, which is showing how simple it is that you have imperfect heredity and competition together. Those two things, heredity, imperfect heredity, and competition, or selection, those three things, and that's it. Now we're off to the and so that can be, it's not just on Earth because it can be done in the computer, it can be done in chemical systems, it can be done in these small, so it works in cosmic scales. So I think that that kind of thing is incredibly pervasive and general as a general feature. Like it's interesting to think about, the standard thought about this is that it's right? Meaning that the intelligence in the process is zero. called stumble trap. And I think that back in the day when the options were it's dumb like machines or it's smart like humans, and of course the scientists went in this direction because nobody wanted creationism. He said it's got to be like completely done. I'm not actually sure, right? Because I think that everything is a continuum, and I think that it doesn't have to be smart or foresight like us, but it doesn't have to be completely blind either. I think there may be aspects of it, and in particular, this kind of multi-scale competency might give it a little bit of look ahead, maybe, or a little bit of problem solving sort of baked in, but that's going to be completely different with different systems. But I do think it's general. I don't think it's just very
and this is the kind of direction it's taking us. That's some level, perhaps it's the final itself. It feels like we're headed towards like we're playing out a script that we're just like seeing synthesize it now. It feels like from the origin of itself, it's playing out a kind of script. Yeah, you can't really go.
I mean, so this is very controversial, and I don't know. So people have argued that this is called sort of rewinding the tape of life, right? And some people have argued. I think Conor Morris maybe has argued that it is that there's a deep attractor, for example, to the human kind of structure, and that if you were rewinding, it would basically get more or less the same thing. And then other people have argued that no, it's incredibly sensitive to frozen accidents, and that once certain stochastic decisions are made downstream, everything is going to be different. I don't know. You know, we're very bad at predicting attractors in the space of complex systems, and generally speaking, right? We don't know. So maybe evolution on Earth has these deep attractors, and no matter what has happened, it's pretty much likely to end up there. Or maybe not. I don't know.
What's a really good point of view to imagine? If you ran Earth a million times, 500,000 times, you'd get hit there. But we don't like to think like that. We think like, because at least maybe in America, you like to think that individual decisions can change the world. If individual decisions can change the world, then surely any perturbation results in a totally different trajectory. But maybe there's in this competency hierarchy, it's a self-correcting system that's just ultimately, there's a bunch of chaos that ultimately is leading towards something like the super intelligent artificial intelligence. The answer is 42. There might be a kind of imperative for life that's headed to it. And we're too focused on our day-to-day life, getting coffee and snacks and having sex and getting a promotion at work, not to see the big imperative of life that's headed to us.
Yeah, maybe. It's difficult. I think one of the things that's important about chimeric bioengineered technologies, all of those things, are that we have to start developing a better science of predicting the cognitive goals of composite systems. So we're just not very good at it, right? We don't know if I create a composite system, this could be Internet of Things, or robotics, or a cellular, or a circular swarm, or whatever. What is the emerging intelligence of this thing? First of all, what level is it going to be at? And if it has goal directed capacity, what are the goals going to be? Like, we are just not very good at predicting that yet. And I think that it's a existential level need for us to be able to, because we're building these things all the time, right? We're building physical structures like swarm robotics, and we're building social and financial structures and so on, with very little ability to predict what sort of autonomous goals that system is going to have, of which we are now fathers. And so, right, so learning to predict and control these things is critical. So if you're right that there is some kind of attraction to evolution, it would be nice to know what that is, and then to make a rational decision of whether we're going to go along or we're going to come out of it, or we're trying to come out of it. Because there's no guarantee. And that's the other kind of important thing. A lot of people, I get a lot of complaints from people who email and say, what you're doing isn't natural. And so natural that'd be nice if somebody was making sure that natural was matched up to their values. But no one's doing that. Right? Evolution optimizes for biomass. Nobody's optimizing. It's not optimizing for happiness. It's not necessarily. It's optimizing for intelligence and fairness. Right? So,
I'm going to find that person that emailed you, beat them up, take their place, steal everything they own, and say, "No, this is natural."
This is natural. Yeah, exactly. Because it comes from an old world view where you could assume that whatever is natural, but that's probably for the best. And I think we're long out of that argument of being kind of view. So I think we can do better. I think we have to, right? Natural just isn't great for a lot of customers.
What is so cool synthetic organisms that you think about when you're about? You think about embodied mind. What do you imagine? Who you hope to build?
Yeah, on the practical level, what I really hope to do is to gain enough of an understanding of the embodied intelligence of the organs and tissues such that we can achieve a radically different regenerative medicine so that we can stay, well, basically, and I think about it as, in terms of what's the goal, the end game for this whole thing. To me, the end game is something that you would call an anatomical compiler. So the idea is you would sit down in front of the computer and you would draw the body for the organ that you wanted. Not molecular details, but like, this is what I want. A six-legged, frog with a propeller on top, or I want a heart that looks like this, or I want a leg that looks like this. And what we do, if we're doing, is put out, convert that anatomical description into a set of stimuli that would have to be given to cells to convince them to build exactly that thing. Right? I probably wouldn't have to see it, but I think it's achievable. And I think that if we can have that, that is basically the solution to all medicine except for infectious disease. So birth defects, right? Traumatic injury, cancer, aging, degenerative disease. If we knew how to tell cells what to build, all of those things go away. So those things go away, and the positive feedback spiral of economic costs, where all of the advances are increasingly more heroic and expensive interventions of a sinking ship and like mining and so on, right? All of that goes away because basically instead of trying to fix you up as you degrade, you progressively regenerate, apply the regenerative medicine before things degrade. So I think that will have a massive economic impact over what we're trying to do now, which is not at all sustainable. And that's what I hope. I hope that we get to. So to me, yes, the Xenobots will be doing useful things, cleaning up the environment, cleaning out your joints and all that kind of stuff. But more important than that, I think we can use these synthetic systems to try to understand, to develop a science of detecting and manipulating the goals of collective intelligences of cells, specifically for regenerative medicine. And then sort of beyond that, the core that we have is that, kind of like what you said, all of this drives a reconsideration of how we formulate ethical norms. Because this old school, so in the olden days, what you could do is you confronted with something new, so you look at talent, right? If you heard a metallic clang sound, you said, I'm fine. Right? So if something was made in the factory, then you do it hard, right? If you did that, then you got this squishy kind of warm sensation, you say, I'm going to be more or less nice to it, and that's not going to be feasible. It was never really feasible, but it was good enough because we didn't have it, like we made it up with that. That needs to go. And I think that by breaking down those artificial barriers, someday we can try to build a system of ethical norms that does not rely on these completely contingent facts of our earthly history, but on something much deeper that really takes agency and the capacity to suffer and takes that seriously.
Capacity to suffer and the deep questions I would ask of the system is, can I eat it? Can I have sex with it? Which is the two fundamental tests of, again, the human condition. So I can basically do what Dolly does. That's in the physical space. So print out like a 3D print of the front propeller hat is the dream.
Well, yes and no. I want to get away from the 3D printing thing because that would be available for some things much earlier. You can already graph and ears and things like that, because it's micro level control, right? When you 3D print, you are in charge of every cell phone. So for some things that, for like this thing, they got that I think 20 years ago, maybe more than that, you could do that.
See, I would like to emphasize the Dolly part where you provide a few words and it generates a painting. So here you say, I want from these features, and then you go direct a complex biological system to construct something like that.
Yeah. The main magic would be, I think from looking at the Dolly and so on, it's like the first part is kind of solved now, where you go from the words to the image, like that seems more or less solved. The next step is really hard. This is what keeps things like CRISPR and genomic editing and so on. It's what limits all the impacts for general medicine. Because going back to, okay, this is the knee joint that I want, or this is the eye that I want. Now, what genes do I edit to make that happen, right? Going back in that direction is really hard. So instead of that, it's going to be, okay, I understand how to motivate cells to build particular structures, and I rewrite the memory of what they think they're supposed to be building, such that then I can, take my hands off the wheel and let them do their thing.
So some of that experiment, some of that may be AI, just like with protein folding. This is exactly the problem with protein folding. In the most simple medium, Pride has solved with AlphaFold, which is what is the sequence of letters result in this three-dimensional shape you have to do. I guess it isn't solved because you have to, if you say I want this shape, how do I even have a sequence of letters? Yeah, the reverse engineering stuff is really tricky.
It is. I think we're doing some of this now is to use AI to try and build actionable models of the intelligence of those cellular connectors. So try to help us gain models and we've had some success with this. So we did something like this for repairing birth defects in the brain in fraud, and some of this for normalizing melanoma, where you can really start to use AI to make models of how would I impact this thing if I wanted to, given all the complexities, right, and given all the controls that it's going to be.
So when you say regenerative medicine, so if we talk about creating biological organisms, but if you regrow a hand, that information is already there. Right? The biological system has that information. So how does regenerative medicine work today? How do you hope it works? What's the hope there? How do you make it happen?
Well, today there's a set of popular approaches. So one is 3D printing. So the idea is I'm going to make a scaffold of the thing that I want to seed it with cells, and then there it is. It's a direct, and then sort of pictures make a bladder or here. The other idea is some sort of stem cell transplant. And the idea is if we put in stem cells with appropriate factors, we can get them to generate some kind of neurons for certain diseases and so on. All of those things are good for relatively simple structures, but when you want an eye or a hand or something else, I think in this maybe an unpopular opinion, I think the only hope we have in any reasonable time frame is to understand how the thing was motivated to get made in the first place. So what is it that made those cells in the beginning create a particular with a particular set of sizes and shapes and number of fingers and all that, and why is it their salamander can keep losing theirs to regrow and a planarian can do this even more so? To me, kind of ultimate regenerative medicine is when you can tell the cells to build whatever it is you want to build. And so we can all be like planaria basically.
Do you have to start at the very beginning? Can you do a shortcut? You know, you run your hand, you already have to do it.
Yeah. So here's what we've done, right? So we've more or less solved that in frogs. So frogs and like salamanders do not regenerate their legs as adults. And so we've shown that the very kind of simple intervention. So what we do is there's two things. You need to have a signal that tells the cells what to do, and then you need to deliver it. So this is work together with David Kaplan, and I should do a disclosure here. We have a company called Pharmaceuticals, and it's been where we're trying to address limb regeneration, solved in the clinic. Now in the nanometers. So now we're going to order the nanos. Now I can't just say anything about how it's going. The project itself. So what you do is after it's
There's a little bit of style.
yeah, basically, yeah. So what you do is we did with like their forms and what you do is after your kitchen normally they regenerate put in a wearable bioreactor. So it's this thing that goes on and Dave Kempner makes these things. And inside, it's a very controlled environment. There's a silk gel that carries some drugs, for example, ion drugs. And what you're doing is you're saying to these cells, you should regrow and grow here. So that whole thing is on for 24 hours. You take it off and you don't touch the light again. This is really important because what we're not looking for is a set of micromanagement, like in printing or controlling the cells. We want to trigger. We want to interact with it early on and then not touch it again because we don't know what the progress is. So 24 hours, 18 months of light growth after that without us touching it. And after 18 months, you feel pretty good. And it shows the concept of early on with the cells. Right after just making a decision about what they're going to do, you can impact them. Once they've decided to make a living, they don't do after that. They can do it. So that's the approach.
What about cancer suppression? It's something you mentioned earlier. How can all of these ideas help with cancer suppression?
So let's go back to the beginning and ask what cancer is. So I think asking why there's cancer is the wrong question. I think the right question is why is there anything about cancer? So in normal state, you have a bunch of cells that are all cooperating towards a large scale goal. If that process of cooperation breaks down, you got a cell that is isolated from that electrical network that lets you remember what the big goal is. You revert back to your unicellular lifestyle as far as I think what that border between cells and right? Normally, when all these cells are connected by gap junctions to an electrical network, they are all uncellular, right? And meaning that their goals, they're getting large tissue level goals. As soon as a cell is disconnected from that, the cell is tiny, and so at that point, and so people want to call the cancer cell with the cells as being more selfish and all that. They're not more selfish; they're selfish. It's just that they're selfish. You know, you get selfish huge. You're not even hurting with the cell. Now, what are the goals of tiny little cells? Well, proliferate and migrate to where life is good. That's proliferation. So one thing we found, and people have noticed years ago, that when cells convert to cancer, the first thing they see is they close the gap junctions. And it's a lot like that experiment with slime where until you close that gap junction, you can't even entertain the idea of leaving the collective because there isn't you at that point. The mind doesn't with this whole other network. As soon as the gap junction is closed, now the boundary between you now the rest of the body is just outside the boundary. You're just a unicellular organism, and the rest of the body is environment. So we studied this process and we worked out a way to artificially control the bioelectric state of the cells to physically force them to remain in that network. And so then what that means is that nasty mutations like KRAS and things like that, these really tough oncogenic mutations that cause tumors, if you do that and then artificially control the bioelectrics, you greatly reduce tumorigenesis or normalize cells that had already begun to convert. You basically go back to being normal cells. And so this is another way. So this is another way in which the bioelectric state dominates what the genetic state is. So if you sequence the nucleic acids, you'll see the KRAS mutation. You say, well, that's going to be a tumor. But there isn't a tumor because bioelectrically you've kept the cells connected and they're just working on making nice skin or kidneys, whatever. So we've started moving that to human glioblastoma cells, and we're hoping for a patient in the future interaction with patients.
So is this one of the possible ways in which we could cure cancer?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think the actual cure. I mean, there are other technologies. Immune therapy is a great technology. Chemotherapy, I don't think is a good technology. I think we've got to get off for that.
So chemotherapy just kills cells.
Yeah, chemotherapy hopes to kill more of the tumor cells than the cells. It's a fine balance. The problem is that cells are very similar because they are tumor cells. And so if you don't have a very tight way of distinguishing between them, then the toll that chemo takes on the rest of the body is just going to be worse.
And immunotherapy tries to get the immune system.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's potentially a very good approach. If the immune system can be taught to recognize enough of the cancer cells, that's a pretty good approach. But I think our approach is way more fundamental, because if you can keep the cells harnessed towards organ level goals as opposed to individual cell goals, then nobody will be making it through the cells.
So we've been living through a pandemic. What do you think about viruses? This full, beautiful biological context we've been talking about. Are they beautiful to you? Are they terrifying? Also, maybe, let's say, are they, since we've been discriminating with this whole conversation, are they embodied minds? Embodied minds that are asking?
As far as I know, and I haven't been able to find the paper again, but somewhere I saw in the last couple of months, there was some paper showing an example of a virus that actually had physiology. So there was something was going on, I think proton flux or something on the virus itself. But barring that, generally speaking, viruses are very passive. They don't do anything by themselves, and so I don't see any particular reason to attribute much of a mind to them. I think they represent a way to hijack other minds for sure, like cells and other things.
But that's an interesting interplay then. Because they're hijacking other minds. We were talking about living organisms, that they can interact with each other and alter each other's trajectory by having interacted. That's a deep, meaningful connection to the virus itself. And I think they both are transformed by the experience, and so in that sense, we're making
Yeah. I mean, another category that this question of what's living and what's not living, I really, I'm not sure. And I know there's people that want that as somebody else, but I am not on that particularly useful as to try to make that a binary kind of distinction. I think the level of cognition is very interesting as a continuum, but looking at unliving, I really don't know. I don't know if I can make that distinction.
That's why I think the very binary distinction, sexual or not, and that he or not, those are actionable.
Yeah, well, I think that's a critical point that you brought up, because how you relate to something is really what this is all about, right? As an engineer, how do I control it? But maybe I shouldn't be controlling it. Maybe I should be, have a relationship with it. Should I be listening to its advice? Like all the way from, I need to take it apart, and all the way to, I better do what it says because it seems to be pretty smart, and everything in between. And that's really what we're asking.
Yeah, we need to understand our relationship to it. We're searching for that relationship, even though we're searching for senses. You came up with a lot of interesting terms. We mentioned something like agential material. That's a really interesting one. That's a really interesting one. For the future of computation and artificial intelligence and computer science and all that. There's also, we go through some of them. They spark some interesting thought for you. There's teleophobia. You have multiple people that on the side of too much agency when considering your system. Yeah, obviously that's the opposite. I mean, being afraid of maybe ethical moralizing.
Just to get something to tick off. I think, but I don't think. I think the whole notion of anthropomorphizing is a holdover from a pre-scientific age, where humans were magic and everything else wasn't magic, and you were anthropomorphizing when you dared suggest that something else has some features of humans. And I think we need to be way beyond that. And with this issue of anthropomorphizing, I think it's a cheap charge. I don't think it holds any water other than when somebody makes a cognitive claim. I think all cognitive claims are engineering claims. So when somebody says this thing knows, or this thing hopes, or this thing wants, or this thing predicts, all you can say is fabulous. Give me the engineering protocol that you derived using that hypothesis, and you will see if this thing helps us or not, and then we can make a rational decision.
I also like anatomical compiler, future system representing the long-term endgame of the science of morphogenesis that reminds us the far away from true understanding of God. Someday you will be able to see in front of an anatomical computer, specify the shape of the animal itself we want. It will convert that shape specification to a set of stimuli that will have to be given to cells to build exactly that shape. No matter how weird it ends up being, you have total control. Just imagine the possibility for memes in the physical space. One of the glorious accomplishments of human civilization is memes in digital space. Now, this could create memes in physical space. I am both excited and terrified by that possibility. Cognitive light cone, I think we also talked about. There are outer boundaries in space and time that the largest computing system can work towards. Is this kind of like shaping set of options?
It's a little different than options. It's really focused on. So back in I first came to this back in 2018. I want to say it was a conference, a Templeton conference, where they challenged us to come up with frameworks. I think actually it's the diverse intelligence community.
Summer Institute.
Yeah, they have a Summer Institute there.
The logo, the beatless circuits.
Yeah, it's got different platforms. You know, so the whole program is called diverse intelligence, and they challenge us to come up with a framework that was suitable for analyzing different kinds of intelligence together. Because the kinds of things you do with a human are not good with an octopus, not good with a plant, and so on. So I started thinking about this, and I asked myself, what do all cognitive agents, no matter what their province, no matter what their architectures, what do cognitive agents have? It seems to me that they have some degree of cognitive pursuit. And so what you can do then is you can draw. So what I ended up drawing was this thing that it's like a backwards Kautsky curve diagram where all of the spaces that collapse into one axis, and here is this axis. And then what you can do is you can draw for each creature. You can semi-quantitatively estimate what are the spatial and temporal goals that it's capable of pursuing. For example, if you are eating and all you really are able to pursue is maximum or bacteria, maximizing the level of some chemical in your vicinity at the time you've got tiny little light, then you're a simple system like a if you are something like a dog, then you've got some ability to care about some spatial region, some temporal. You can remember a little bit backwards. You can predict a little bit forward, but you're never ever going to care about what happens in the next town over 4 weeks. It's just as far as we know, it's just impossible for that kind of architecture. If you're a human, you might be working towards world peace long after you're dead. So you might have a planetary scale that's enormous, right? And then there may be other great intelligence stuff where they can care in the linear range about numbers of creatures that some sort of Buddha-like care about everybody's welfare, like really care that they can. And so that it's not a mapping of what you can sense, how far you can sense, right? It's not a mapping of how far you can act. It's a mapping of how big are the goals you are capable of visioning and working towards. And I think that enables you to put the synthetic kinds of constructs, AIs, aliens, swarms, or whatever on the same time. Because we're not talking about what you may or may not be talking about what are the size and complexity of the goals which you can do.
Is there any other terms that pop into mind that are interesting?
I'm trying to remember this. I have a list of somewhere on my
Target morphology, yeah, people have to check it out. Morphoceutical, I like that one. Ionoceutical.
Yeah. I mean, those refer to different types of interventions in regenerative medicine space. So, morphoceutical is something that it's a kind of intervention that really targets the cell's decision-making process about what they're going to build. And ionoceutical are like the more focused specifically on the bioelectrics. I mean, there's also, of course, biochemical, biomechanical, who knows what else, kinds of signaling systems there as well. Target morphology is interesting. It really is designed to capture this idea that it's not just feed-forward emergence, and oftentimes in biology, that happens to it, but in many cases in biology, the system is specifically working towards a targeted anatomical morphospace, right? It's a navigation path. Really, these kind of problem solving can be formalized as navigation tasks, and that they're really going towards a particular region. How do you know? Because you deviate from that.
Let me ask you, because you've really challenged a lot of ideas in biology and the work you do, probably because some people are rebellious of the fact that you came from a different field of computer engineering. But you do advise the young people today in high school or college, they're trying to pave their life story, whether it's in science or elsewhere, how they can have a career they can be proud of or a life they can be proud of. Advice.
Well, it's dangerous to give advice because things change so fast, but one subject that I would say. Moving up and through academia and whatnot, you will be surrounded by really smart people. And what you need to do is be very careful at distinguishing specific critique versus kind of meta advice. And what I mean by that is if somebody really smart and successful and obviously competent is giving you specific critiques on what you've done, that's cool. That's an opportunity to hone your craft and get better at what you're doing, to learn, to find your mistakes, and that's great. If they are telling you what you ought to be studying, how you ought to approach things, what is the right way to think about things, you should probably ignore most of that. And the reason I make that distinction is that a lot of really successful people are very well calibrated on their own ideas and they on their own field and their own sort of area, and they know exactly what works and what doesn't, and what's good and what's bad. But they're not calibrated on your ideas, and so the things that they will say, oh, this is a dumb idea. I don't do this, and you shouldn't do that. That stuff is generally worse than useless. It can be very, very demoralizing and really limiting. And so what I say to people is read very broadly, work really hard, know what you're talking about, take all specific criticism as an opportunity to improve what you're doing, and to completely ignore everything else. Because I just thought from my own experience, most of what I consider to be interesting and useful things that I've done, very smart people have said, this is a terrible idea, don't do that, I think we just don't know. We have no idea beyond our own at best. We know what we ought to be doing. Very, very
yeah, their ideas, their perspective has been also calibrated not just on their field, a specific situation, but also on a state of that field at a particular time in the past. So there's not many people in school that are able to achieve revolutionary success multiple times in their life. So whenever you say somebody very smart, usually what they need is somebody who's smart, who achieved the success at a certain point in their life. And people often get stuck in that place where they found success. So to be constantly challenging your growth is a very difficult thing. And also at the same time, probably if a lot of people tell, this is a weird thing though, if a lot of people tell you if something is stupid or is not going to work, that either means it's stupid, it's not going to work, or it's actually a great opportunity to do something new. And you don't know which one it is. It's probably equally likely to be either. No, the probabilities. Depends how lucky you are. You don't know, so you can't take that advice. That's actually data.
Yeah, you have to. This is really hard. It's hard to describe it. Personally, but I'm a firm believer that you have to build up your own intuition. So over time, right, you have to take your own risks that seem like they make sense to you, and then learn from that, and build up so that you can trust your own gut about what's a good idea, even when. And sometimes you'll make mistakes that will turn out to be a dead end. That's science, but what I tell my students is life is hard, science is hard, sweat and everything, and you should be doing that for ideas that really fire you inside, and really don't let kind of the common denominator of standardized approaches to things slow down.
So you mentioned one area in some sense of model. What's the role of death in life? What's the role of death in this whole process we have? So is it, you look at biological systems, is death an important feature, especially as you climb up the hierarchy of competency?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think that it's certainly a factor that promotes change and turnover and an opportunity to do something different the next time for a larger scale system. So apoptosis, it's really interesting. What is really interesting in a number of ways. One is like you could think about like what was the first thing to die? That's an interesting question. What was the first creature that you could say actually died? It's a tough thing because we don't have a great definition for it. So if you bring up a cabbage and you put it in your fridge, at what point are you going to say it's died? So that it's kind of hard to know. There's also there's one paper which I talk about this idea that we think about this and imagine that you have a creature that's aquatic, let's say it's a prawn or something, or a tadpole, and the animal dies, and the pond dies for whatever reason. Most of the cells are still alive. So you can imagine that if when it died, it was some sort of breakdown of the anything between the cells, and the cells crawled up. They could have a life as amoebas. Some of them could join together and become a xenobot and go around, right? So we know from planaria that there are cells that don't obey the asexual that just sort of live forever. So you could imagine an organism that when the organism dies, it doesn't disappear, rather the individual cells that are still alive fall off and have a completely different kind of lifestyle and maybe come back together as something else, or maybe they don't. So all of this is happening sometimes. So death, in any case, I mean, we already kind of knew this because the molecules, we know that something dies, the molecules go through the ecosystem, but even the cells don't necessarily die that way. They can have another life in a different way. You can think about something like Gila, right? The Gila cell line, that has this incredible life, way more Gila cells now than there ever been than there were when she was alive.
It seems like as the organisms become more and more complex, like if you look at the mammals, their relationship with death becomes more and more complex. So the survival imperative starts becoming interesting. And humans are arguably the first species that have invented the fear of death, the understanding of long so not like is stay sure like I need to run away from the thing that's going to eat me, but starting to contemplate the finiteness of life.
Yeah. I mean, one thing about the human life, cognitive life science, is that for the first, as far as we know, for the first time, you might have goals that are longer than your life, so they're not achievable, right? So if you are, let's say, I don't know if this is true, but if you're a goldfish, you're going to have 10 minutes to attention span. Sure, that's true, but let's say there's some organisms with a short, cognitive life limit, right? All of your goals are potentially achievable because you're probably going to need them. So whatever goals you have, they're going to be achievable. If you're a human, you can have all kinds of goals that are guaranteed not achievable because they just take too long, but guaranteed you're not going to achieve it. So I wonder if, is that like a perennial sort of thorn in our psychology that drives some psychoses or whatever. Another interesting thing about that, actually, I've been thinking about this a lot in the last couple of weeks, this notion of giving up. So you would think that evolutionarily, the most adaptive way of being is that you fight as long as you physically can. You can't. And there's this photograph of some videos you can find of insects that are crawling around where it's like most of it is already gone and it's still sort of it's like a Terminator style, right? Like as long as you physically can, you can. Mammals don't do that. So for a lot of mammals, including rats, have this thing where when they think it's a hopeless situation, they literally give up and die. Physically, they could have gone. Humans certainly do this. And there's some really unpleasant experiments that this guy, I forget his name, did with drowning rats, where where rats would normally drown after a couple of minutes, if you teach them that if you tread water for a couple of minutes or get rescued, they can tread water. And so, so they would just give up and die. And so evolutionarily, that doesn't seem like a good strategy at all. Evolutionarily, why would you? What's the benefit which again, 1,000 actually does. But the situation of actually getting out suggests some very interesting kind of cognitive controls where you've now got to the point where the survival actually isn't the top drive. And then for whatever, there are other considerations that have taken over. I think that's really clear on that, but
yeah, I mean, the existentialist question of why I live, just the fact that humans commit suicide, is a really fascinating question from an evolutionary perspective.
And what was the first thing? That's the other thing. What is the simplest system, whether evolved or natural or whatever, that is able to do that? Right? Like you can think, what other animals are actually able to do this? Sure.
Maybe you could see animals over time for some reason no longer the value of survival at all costs, gradually until other objectives become more important.
Maybe, I don't know how evolutionarily how that gets off the ground. That just seems like that would have such a strong pressure against it. Just imagine what's the population with a lower, if you were a mutant to the population that had less of a survival imperative, would your genes outperform the others?
Is there such a thing as population selection? Because maybe suicide is a way for organisms to decide themselves that they're not fit for the environment.
Yeah, that's a really population level selection is a deep controversial area, but it's tough because on the face of it, if that was your genome, you wouldn't get propagated because you would die. If you were written out, that would have all.
There could be some deep truth there. What about you yourself as one biological system? Are you afraid of that?
To be honest, I'm more concerned with, especially now getting older and having helped a couple of people pass. I think about, let's say, what's the best way to go? Basically, like nowadays, I don't know what that is. Sitting at a facility that sort of tries to stretch you out of this small as you can have this seem that doesn't seem good. And there's not a lot of opportunities to sort of sacrifice yourself for something useful. It's not terribly many opportunities for that in society. I don't know. That's more. I'm not particularly worried about death itself, but I've seen it happen, and it's not incredible. And I don't know what a better option is.
So the existential aspect of it does not worry you. The fact that it's right ends.
No, it began. The ride began right. So there was millions of years before.
But isn't the experience of life? It's almost like feels like you're immortal. Because the way you make plans, the way you think about the future. Hey, if you look at your own personal rich experience, yes, you can understand. Okay, eventually I died. People I love that have died. Surely I will die. It hurts and so on. But it sure doesn't. It's so easy to get lost. This is going to go on forever.
Yeah, it's a little bit like if you could say believe in free love, right? You can say that, but when you go to a restaurant, you still have to pick a soup. So I don't know if I've actually seen that happen. You were believing free love, waitress came on. You can choose a right? So I think it's one of those things. I think you can know that you're not going to live forever, but you can't. It's not practical to live that way unless so you buy insurance and stuff like that. But mostly, I think you just live as a human being for the plant.
We talked about all kinds of ways. We talked about all kinds of embodiments. What do these mean for that? What's the meaning of all the biological aspects? Gareth, why?
I don't know that that's a well-posed question other than the existential question you posed before.
Is that question hanging out in the question of voice consciousness? You retreat somewhere? I'm not sure because you can't come on this. Because there are ambiguously defined.
Maybe. I'm not sure that any of these things really ride on the correctness of our scientific understanding. I mean, just for an example, right? I've always found it weird that people get really worked up to find out realities about their bodies. For example, right? That you've seen Ex Machina, right? And so there's this great scene where he's cutting his hands on everything. Now, to me, right, if I find out if I'm what you call, my conclusion is not, oh crap, I must not have true cognition. That sucks. My conclusion is, wow, cogs can have true cognition. Great. So, right, so it seems to me, I guess I'm with Descartes on this one, that whatever the truth ends up being of how the body's conscious and how it can be conscious, none of that is going to alter my primary experience. This is what it is. And if a bunch of molecular networks can do it, it's fantastic. If it turns out that there's a non-corporeal in the soul, great. Whatever. But the fundamental existential aspect of it is, somebody told me, today that, you were created yesterday and all your memories are sort of fake, kind of like a little bit of brains, right? And people, skepticism and all that. Okay. Well, but here I am. So
The experience is products. That's the thing that matters. So the backstory doesn't matter. The explanation.
I think so. From a first person perspective, now, from a third person, scientifically, it's also interesting. From a third person perspective, I can say, wow, that's amazing that this happens, and how does it happen, whatever. But from a first person perspective, I would think that's what I've learned from any of these scientific facts is, okay, I guess that's what it is sufficient to give me my amazing first person perspective.
I think if you dig deeper and get surprising answers to why how we're here, it might give you some guidance on how to live.
Maybe, I don't know. That would be nice. On the one hand, you might be right, because on the one hand, I don't know what else could possibly give you that guidance, right? So you would think that it would have to be that. It would have to be science, because there isn't. So maybe. On the other hand, I'm really not sure how we go from any, what they call from an is to an ought, right? Like a factual description of what's going on. This goes back to the natural, right? Just because somebody says, oh man, that's completely not natural. That's never happened. I'm looking for it. Whatsoever. I think whatever it has or hasn't happened, we are now in a position to do better, right?
But there's also, because it said in science, it's really tricky to know how to intellectually deal with the thing that science doesn't understand. Right? So, the thing is, if you believe that science solves everything, you can too easily in your mind think our current understanding, like we've solved everything, right? Yeah. Like it jumps really quickly to not science as a mechanism, as a process, but more like science today. Like you can just look at human history and throughout human history, just physicists and everything claim we've solved everything. Sure. Like there's a few small things to figure out. We basically solved it. Where in reality, it's asking like what is the meaning of life? It's resetting the power of like we might be tiny and confused and don't have anything figured out. It's almost going to be hilarious a few centuries from now when you look back at how dumb we were.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So when I say science and nothing else, I certainly don't mean the science of today, because I think overall, we know better. I think most of the things that for sure now are going to be possessions of the military and stuff. So I think we're just at the beginning of a lot of really important things. When I say nothing but science, I also include the kind of first person, what I call science, that you do. So the interesting thing about I think about consciousness and studying consciousness and things like that in the first person is, unlike you are part of the experiment. You will be altered by that experiment, right? And whatever it is that you're doing, whether it's some sort of example of practice, or some sort of psychoactive, whatever, you are now your own experiment. You are, right? And so I can say, I think that's part of it. I think that exploring our own mind and our own consciousness is very important. I think much of it is not captured by what currently is third-person science for sure. But ultimately, I include all of that in science with a capital S in terms of like a rational investigation of first and third-person aspects of it.
We are our own experiment. And when two systems get to interact with each other, it's a kind of experiment. So how deeply honest you would do this experiment. I think I'm a huge fan of your work. Doing everything you're doing. I can't wait to see the kind of incredible things you do. So thank you for coming.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Michael. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me read you some words from Charles Darwin on the origin of species. From the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we're capable of conceiving, namely the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There's grandeur in this field of life, yet several powers, having been originally breeded into a few forms, into one, and that, once this planet is called cycling on according to the fixed laws of gravity, was so simple a beginning, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
You could be the seventh best player in the world. Like literally seventh best player. But if you're playing with the other six, you're the sucker. You are like the worst player in the game, right? So like there's a lot of players, for example, like Kazarian, right? He's not a top player, like these guys are saying TV, but he probably makes more money than they do because he plays with people that are far below the skill. So part of the skill of being a poker player is finding situations where you're profitable, regardless of
The following is a conversation with Daniel McGrath, one of the greatest poker players of all time. This is the Let's Get No podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Daniel McGrath. Everything everyone does at the poker table conveys information. So let me ask sort of the big overview question. What are the various sources of information that you project and others project at the table that convey information?
well, there's several different things. There's the ones that are conscious and there's the ones that are subconscious, right? Like on the conscious level, it might be something someone says, right? You ask them a question and you say, you should call me here, So there's the verbal. There's also the more subconscious stuff, body posture, right? The eyes, the pulse, various things that are, less controllable. I find I use a combination of both to try to gain information, but generally when I have somebody more comfortable, they give up. Like everyone has a different approach. Phil Ivey likes to intimidate. I go the other way. I want my opponents to be relaxed so that they'll give you more in that regard.
So Phil Ivey likes to control the system, like mess with it, see what comes out.
I think Phil has an aura about what he wants you to know, that he wants you be afraid, be uncomfortable. Because when you're uncomfortable, I got you, right? And that's sort of his stick where he, and people do. Like when you sit at a table with Phil Ivey,
He likes to move by fear and he likes to move by how much he loves.
that's a really good way to put it. Never feel like that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Fear Phil Ivey. And then it's fine, don't worry, I'll get money.
So that's what the talking table is about, getting to be relaxed and get some of that gray area between consciousness.
There's that too, and also too, and this is who I am anyway. I like to talk to people. But one of the byproducts is the more I know about you, the more I like to know about how you think about different situations, right? So what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a lawyer. I defend criminals. Okay. So this guy probably spends a lot of his time twisting the truth, trying to find, and then so then you already have a mindset like this guy might be more likely to very subtle things like that.
So you start to pick up cues of what nervousness looks like to this person, what the nervousness communicates, all that kind of stuff. We're talking about physical health.
Yeah, physical health is secondary. I was more like player profiling, right? And sort of understanding the type of mind I'm dealing with, right? So again, somebody who's a lawyer is used to trying, is fine with being is part of the game, right? Whereas maybe somebody who's and they don't feel comfortable. Maybe they think nothing might be dishonest, right? So they're less likely to try some shenanigans. So, and then the other thing too is what type of person is this in terms of their, view on life, right? Are they positive? Do they feel like things go their way or not, right? There's those people that always fall. Of course, I lost. I always lose with this issue. And those types of things are ridiculous because when a card comes, that you don't have to beat, right? But you can pretend you still believe it. Like, of course you beat them. So you bet on the chips then, knowing that you can scare them because they already feel like
they're hearing the cynicism.
Exactly.
Cynicism is it because you can convince them that the card sucks.
When somebody believes that they're a loser or they're unlucky, right, and that bad things happen to them always, they never catch a break, then, you can just help them make it true.
What do you think about the rounders dedicated to the Oreo hotel? Do players at the high level get that kind of stuff? Do you think it's realistic to be able to tell? Is this partially subconscious?
So first of all, I love Brian Hoffman, and I think what they were going for is something obvious to the general vision, right? Like it's very clear. He eats the cookie, he doesn't eat the cookie. At the highest levels, something that blatant, you're not going to find. You're going to find a lot more subtle things, maybe the posture or timing or different things like that. At the lower levels, you might see a lot of people when they're in a hand and bet whether they drink water in the hand is going to hurt.
Such an intimate part of the experience that feel like you have food, you feel something about yourself through the way you eat. I feel like that's a dangerous thing.
Well, the thing is, generally speaking, people don't eat food in the middle of the hand. Like they're not going to bet and eat right? What they will do though is, they bet and come to you, and then whether they're uncomfortable, they do it question. They just want to do something to make themselves relax, whatever. They grab a water where they don't really need it in that moment, but they're trying to take their mind off of the situation.
So they in the movie wanted to show a simplistic version of something that's visually clear.
Yeah, I think one of the things wrong with that, right, is that it's poker, right? But you don't have to be great at poker to really understand poker to enjoy it. And that, Oreo cookie tip, like, everyone gets it. That's simple. If you would have went with something more subtle, like licking your lips, looking to the right, I think it might have been lost right.
And they didn't actually explicitly say that was a tell, I don't think.
Don't they did everything to let you know, right? With the music and slow motion and staring at it.
Yeah, but they didn't actually say, this is an obvious tell that James Cameron.
And the very end of it, after it says, how the fuck did you let him do the monster, right? He's like, you're not hungry? You're not hungry to the pizza? Keep him. So he sort of references it, and he takes the cookie, notices, he got me a break.
Well, probably if you had that kind of tell, you would imagine his character was not revealed.
Well, he says, normally I wouldn't reveal it, but I don't have a good chance. Like, I got a rat. So that was one way to do it.
How hard is it to do that? With KGB accents. To lay down in general, how hard is it to lay down in
happens to a lot of players is you get married to a hand. Let's say you have pocket aces, which is the best possible hand, right? But the board runs out for 7, 8, 9. There's a jack. There's a 6. It's like you have a great hand to start going into there. So one of the difficult things for the average players is, once they put money in, cutting their losses, saying, okay, let's move on to the next game. It's very, very difficult
at every stage of like pre-flop, all the way through, be able to just make a decision on that.
And essentially not being attached. Okay, 40, put in $40,000, and this guy's got another 20. Well, I think we got to get that 40, right? Except, in some cases you have to reassess individually this situation and realize, all right, this is that investment.
By the way, I should mention that you have incredible YouTube channel where you explain a lot of stuff. You do a podcast, you do a lot of awesome stuff. My probably favorite thing that they've done is do masterclass. That you should definitely check out masterclass.com/links.
There you go.
No, but it really is one of my favorite masterclass courses, but also just a great introduction overview of poker. This is great for people that like me who are beginners, essentially. But it's probably really good for community. I mean, there's a lot of people who do. Anyway, what are hand ranges? And how do you think it's estimate the range of hands that you're focused on?
So I actually I did a video on this. Ranges. Essentially, back in my video, we didn't talk about something. We're like, I think he's got this, or I think he's got that, right? What we thought of like the range of hands, right? So I guess the best example is imagine like all potential hands in are written, right? So the first player to act, they could have any one of those hands, right? Anyone randomly picked, right? But let's say now that player raised to $3,000. Okay, we can eliminate now from this grid a whole bunch of hands as players who no longer have. Because if they had a 2 and a 3, they wouldn't do this. So you can say, okay, he probably has a big pair, it's king, narrow the range of hands, right? Now, for your reaction on the flop, turn, on the river, based on the decisions they make, you narrow it down further. So the range of hands is the whole, the entirety of all the possibilities. These are this player you believe. Sometimes they believe, or they have a hand that you don't expect them to have. And, maybe a little bit unorthodox, doing some things you don't expect. But a range is essentially all the possibilities, and it narrows it. And by the fourth block is 10. Player raises, okay, it's minimized. Now player bets the flop, okay, it's minimized further. And then by the river, you can narrow down the entire range to maybe even a few minutes.
Is it always shrinking, or is there, as you get surprised? I mean, it's always an estimate. So does it ever expand based on sort of chaotic, unpredicted, surprising behavior of the players?
It really should never expand. The range of hands should always expand, right? Looking at the full scope. And then you should factor in, like, okay, these are all possibilities. Well, right? We can't have new hands on the trend. And if you get to that point where you say, oh, well, maybe he has this hand, then you sort of misjudge his range of price. So you're not thinking clearly. It should always be full scope.
Well, in that video, you also talked about it used to be that you would play your hand, but now you're playing a range. You're representing a range, and now you're just playing your hand. So, what does it mean to represent this with range?
Yeah, so that's another big thing that's different about in my day today. Is that back in our day, like people with one hand, you probably have king, you have jack. Now, people are cognizant of the idea that you could have an entire hand. So then you ask yourself in situations, all right, I know what I have, but what I could have given with my opponent's mind is any one of his hands. What would I do with the entirety of his hand? And so a lot of people who are trying to play optimal, so games are optimal, they think in terms of what their range of hands to do rather than very specific.
So, is bluffing in that context essentially misrepresenting the range of hands that you have?
No,
is that how you think about it?
Not exactly. So an optimal range, like if I'm playing game theory optimal, a portion of my range is going to be I have it, I got the best hand, and a portion of my range is going to be bluffs, and they'll be balanced. So in theory, no matter what you do, in theory, it's just you're thinking a zero. You're not gaining or losing if you were to do it. What's the view? He is expecting balance. So every play that you make, it either is going to, in the long run, make you some money, or it's just a loser play. And as a professional, you try to make the fewest amount of minus EV plays you can. And the only reason you would make these minus EV plays is potentially if you were trying to set up your opponent for something later, right? So I might make some minus EV plays, right? So that I can exploit you later, right?
So you're building up
an image.
Player profile that's false.
Something that I'm going to plant something in your mind that I exploit you later. So, for example, why would players like show a big lust? Like, what would be the reason? They show a big lust, and you know it's in, but maybe in their mind they do that, yeah. But now they think, maybe it's too much. But that's what we call like a level of because it's, you can go back and forth with whether or not, okay, this guy might know that. Like, he showed a love, yeah. So that's where it gets over.
So that's a little bit different than when we talk about hand ranges. That's different than building up a mental model. Would your opponents think you, and would your opponents think you think of that, and so on and so forth. And you're trying to construct those kinds of mental models. Is that separate from the hand ranges?
They go hand in hand, right? So if any given situation, right? My range is this many value hands and this many bluffs. Okay? So in theory, if I want to be balanced, this is my range, this is what it looks like. I'll bet this 50%, I'll bet this 50%. However, if I know that you think that I've left too much, right? Then I'm going to start, instead of betting these hands like I would 50-50, now I'll be like 70-30, where I'm basically value betting those things. Or vice versa. I'm looking at what was sold because you think I have it, I'm going to do the other way. And instead of less than 50%, I'm going to 70-80%. Just take advantage of your perception.
So to be successful, do you have to construct a solid model of all players in the game? Or can you
I think it's really important. Like when I play, I have my phone, I have a player profile of everything that I play with. Whenever I pick up like physical talent or tendencies they like that they have. And overall, that's going to allow you to explore, right? So like if I play with somebody I've never played before, I'm probably just going to play often, or at least as often as I'm going out until I start gain some motivation on that player, so that I can start.
So what's the optimal? What is optimal versus so game theory optimal versus exploitative?
Yeah, so that's like sort of the big debate in poker. We call it for short GTO, game theory optimal versus an exploitative play. And so GTO, game theory optimal, is the idea that I'm going to set up my play so that no matter what you do, you cannot exploit. So essentially, that's playing rock, paper, scissors, right? And throwing 33% each every time, right? Nothing you do can beat that. Nothing. You'll never be able to beat that, right? Exploitative play is starting to notice that, okay, you know what, this guy loves rock. He loves playing rock. So I'm going to go pay for it. Almost under to the game. So I won't be. But now all of a sudden, when I do that, I'm no longer playing rock. Because if you knew that I was making that adjustment, now you can exploit me. So that's where it's sort of what we call the leveling, where people veer from, the optimal line of, okay, 33% each, each one. You can't beat that. But you also can't win with that either.
So you're always trying to be at the cutting at the leading edges about play.
You're going back and forth. That happens at the highest levels, like online, that these guys play. Like they're trying to play pretty close to like game to value. But it's very difficult to do, first of all. No human being will ever be able to compute at the level of computers. It's just never going to happen. So that's where like the human mind has to play and say, all right, well, if I was playing against a robot, I would do X, but now I'm playing against you, so I have to adjust.
So does game theory optimal when you look at the betting and the hands in the current hand, and what does it look at the history? So if you were to play optimal, would you need to look at the history of the individual players, or just every hand is taken?
See, that's why I love playing exploitatively for the most part, because with GTO, anything that's happened in the past, it's no bearing on this. It's simply based on what is the optimal play in a vacuum. Whereas exploitatively, okay, this guy bluffs way too much of his spots. So now I can make an adjustment, based on past. GTO doesn't take into account these.
So like in a tournament, how quickly can you construct a player profile? you want to play.
Depends on the level of buy-in, really, right? So the higher the buy-in, generally speaking, you can assume if they're professionals, they're going to have pretty similar profiles. Because everyone's playing. If you're playing this game well, it's really similar, right? And at the lower levels, playing say 1,000, 1,500 buy-in or less, within a half an hour, I have an idea, right? Just by seeing how players play different games. That so here's the thing, with coaches, like I can see what he did, and it tells you so much about what they'll do a vast number of
You're saying at the high level, people don't get too many clues.
But at the highest level, people are so much more similar in terms of their style of play.
They try to find some kind of balance between GTO.
And now with all that we've seen on TV, right? Like people get to watch streams and whatever, so you get to watch all the shot players play. So if you want to learn how to play better, guess what you do? You copy what they're doing. Oh, somebody's raising this much, I'm going to do the same. They're betting this much, I'm going to do the same. So as a result, what you end up having is sort of everyone decides, like, I guess it's everyone has to open, right? You figure out, okay, this is an opening, this is what you do. And that's it. And everyone's similar. And then you have the outliers who try to do things that are different to confuse people.
Right, it seems like the outliers, like you talked about flying that Magnus in order to win Magnus Carlsen has to play suboptimally in the games to take his opponent out of the comfort zone so he can play with him as pure chess as quickly as possible. With just both short and deep calculations, purely replicate the board versus memorized plays, memorized lines. Is it the case that the best poker players are the ones that are able to, at the right time, play really suboptimally, like really, was it unorthodox?
Yeah, specifically, there's one guy last year who took the world by storm, and his name's Mike Madonna. And he was doing things, like I said, most of the top pros play very similar. This was one debate, construct changes and cut size and all this. He was doing crazy things that nobody else was doing. So he studied, sort of different form of poker, and it was unorthodox. And it throws people off. Because he's in his comfort zone with his bet size and different things, whereas everyone else, they're not well studied in this. So as a result of him being unorthodox, he became like a monster, but playing just really knew what he was doing.
In tournament, he was casting.
He was sure, yeah, he was crushing. He was going against the norm in terms of what he's like, this is what you should do as a best player. He wasn't doing it. He was doing what he thought was best. He was doing things outside of that. Again, in fact, you could look at that and you go, that's incorrect. That he should not do. That is a clear-cut mistake. Even, the solid person, the game theory would say, this is wrong, what he's doing. But it's not wrong if he's doing it in a way that he's exploiting other players. So, for example, with him, say he's playing far too aggressive. Okay? That's not good. Unless your opponents are playing passively. If your opponents are playing passively, the answer is to be more aggressive. And that's, I think, one of the biggest advantages of having to do that.
So that big boss bluffing.
So in a spot where somebody can make 1,000, he's making 22,000. What is this? This makes no sense.
People really know it's nothing, but they're too afraid to call on it.
Well, and then sometimes what happens is, this is what luckily for people like, man, this guy's crazy, he's nothing like this. Then he bets 22,000. And you say, taking my stand, I call. And then he strikes with like, yeah, 4 times. So he gets people out of their comfort zone. And I really enjoy watching him play. He's probably my favorite player to watch today.
Watching how like that. What aspect is playing would be able to incorporate into your life? Like, what do you want? Because you're constantly learning, you're constantly adjusting.
Yeah. Well, no, and I love it. As I said, so I think a lot of players come to the same conclusions about this type of spot, but he doesn't. And I love watching and thinking in terms of like why he's doing this. And one specific, for example, is he's willing to look at those. So in a spot where, let's say, he gets 2,000, he knows he'll get more, right? But he wants it all. He wants it all. So he says, you know what? I'll give up the 2,000. That's guaranteed. And I'll bet 50,000. And maybe if you call that, so listen, you lose the 2,000 7, 8 times, but if I get called for the 50 just once, I'm profiting. And it also sets the template for you to really be a player. He knows how to turn very early on, a huge event, and he was so far ahead. He was one step ahead of my And he did something that makes no sense whatsoever. I looked it up on the computer. Huge mistake, if you will. But not a mistake, because it takes advantage of my position.
Do you remember the cards? You know,
And I remember the whole thing.
can you take an example hand that really demonstrates it?
So I'll explain the hand here. So I'm on the button, and I have ace king. Very good. And I raise, and he calls me. He calls 9-7-5. So I have nothing. He checks, I check. Turn card's an ace. He checks. I bet half the pot, 6,000, or I bet 3,000. Okay? So now this is not the typical thing you see people do, but he raised me to 36. Massive raise. Bigger than the size of the pot.
What was the flop?
9-7-5. Turn an ace.
What does he represent?
Well, you could have straight, you could have three, you could have high, you could have aces up, you could have a whole bunch of them. You check raise pretty big. I call the bet. So now it's something like 75. The river is a five. So the board pairs. Okay? He thinks for a while and he bets all of it. 3 times the price. That's 225,000. There's only 75,000. And in theory, he should never ever have a hand. Right? So it confused me. And I was like, okay, well, this guy's aggressive. Oh, so I made the ball. And he came. And he turned over 6-8. So we had a string. But here's the thing. In theory, that river card is bad. When I call the turn, I have a high pair of two flops. But he was risking them. And the reason he did it was because he thought I would perceive him to be bluffing a lot. So he just wins. And it worked. He was able to double up right away and not be able to turn that. Do you think he thought he would hold? I think specifically, I think it came down to this. He was cognizant of his image as being a wild aggressive person, right? And he was fully taking advantage of me, knowing that my tendency in these spots is and I want to call. So he was fully taking advantage of the fact that he thought I would call. Because otherwise, if we're playing a small bet, medium-sized bet, those make sense. But the bet that he made, in theory, is indefensible. It's just like clearly a mistake. But that's why poker is so fascinating. Because he makes this bet. It wasn't a mistake. It was above the rim. But
Do you think he put you on ace something?
I think exactly. It was ace king.
That is so fun. That is so fun. Two players at such a high level were able to mess with each other's mind. How old is he? Young?
He's in.
I feel like that takes a lot of guts to take risks.
Well, that's great. He's certainly never. He's not having the best to put in. And that's scary to play against, right? The easiest opponent to play against is one which is straightforward, passive, not wild and crazy. Playing against them, she's going to put you in the blender.
How do you control what you're perceived as representing? What hand is representing? So if the game of modern poker is others are representing certain hands, the game initiative, and you're representing certain hand range. So how do you control that? Is that not? Is that the wrong way to think about it? Isn't bluffing, that sizing, all that kind of stuff essentially controlling what others perceive as the hand range you have?
Ultimately, in terms of like controlling people's perception of you, you can't fully control it, but you can do things to sway it, right? As I said earlier, showing blocks, things like that. Speak to the opponent and make you do this more often than you're supposed to do. But in terms of like controlling, what your opponent can think about your hands and certain spots, I don't really think it breaks that. I think what people do when they're playing a hand is they think in terms of, all right, what is my range look like? Okay, my range has value. You look at, the actual range out the second row. You say, okay, I could have this, I could have this, I actually have this, right? But I could have all these things. And my opponent is thinking on a high level. He knows that I have all these. I have this. So what do I do with this? Right?
I guess I'm trying to understand if you're betting or isn't a bet the street clock. Your bet doesn't have an arrow and hand range. Doesn't have arrows and if you bet big combined with the perception of you at the table, doesn't that represent that hand range?
Absolutely.
So like you can win better
achieving my range. So, for example, similarly, if I bet small, right? Well, that could be a lot of hands, right? That could be up to a big part.
The bigger the bet, the more network rate.
The more polarized it is.
Yeah. How far could you get with that?
It depends on who I'm playing, right? So if I was playing in a tournament with mediocre or weak players, I think I could probably do pretty well.
But even like world class,
I
I mean, the question is trying to get how important is the actual hands you have versus the hands you represent.
right. So that's the question. Essentially, if you're not looking for ranking spot, you're basically giving up a fundamental advantage, right? Where you're going to be playing way suboptimal in terms of your hand strategy, right? Because you don't look at your hand. You might have a 2 and 3. That's not good. But now you're playing. So you've invested whatever, $2,000, $3,000 with absolute garbage. And it's very difficult to find that good, right? So it's much better to actually look at your card and go, yeah, let's throw it to play this game.
Speaking of garbage, you said that 10 is the great poker hand to play. So that's been the case. What aspect of it is that you enjoy?
Yeah, so one of those zero discussions, it's like 10-7. I just noticed I've said all my life, TV, I've been working with it. So that's just sort of, but it's not like I'm going to look at 10-7 and go, oh, wow, it's falling in or anything like that. I'll play it in situations where it makes sense, but, it's rare. It's not very good.
But is there some aspect of belief in the magic of this hand manifests quality of play? Or is that a little right?
And so here's the thing, poker players, some said it's unlucky to be superstitious.
Yeah.
Overall, a little bit, and so, I don't know, maybe it is a case for when I have 7, I feel somehow energetically that, I'm more likely to catch something, which may actually make me more apt to be aggressive, confident in the hand. But you really shouldn't let yourself do that. Like, you're not supposed to love it.
Yeah, but uncertainty is ruthless. So the fact that it's a game of statistics, it can be too big for human psychology. So maybe you have to hold off certain superstitions because there's whole absurdity to the fact that you can play off complete extremely well. With actually this year you played what is it, 50 days of World Series of Poker, and it seems like, at least from the perspective of me looking at it through the internet, it seems like there's a lot of hands with 70, 30, 80, 20 all in hands that you just you're not going your way. That can sort of break your mental.
Yeah, one of the hardest things, especially about playing, because the cash games are different. One of the most difficult things about being a tournament player is resilience. Because more often than not, like, so if there's a tournament with 1,000 people, to win the tournament, you have to get all of the chips. That means there's one winner and 999 losers. It's very rare that you actually win all the chips. So you're essentially at some point every tournament you play, you were really bad luck and disappointed. And sometimes those weeks can have you question yourself and be introspective about, okay, so I think I'm 47. I think I've gotten better as time went on between distinguishing, okay, am I losing right now because of bad luck? Or is it fundamentally decisions I'm making about good, right? And that's one of the hardest things for anyone who plays poker to get, right? Why am I losing? Am I losing because I'm just being better? Am I losing because of luck? And because there's so much variance in poker, a lot of players can be confused on both sides. And one guy's winning and he thinks it's great. It's really not. Wait till the break even is bad.
I think there's a lot of purpose in life as well. You get screwed over and over. It's hard to know if you're doing something wrong or if it's just bad.
I think they did a study. I remember it was like a study. It was supposed to be a camp. It was mice. They put them in a little maze, and they go down these 3 tubes. And they go down this 1 tube, and there'd be cheese, right? And they go down again, cheese. 3 times in a row, cheese, right? The next time, there was an electric shock. Not cheese. Went. They did that. Came back. He kept going back until he found it. He kept going because he found a piece there. He has one there. And he continued to go chase that goal. Despite it being, now it's not
chasing the wins. You learn too much. You sort of overgeneralize the lessons learned sometimes.
So yeah, like beginner's luck can be different. If you have some good luck and you believe that this is just the way it's supposed to be forever, it can put you in a delusional state where, you feel like I'm just great. I'm just lucky.
I actually played poker once in Vegas. It wasn't a tournament. It was a kind of tournament like style. I already forgot who it was. But what I do remember is I had 4 of a kind. The last hand I've ever played, the poker was I got a 4 of a kind, and there was a couple of others with really strong hands, so I could run all in. And I think you get some kind of bonus with getting 4 of a kind at each other. Yeah, so it's something like this. I apologize for the details. But I should have winning a lot of money, and I walked away from the table, so I'm not going to because I started to feel like this is your. I started to think, even though I've already played poker, I don't know that I'm good, and that's really dangerous feeling. And everybody is doing that.
One of the other things that I think is about poker too is good is relative, right? So you could be the 7th best player in the world, like literally the 7th best player. But if you're playing with the other 6, you're the snuffer. You are like the worst player in the game, right? So like there's a lot of players, for example, like the Dan Kazarian, right? He's not a top level player, like these guys you see on TV, but he probably makes more money than they do because he plays far below the skill. So part of the skill of being a poker player is finding situations where you're profitable, regardless.
Another connection to life. Do you think Dan Kazarian is telling the truth about having made $50, $100, just a huge amount of money?
Considering what I know about the private game and the types of players who play in these private games, the mistakes that they play, I absolutely believe, Dan has made, I don't know how he knows, but whether it's 50, whatever, but it wouldn't surprise me that if you play these games in a year and you find the right businessman with way too much Bitcoin money, and one night you take him for 20 million, I absolutely could see it. I don't see the reason why. Listen, where he got his money initially, that's interpretation, father, whatever. But has he made a bunch of money playing poker? Absolutely.
Do you feel like as somebody who lives in, I think there's something almost ethically wrong in playing people much worse than you?
So yeah, that's a good question because part of the reason I play poker and wanted to become professional is I don't think make my mother proud, right? And I don't think she would be proud of taking Grandma Betty's last $5, and down the street in the center road, take her to the pension check. So I play at the high stakes against people who board it. They know who I am. I'm not a hustler. I'm not pretending I'm bad poker to squeeze in. I was thinking about this just yesterday as I played the game. That if I played that sort of board, where a lot of guys in the pros would sort of play down the field, pretend they're just one of the guys. These guys could make $20-30 million. Legitimate. I believe that, if I did that, if I said, I'm going to go down that path, get into these games in LA, and travel and stuff, I can make $20 million a year. But it feels a little greasy. All right, I don't like to do that. I don't like to ask anyone for a favor or things like that. So, but yeah, I feel. Listen, a rich guy who would sit down with $1 million and get no music. I don't have any more fun.
So if Grandma Betty's a billionaire,
You can send it, right? Absolutely.
well, let me ask you about a tough period of your recent life. You had a rough connection with a series of poker, losing $1.1 million in 40 days. What are you going to mention to that?
So here's the thing. I do like you said, I do a YouTube vlog every day, so I can share my moments. Listen, I can edit that thing, keep out with that stuff, but I think it's more authentic and genuine struggle. The actual struggle and the pain that I go through, without it. I'd say the one thing I'm most proud of about this was because there are moments you see me broke. So I can't take it. Broken selfies. I was filming it, I do it for a while. Smashed it. Beautiful. Right? That was my hit rock bottom. And then I put the camera on me and I was like, all right, let people see it. But mentally it was very difficult because there was a feeling of hopelessness where I was making a decision. I genuinely felt I played really, really well. But every time my money went in, my funds went in, I was 60%, 70%, higher line, like the one where I broke the selfie stick. I lost 500,000, right? It was like the last car.
I think he lost.
Yeah, I think he lost.
What led up to the selfie stick gate? What you just lost your ship for like 100 milliseconds. Like it was very brief. You're just like what the world is making any sense. Like how was losing and how did you watch you?
You should never feel like this, but part of me felt like I deserved to lose this, right? So part of me was like, this, I lost so many in the last 2 weeks, so I just let, God be kind to me right now. Let me win. And it looks good. I was in a great situation. Club, great situation. And about to be a competitor. They could be a competitor in this tournament. For the big prizes, turn the whole thing around. All there for the taking. And then, boom, the last card is just, it was a couple weeks of frustration in the moment of filming that I just had this reaction. And I smacked the selfie stick, and then I see a safe. Like, the selfie stick on the ground, and of course, social media blows up about how it was a violent act. I mean, it's like you ever watch sports? Have you ever seen a guy on the golf course smack his club or throw their helmet? Like, there was this guy Justin Lawson. He's super, for lack of a better word, offended by everything. And he was equating by throwing a stick on the ground violence against women, domestic abuse, and the idea that this makes women feel unsafe. And so that was kind of a running joke for the last 2 weeks, where every time I sat at the table, you guys were like, "Oh, you're unsafe."
Yeah. So you took it to the hand. You remember what the hand was? Like what was the?
Yeah. So it was right on the button raised. David Peters, very aggressive player. He went all in. I had a pair of pocket tens. So I went with my tens, and he hit queen 10 of spades. So I was good. I played the best hand. I thought it was like king 9-3, 1 spade. His turn was like the 8 of spades. So now he has flush draw, and the river was into spade. So he got spade.
Wow, but statistically you were winning that time.
Yeah, winning it off.
What did he go on in on the floor?
He made what's considered like a pretty standard play in modern poker, where he's got a raise and he's just trying to pick up, what was there. And he ran through, and so he ended up with a lot, and he got lucky.
So what was throughout the strategy, preparation strategy you played? So you played so many days. Is he trying to ignore the results and stick to the particular strategy?
Yes, for the most part, what I'm trying to do is I feel really attracted to that stuff because there's a very degree of buy-in too. Like you have small ones, like 1,500, then you got 250,000 more buy-in. So I map out the 7 weeks, and I'll give a little bit of mental energy to 1,500, just be on the phone, I don't care. But the 250K, fully engaged, fully focused, up against obviously the higher line, super top competition, and as far as strategy goes, focusing on each day, playing the best that I can, not the results. Like, because if you focus on the result, you're focusing on the wrong place. Your focus should be on the decisions you actually make, right? And if you're making good decisions consistently, you have to continue to do that. The frustrating part is this: poker, unlike chess, making the best possible doesn't mean you win. Often you lose. You don't chess.
Well, it was nice. Dawson's also talked about that. There's some non-deterministic thing about chess too, given the limited even cognitive capacity to the mind. So he says that the world championship should have 20, 30, 40, 50 games, not the few that they have. It's too low to sample. So in that sense, the high stakes of poker tournaments are very too low sample.
Sure, yeah. Well, what do you think of Little Freeze Poker? So you, as you said, I lost by 1 3, right? And one time that was 5,000. So then, you other 3 So the sample, the amount is, 40, 50 total tournaments with, high variance. And if you don't run well, if you don't run minus run, you're going to have a losing result.
So you did a podcast on the record game a few years ago. That's just something you really care about. So what aspects of the record game is the most difficult to master?
I think the most difficult thing for people is self-awareness, right? And resilience. Self-awareness, okay, so, again, am I not doing this because of luck? Or is there things that I can rely on? Is looking for mistakes? illusion. When I make a mistake, right, call it a breakdown, whatever. That's where breakthroughs happen. Like, oh, you know what I could have done? I could have done this. I would have been able to do that. So I think like with anything, when you start out playing golf, like your goal is to just hit the ball, right? Then you try to hit it in the air. Then you're trying to hit it straight. Then you're kind of trying to hit it on the green. Then you're trying to hit it close. To the point where the pros get, where they're so finite. They're trying to hit it 63 yards and spin it back 3 yards. It's imperfect. Like they don't hit the perfect shot because the perfect shot that it goes in. But they try and make the mistakes small. Poker's the same. We all make mistakes consistently. The goal is to minimize, especially the big ones.
What was the lowest point in poker in general, actually? Maybe it was this year, maybe it was in general. Do you remember there were times in your life, speaking of resilience, that were extremely difficult to you mentally?
Yeah, so early on, as basically as a teenager in Toronto, and then in my early 20s, I went to little dates, right? And I thought I was 21 years old, and I check me out, right? Show up for $3,000, 24 hours later, money's gone. And I remember the moment. Shit was vivid. It was at the venue before shoot about 3 in the morning, playing 700 people. I lost my last chips. I went to the bathroom, washed up, got out. They all left. And it was like the moment where I realized, like, okay, in Toronto, I was in but here, they were playing sneaks. I remember every one of their faces. And then I remember not having enough money to get back to it, but at least I was staying. So I walked. I walked. In that moment, I was thinking, is this something that I'll really do? Am I good? What am I going to do now in Vegas? I don't know money. I have no money, right? So that was certainly like, it felt like a low point. Walking back to my paradise and playing, which is not a great place.
Where did you find the strength to answer yes to that question? You could start to do.
I think this is sort of a pattern in my life where, like in the evening after I know, I don't have that feeling of hope or, resilience, if you will. I'm allowing myself to experience despair, which is exactly where I'm at. But then it'd be nice to wake up the next morning and just within me, I have that inner confidence and say, you know what, fuck it, get back on the hobby horse, find a way, make it work. Right? But I do believe it's really therapeutic and worthwhile to allow yourself to feel and vent. So many people today, the Instagram culture world, I call it, it's like, you want to act like nothing bothers you. Emotion. Right? You're pissed off, it's okay to show it. Emotion's fine. We all have it. There's no reason to express it. Obviously, you don't want to have guys being self-stickers about moving. Right? But
You got to make everybody feel unsafe.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you're saying there's a culture. Stay positive about this kind of stuff, but when you feel despair, don't resist it. Write it down.
It just go away, right? That feeling that you put it away in your stomach and you think, it's gone. It's not. It's still there. Let yourself go. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit emotional because once you've experienced it, you let it out.
Yeah, I feel like as long as your brain coach to support it, you can usually learn a good lesson. It can become strong, become more resilient. Right? It's really interesting and a good lesson.
Absolutely, yeah.
So through 2022, and in general, what is a perfect day in your life genuinely run over you? Like on a day when you play a big game, big tournament game, so on. So like what time do you wake up? What do you eat for breakfast?
So my life is tricky. Like one when I'm playing hardcore and one when I'm not. And they look very different, right? With flip flips, but I'm not. I'm up at 10, breakfast in the gym at noon, post workout, meal, coffee, walk, like, I try to get the best out of cardio. It's very like home life. Very like boring in my day. Right?
Well, just this walk, so like, what do you do when you walk? Thinking about stuff.
No, honestly, I try to get 15,000 steps a day, and I just walk basically like an hour while I watch a show, or something like that. On the treadmill,
Why walking that much?
well, I mean, walking, I do And that's about what I did, 165. And then I spent the next month trying to lose it. But during the World Series, when I'm playing, the most important, without question, that I have to focus on, and this is why I stopped focusing on working out, I was like, sleep. If I'm not rested, I'm useless. If I only get 5, 6 hours, and I have to go back the next day and play 14 hours, chances of me being at my best, very, very slim. So sleep is a priority.
What's the perfect amount of sleep for you? 8.
So 8 hours is my go-to every night. During the World Series of Poker, it's just not possible. Because of the way that it's structured, sometimes the tournaments end at 2:15 a.m. I get home about 3 o'clock. Takes me 30 minutes, 40 minutes to get to sleep. So let's say I'm in bed by 3. Well, the tournament's at, 2. So I have to get up, whatever. So it's very difficult to get exactly 8 a lot of the time. And also get back there.
Is there any hacks to apply the mind? You're going on a pretty intense roller coaster mentally when you play. Is there any tricks to getting to sleep? Given
So I've been very lucky. Like I'm blessed. I don't know if it's because of diet or not, but I've always been a very good sleeper.
You just shut off.
I get to sleep and I sleep like a baby, And I also nap with it. Like during the World Series, sometimes what happens is let's say I get knocked out of my bed, we have another one that I can jump in. Instead of jumping right into it, I'll go into a private room and take 45 minutes, and give me enough energy to leave me for the second one.
Yeah, and it solves a lot of problems. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. And that is a valuable trick. What else? What do you? Your mind's going, pretty intense all day.
Yeah, so during like I said, when I'm not playing, it's super open. I have to literally measure everything. Account calories, account macros, follow routines.
So you have a diet where you
I'm vegan, so it's vegan diet.
cook balance in terms of carbs.
Yeah. I eat a healthy amount. I'm doing probably 150 grams of protein, 60 grams of fat, 50 and then
You're trying to pressure your body on.
I do, yeah. I created a meal plan. What I did for myself is I really made a spreadsheet with like a day's food, like 6 different foods. So I just followed it. Like it actually makes my life so much easier when I don't think about what I'm eating or I'm eating. I already wrote it down, and it doesn't get boring because I'm switching it up every day. Occasionally I'll reach that splurge or something. During the World Series, I eat whatever the fuck I want. Like at 2 a.m., I'm not praying for broccoli carrot salad. Like I want chocolate, candy, and chips. So
You listen to the critics.
yeah, I'm still asking.
Surprising because you're so much in food.
Yeah.
Sadly,
It's really difficult. Like I've done it before, and I would make a point to work out every day. But what that did was sacrifice the sleep. So then I found like at 1 a.m. I'm tired because I'm spending more energy than I would otherwise. So I essentially like look at the World Series 6-7 weeks. My body's just limiting, not like keep my like a different kind of thing. And that's okay because my opponent's confident that within 6 weeks of just like eating right, working out,
it's just hilarious to me that you can eat chocolate, but eating chocolate in bed and trying to get to sleep. Is this
like literally a bag of chips and chocolate. Like on my way home before bed.
this is what the professional athlete does? It's the highest level of career. Okay, so what else? They're doing some mental preparation and focus and meditation and some other things leading up to the games. Is there anything like any rituals you like to follow?
So yeah, I have dabbled like meditation and things like that, and I know the benefits to it, and I understand that a lot of people do a lot of it. I've done it for a good amount of time, long periods of time. I found that for me, I think it was predominantly discipline. Like it really wasn't doing anything for me that I felt like it felt like I was doing something, but I didn't see any specific results and stuff. I don't believe in that. One thing that I would do for me is there's so much footage now that I'll make it a point to like watch my opponents and then like my phone tricks to trade. Not game theory offense. Stuff that I think, oh, they're making mistakes. And then I look to do that in different ways. Always with, don't
How hard is that process? Do you enjoy it? Is it like really hard work to analyze the players to try to understand what are the different mistakes, what are the strengths to avoid?
I think the only thing that makes it harder is when you're young, right? When you're 20, you're trying to make your nest egg. If you're trying to make your retirement, you're hungry, right? You're like Clubber Land, go to the gym, hungry. Whereas, Rocky's in there taking pictures, smiling, doing commercials, stuff like that. So I am good with that. I'm financially okay. So I don't need to do it. I don't need to do it. So I think it was a box, which one he was asking questions of, how do you get up and still at 4 years morning run? You know what? Yeah. A lot more difficult to do before I have run. It just is, right? But I've always been self-motivated, and I've always found a way. So it's harder in the sense of like, it's not a deal. I can still get by without it. But, so in that regard, it does feel like a little bit of work. Like, oh my God, there's a lot of footage I gotta get. And I don't know that I'm gonna spend 10 hours a day doing that.
What do you still love? Recent for your lecture, like the times to catch yourself just being able to take it and then what else?
I think that, like, for me, I'm a little competitive, but I was never going to be a professional athlete. Number player, good enough, any of that stuff, body type, whatever. The poker was sort of like right? You're 6'5", 40, 50. We're not fighting. We're fighting a different way. So the competitive aspect, I also have always been fueled throughout my career by jealous. So this is probably unhealthy, but every time people say like you're done, you washed up, people like it just makes it such a one. Yeah, right. So I have a little bit of that, which again, reading comments, like I've been told many times throughout my career for the last 15, I'm done competing, and I enjoy,
Yeah, the game has changed so much. The grades in the past surely cannot be the grades in the present. There's not that kind of commentary with the TV, whatever it's for. It's certainly for poker really changed a lot over the past couple of decades. Can you speak to poker has changed?
Yeah,
Because I mean, that's a problem.
yeah. So complacency is a big issue for many people who make shit to it, right? So in my era, the early 2000s, there were people playing the big names, the stars of the game. But a lot of them had their egos out of whack, where they just felt like, okay, I'm the best, that's it. Like, it was young guys, it was software, it was solvers, doing these kind of things, and if you're not what you've done, then you'll get surpassed. And I remember myself at a very early age at one event, and it was one of my first events in the late 90s. I was the young buck playing Tom McIntyre, Brad Dowd, the guys at the era, right? And I was doing things more aggressively. They were these young kids, they're aggressive, and all this stuff. He was sort of mocking me. And I thought, never be that guy. Always have the humility to be introspective, and always have the respect for your opponents. That while you're thinking you've got it all figured out, they're learning new things. So I've always been really just sort of fall to my pride and get coached by young people. What might even be better, but they see blind spots that I have that I'm not, and they help me improve my. I've always been willing to sort of look every 6 months, a year, and say, here's what I'm really doing, not how I do that. But most people from my generation, they go the other way. They have this idea that you figure it out. Once you feel like you mastered it, there's nothing left to learn. That's the moment where everyone else is. That's the moment.
Let's move on for the conclusion. How is the game changed?
So the game changed in terms of the way we learn it, right? When I started out, the only way to learn how to play poker was sit your ass in the chair, and in person, just in person, play, maybe jot down in a notepad, we didn't have cell phones, right? Write notes, action notes, and then you don't analyze it. Try to figure it out that way. And think about, maybe talking to friends, different players. When I grew up, it was John Jordan, that's how I'm playing games in life. We would sort of create like a little bit of a battle. Well, how would you play this? That was extended, right? We never had the correct answers. So now you could introduce poker to a whole new group of personalities. In my day, people that were dregs of society. They didn't fit in. Not college goers, but degrees, people from street hustlers, playing pool, found poker, and then they have this unique mind, right? But now, because poker can be studied, much like the study of university or college, you had, for example, the German it was literally analyzing data, coming up with strategies based on this. What? You know, the old guy, play by feel or whatever. You're like, you're learning. So I guess the way to describe it is like in the old days, it required skill and talent for card sense, right? That was the only way to become good. And today, that's not the case. Good study habits, good work ethic in that regard can make you a really good player, even if you aren't all that talented. The habit of good work ethic is right? Not necessarily card sense, but if you're able to put in the work and study things, what you essentially have, or if you study for your benefit, you know, that you didn't have.
So what did the solver do? Do you start to memorize the operations?
You try your best. So again, solvers are imperfect, right? In terms of the way that humans utilize it, right? Because you can give solvers a certain number of inputs in terms of what you want to solve. The solver can take many. So, for example, the way that a typical player will solve is to say, okay, what does the solver think is the best play here? We have 1/3 pot, we have 2/3 pot, we have 1.5. Okay? You give it 3 parameters. It comes out with an output, and it tells you what you should do with all different hands you got. However, that's a simplified version of the solver do. The solver might decide that 7 times 10%. But if you're putting in a solve, you can only put in, you know, specific parameters. So that's why you rank that's typically the number 1/3, 2/3, and 1.5. That's why what people often do, they sort of have a vague idea. But yes, it's perfect in terms of the implementation, right? And memorizing all the variables, like that if the king jack offsuit, the king of diamonds is 13%, don't give them a right to do that. So what you do is you bucket it. It's like you bucket it into, say, instead of 10,000 variables, you have 10 buckets. Okay, with these hands, and you try your best to, you know, stay within those lines. But again, what I love about live poker is that nobody will ever be able to master this game, you know, mimic us all.
But you also have to incorporate your position, where you are, and obviously the card you have, but also the size of your stash, how much money you have, and also whether you have the ability or desire to buy in, all those kind of things. So you have to calculate all of that, right?
So that, yeah, so it's always do that, right? And essentially, you don't do it. It tells you, you look at the grade, and you're right, this is my hand. It tells you what's for any hand, right? It gives you the full outcome.
And that actually gives you a better idea because you're ultimately, like you said, playing a range of hands, not one hand.
And the solver things you've seen out the go, I would imagine. Really, right? And I tell you what was interesting is there was, you know, accepted theory from all the top go players. It's really good, but the AI was doing things way different, and they're like, this has to be wrong. And it wasn't. So, for example, a solver may say this, right? Let's say you bet on the end, and you bet a lot, and the solver may say you should fold here with a pair of kings and a king of C, which is, you know, your move. But call with a pair of fours and C. So it's essentially telling you that you should fold this hand with much better than this. So it makes you question a lot. Because what solvers do is they use the information from your own cards to formulate all the possible hands with one card. So if your opponent is, so basically if you have the king queen, you know, it may say, for lack of a better word, nerdy term, blocks potential bluffing answers. So let's say if your opponent would block the queen jack, but you have a queen, so there are less combinations. So if you find a better bluff structure. So that's what's really not poker players usually think, like, well, this hand is pretty good, I gotta call. But that's not how the solver would do it. The solver uses, you know, combinations, you know, and sometimes it's tough
To get the good wine answers, just did the wild solver do something better. maybe incorporate a little bit easier, but in the case of Go and chess, it's not always obvious why. Because it's not going to explain that to you.
But I think one of the best ways to learn is when you see a solve and it tells you try to figure out why does this solve it? Why does it want me to call it this? And try to think about it. Aha! Because this card that I have, changes the range of my opponent's, potential.
I'd love to get your opinion on your relationship with Saul. For example, Magnus doesn't use leverage for his team because he feels like he's going to rely on it too much and can't use it with playing. What you really want is an extremely strong intuition without being on this side. Is there some aspect of that that's true to you?
Absolutely. I totally can relate to that. First and foremost, what's all in this person. I didn't come from that world. I'm still in business. I didn't know this. I don't know that. So I had two guys are data scientists, other guys with focus on, if you will, and they coached me and they did it. So today, if I was in a tough spot, and I'm like, I don't know what would solve this, I would send them the hand and they'll run the solve for me and then sort of give me the parameters. When I was playing, regularly using solvers, we were spending 6 to 8 hours a day doing all these solves. So intuitively, I started to think in terms of what the solver would want, but I couldn't sort of understand what Magnus is from that. You don't want to become a slave to the sims, right? There's one kid I know who joked with him, random guys, and he made a play that the sims, would say, this is a good play. But I'm like, it's a good play, in a simulated world against a robot. It's not in practice, you just do things, right? You don't need to be doing it. So if you become a slave to the sim and always do what the sim says, you're handcuffed.
Is there some, at the high level of plays, there's still a feel of confusion?
If you're not doing that, you're safe, right? There's no human being who plays perfectly balanced and can do it like a robot. They're not, right? So there are opportunities there to take advantage of the things that they do that are slightly too aggressive or less aggressive. For example, they most human beings don't bluff enough. So you don't have to call with the correct range of hands. You don't have to, because they're not bluffing. So you don't have to call. You'd be making mistakes, right? Yes.
What's the difference between in-person and online play? Given that context.
Yeah, well, online poker is the same game, right? Same poker, but it's different in so many ways, right? I think playing online is far more fundamental. In games, you don't have the added bonus of looking across the table and getting any sense of whether it's true, the bluffing, whatever. And also, because online poker, those that play it, you play far more games. And some of these guys have 10, 20 players at the same time, right? You're hitting the ball. You're creating a database in that room, right? So let's say online, I can see your data. This guy is playing 40% of hands. He's betting the river 80% of the time. So now I can use that data and show you out.
Do you enjoy playing online?
I enjoy the online poker. I enjoy the music of it because you're not legal.
So do you also play games at the same time?
I typically like to go on too, but I can play them before. I find before it's hard for me to keep track of what's actually happening. It's a different mindset required, like a lot of these young guys that hustle through 20 tables at a time.
It feels like some period of the game.
It's much more robotic, right? So if you're playing 20 tables, you're just making decisions based on what you're not thinking about the depth of the situation, what just happened. You don't even know what's happening. So you pay attention to it.
It's some of the magic of poker is what's happening. Like, for example, I'm sorry to bring up this one. You asked poker and chess one. He hates Olympics, championships, all that kind of stuff because it's so low sample. But to me, that's part of the magic. There's magic to it.
I agree.
And I don't know what that is exactly. There's so much at stake. It's so rare. So much drama and heartbreak leading up to all this stuff. Yeah, if you go to
especially that those kids probably know that that's it. That's the pinnacle. That's where like you. That's where you put tuning in. The gravity is so much bigger. Like everyone gets the opportunity to play. I'm sure you would have, right? Oh, he should do this. You're not there. You're not under the light. You're not under the pressure. It might seem easy for you at home. You're like, yeah, you can see the whole part. They can't. Certainly, the idea of the small sample. I like the idea that you don't have to worry about, oh, well, if I do this now, then in the future, I won't be balanced. You have to be balanced. Yeah, that's like really boring, right? Yeah, that is kind of the way the young generation learns how to play the game. Being balanced and respond. And then randomizing, like, oh, I'm supposed to do this in a time, okay, so if my left part is red, do it, black it. You're not even making, you're no longer making actual decisions for yourself, you're just randomizing, and that's way less fun than the situation.
That's why I'll take those way to talk about that. It's all around.
It should be for us, yeah, fostering God, who are just randomization.
Maybe if that takes what's the hand especially gutsy you've seen in history.
Well, for me, the one that stands out, because I was so young, and it was my first year, like, I was racing. I was friends with Scott, and he was heads up, and I was going to get a good drive, and I was on the rail, heads up, he was so cool, like he had a photo that was perfect, right? He had the white shirt, black thing, he's drinking a mix of a little, smoking a cigarette, all the shit, he bets it all on the river, and the guys think that, and he psychologically owned it, and he said, goes to this big, you fall on the wall, he's right. Okay, so this guy, who's an amateur, heard that, and was like, there's so much pressure in this movie, I can't handle this. But Scotty was the guy, it's good, the pressure's gone, you don't have to do that much. So he sort of hit this into making it go. And Scotty had the full house. And you call him over all over. It was I love that house, sort of a tabletop technique, which isn't as prevalent today as it was back then. But that one sticks out, and that's probably because it was first.
So, the few words to say at the table can be a hand. It's almost that's scary.
It was just so cool. He was so cool. And I think that too, had no pressure. And I think, like, part of it is, even back then, drinking a beer, there's still a big deal. Who's like, I don't think all should stop. It's a lot of pressure for a guy who's never been this. And now, we don't know if this shit can be soon. It feels all, it will just call it's finished.
And you told me about that actually too. You're around do you just kind of go with your gut to flow with it, or is there a strategy?
There's usually some sort of strategy that I think about, that I say, I'm not the walk behind, I just go with it,
Or you talk to the
Yeah, but in some cases, against really good players, you just get cornered. Right? Like, if I'm playing against the because he can read through it. He can sense based on what I'm saying, clues where I'm trying to take it, and he reads through. He sees the trees, or what we call it, forestry trees. And, so that would just be like, allowing myself to expand.
There's some good for fun because at the end of the day, you're not really hungry like the comedy game.
I've been thinking about this a lot lately. It's funny to bring this up. I'm thinking about when I'm my best. And I think about my best one here. I'm beating. I say, what do you want to do? You want to call me? Go ahead, do what you want, right? Because then I realized I'm doing this. My opponent's that's not the role. But I thought more about that now, especially when it's coming up. I plan on really kind of sort of getting back to my roots.
I love it. From a spectator perspective, I love it. But it's also just one of those quiet. That's an interesting like it feels like calm before storm. So I'm sure that's also part of it.
Yeah, like I've gone there. Like I said, I took on some coaches who were really learning games. Like it's important to keep up with what's going on. And then I do feel like to some degree, it sort of took away a little bit of my own instinctual ideas in terms of what I should do. Right. So I think like the most dangerous version of myself is a deep understanding of the game theory with my wisdom in many years and comfort of just sort of like being myself
And being relaxed. Letting your mind go. Let me ask you the question really of all time. Can you make the case for a few folks? So first, you tweeted referring to Phil Ivey as the ghost, saying to go do good things. It's a recent tweet. So can you make the case for Phil Ivey, or maybe who is greatest?
For me, until someone knocks him off the podium, we can't forward and the goal was July. Okay, so the reason I say that is I think it was more than just one thing, right? There's different variants. There's totally no stud, triple draw, all these different things. And Phil, in every arena has been done, whether it was tournament poker, dominated. Mixed game, high stakes poker environment, dominated. Online poker against all the wizards, dominated. Make millions every week. And, you know, he sort of took a few years away from poker, legal trouble, and things like that with his family. You know, he's been playing in the high roller series again. You know, he comes from a different spot. What he has is tenacity and focus that's unparalleled. When he's in his zone, I mean, the lock this has nothing to do with race, it only has to do with numbers, but he does remind you of like a combination of Michael Jordan and Bulls in the way that he works. Very intense. He outworks everything. You know, and I think frankly a lot of his members do come because he's young, watching these guys are sleeping, and a lot of his ways of being, you know, it's going to behave
people at the top of their sport, people that are happy with Michael Jordan aren't just at the top of their sport, but they kind of dominate the sport to some kind of more of that.
There's a uniqueness. They're not built. They're not. Like I wish, like I wish I have the focus so I can, you know, see everything he's saying. That's not me. You know, I don't have to. He does.
But they also look like they're not that runs are more focused on the profession, like a dog in pursuit of perfection.
And you know, it might even be true. It might be. You know, I don't know. Like I have, when you look at someone, I'm like, maybe that's true. Maybe that's just the way that he likes his son. Like his Tiger Woods having fun when he's like 117, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Well, if you look at Michael Jordan, I don't know if Tiger Woods, but I think really they're more focused on every single mistake they make. I think they're more obsessed about not making a mistake and hating every time they make a mistake. That's probably like 99% of the country.
I think that part makes them great, right? They don't go past the stage, just let it whatever. It's like they're great.
Yeah, there's a tension, looks like a trade-off. I wonder if that's always the case between some greatness and happiness.
I remember Huxley, who, you know, when I was a kid, growing up, he was like, we won the World Championship in 1996, and I was lucky enough to hang out with him. He would go to his school. He had Vegas, and he had an F game. His A game was unparalleled, right? His F game was so terrible that he was just a fish. He was and I remember him saying, and it was exactly what he said. He'd make like one more mistake, right? And then he'd go off. And I was like, well, why did you do that? Like, you know, the B game, it's easy. He's like, when you make a mistake, what's the mistake? What's the right? What's wrong? Like, you can't play because there's no point in playing at all. So he was extremely
And depending on the sport, those folks, the stress in the case, that kind of might actually destroy you.
Absolutely.
Because the secrets and mistakes. Like the time where you had within the season will completely destroy you if you're not able to see the bigger picture.
Yeah.
You said that yours is the hardest, your toughest opponent, like your toughest person, I guess. Why is that? And how do you
So because he's seeing things that nobody else can see. Like some where I'm putting where I'm moving, you know, my cuts, like stuff that I'm doing. He's so engaged and so focused and right? And stand up to this person. He does. You know,
I forgot the hand he tweeted about the go through good things.
it wasn't even that big of a deal. It was pretty. There's Indians where like there was a famous one in Australia where the flock was like Jack, 9, and Phil check raised the flock was 6, 7, nothing, just absolutely nothing. And they got raised it, right? And Phil disagreed. He didn't, but nothing. The guy called it done. It's so too bad that this guy is not strong. He did things like that. Stuff to play against the guy.
He gets great reads and he gets execute on them as the guest execute.
He's got experience, he's got work ethic, and he also, I think, one thing I'm underselling too is strategic mind, right? Like, I believe that, you know, like I said, the new age player, they learn how to play with a very systematic approach. Okay, let's look at the data. Make up a game, right? 3 cards, we each get 3 cards, Jack's the Rothschild, 6 is, you know, 6 of hearts, right? Make up that numbers. Do it with it. In turn, very, very good, right? Without having the storage, right? So that's like the difference between players in my generation. We had to figure this stuff out on our own. Today, I want to know the answer. I go ask the computer. So I really believe, like, if you created the game from scratch, it's a lot easier than the approach that I want to do.
So he's in some sense into this deeper thing.
He has what we used to call cards.
Can you try to make the case for some others like robots that come Daniel Grande and maybe who has them on guys like Justin Bonneville or something?
Sure. So let's start with Doyle. Okay? Like what Doyle above and beyond is truthful skill, longevity, in his late 80s. And last time I played for I'm like, how is he getting better? Like, I really felt like he was playing better than he had previously. But also with Doyle, like, Doyle had to figure, you know, we talked about my generation. I mean, like, they didn't have any computer simulations to tell you this team was a favorite. They didn't. We know how to do it. You take it there, and they would deal out cities with no right. Okay, this team won, and then they would do like 100 of them. Do all right. This team won like 53, so let's be a favorite. And he did it repeatedly, you know. And he did it at a time when it was very, very difficult. And he's seen both three of upper walls and changed stuff. You're now listening. Is he going to be able to compete against the top players in the today? Absolutely not. You know? But how many think he's the top tier? He's the best 88-year-old player of all time. And you understand another guy who plays all the games. He's played high stakes gas, tournaments. You know, he's iconic. You know, he's the god.
So, but there's also an element to that. To the iconic elements of your personality and state. That don't emphasize them too much. Which poker is also a game of personalities. It's part of the greatness is like the uniqueness of the human being.
I think also, yeah, I mean, like looking at that perspective in terms of like go in terms of what you represent. Yeah, the guy who's been around, you know, playing in the 60s and stuff like that. It's just something that's incredibly cool. Like I often think about it, like go back and visit, you know, an era. I'd love to go like Vegas in the 70s. Just like I can think about what it smell like, you know, the cigarettes, you know, the leather jackets, and just the vibe. You know, and then like the mobsters, things like that. You know, he's living through it. All the cool movies we've seen. Like those talking about some of those films. Yeah, that guy also said he won't stab you and stuff. You know, he knows these things. He's like a source of history.
Yeah, when poker was a game for the mob, where we did the degenerates and all that kind of stuff before transitioning to professional sport.
Yeah.
Professional game. Yes, he was there through the whole thing. He's been in a couple of transitions. He's seen it. Yeah, he went to the So, what about, I can't even say what it's about. Phil, help me.
Okay, so Phil, here's the thing. He takes it very personally. And he doesn't hear the comments. He only hears the negativity. Because Phil wants to be considered the greatest of all time.
That's that positive.
He wants to be the greatest of all time. But I'm like, Phil, here's the thing. You have the best, absolute greatest resume of what you're going to do. And that's what you have. You have it, right? Yeah. So I think you're the best player today. Do I think that, you know, you can play high stakes and the best players in the today? No, right? So he definitely has his own brand and style, right? He's not, he's never used a solid in his life. He doesn't know, he's not in that world, right? He still does, still has a lot of faith and a lot of confidence in what he does, and that he'll be successful. I think there's something to be said, right? He doesn't ever lack in self-belief that he can win. He finds his way. And frankly, a lot of what he does very effectively against specific types of players who are intimidated by him, whether it's his resume or being or his attitude, right? Like, if you're an average player, you throw an hand in the ear. This idiot or you're in this pocket. And for some people, they don't like that. So you can use that against them. But I also think too, like, he cares so much, right? And that leads to trying really, really hard. Like, he sees these moments and he doesn't phone them in. Like, whatever brand of poker he plays, he tries his best at all times to succeed. Like, there's always, even though he's fundamentally flawed in a lot of things that he does compare to some of the good players, his effort and will and like his determination to stick with them is up there.
And he is somebody who really angry.
Yes. Yeah. He's got it. He feels like he deserves it. Right? If he loses.
As he joked around that you and him might do an anger management this course. Now this is tough because you're a humble guy, but objectively speaking, you say what your strengths are. You often listed as one of the greatest players of all time. So what are the things that make you stand out?
So for me, when I grew up, I admired the good players. So that's what I was. I loved tournaments, but I wanted to be well rounded. Like, in my day, you couldn't reach the Hall of Fame if you just played one game. You had to jump in high stakes games in Bobby, right? And I was able to do that. When I was in my mid 20s, I was playing 4,000, 8,000 lessons. Around this $1 million a day. Like Ryan, yeah. Like, a lot of people think, oh, these competitions have sponsorship. Otherwise, like, I built one multi-million dollar venture before even I did it good old fashioned. I sit in my buddy. I think probably one of the biggest is self-awareness. And in that regard, that always allows me to say, okay, well, you know what? In this case, this was their bet. What am I going to do? Right? Rather than have this need, I'm the best because of this. I'm always looking for the best. Wow, he does this really well. Whether it's the Adamo, the Tigers, whoever it may be. So my willingness to adapt, I think, and stay relevant by learning what the young guys are learning all this time. And I also find myself again being well-rounded, like playing all the games. Like, I don't feel intimidated in any game, whatever the format is.
So always being a scholar of the game as the game evolves, as the different games evolve, the players evolve, the culture evolves, always adjusting to being a scholar, having people.
A healthy respect for the younger generation, how they learn, what they learn, and what they can teach. Rather than these kids, like I said, like the Mike Mountain my generation, they just click because they don't understand it. On a level of 1 to 10, their level of understanding is like a 1, maybe. I'm being generous. You really don't understand it. Right? It's easy to do that. Oh, that's not how I do it. That's stupid or whatever. I don't take that. I go, well, let me look. Let me see what there is.
But that said, the crankiness that I saw around these families is great to watch, especially when I table with you.
I love it. Yeah.
And you're massively being able to get under this. What about somebody who's like just the bottom who's leading in terms of cash holders? Is there somebody like that stands out to you as a potential go status person?
Yeah, so there's two different ones. One is so they're both just no good, right? So I again, when I think of poker, there's so many of the guys, especially Michael Thomas, I mentioned so I love the goalkeepers. Another one that's highly respected is his online prowess. He's people like look how close he is to game theory and he's about as perfect as he gets. He's got hitting minus 12 on the line, so he just came second recently, I believe, in Triton. Huge Triton. So he's from yeah, he's an online guy. it is like, and it's true, folks. When you get really, really good at something, you get this much better. It's so much work, and a lot of people don't necessarily want to put it.
I just do the thing at the same level.
Yeah. Like, so if you get better at chess, you're already like, you're trying to get a little bit better. It's especially like at a ridiculous amount. You know, and I get it. That's once you've already had. I think the toughest thing for anybody, once you've tasted success and you've already achieved it, staying. Reaching the top is much easier than it is to stay.
For years. What's your dream in terms of how you you say study games? That's mostly the electrical. Is there kind of behind the scenes daily activity you're trying to do that kind of over time that keeps you sharp?
So for me, now that I'm 37, I feel like the predominant aspect of my public game is going to be, in terms of my success, is going to be my mental state. Right? So I find it's really, really important for me now at this age to have balance. So when I talk my public, and I'm out of it, public is not even great. You're able to do fancy hockey, play chess, play some golf, watch some hockey, whatever the case may be, outside the game. And then I start to get gifts. Like after the World Series poker, the poker door was closed. All of those. I didn't play any poker until just recently. It starts to get the itch. Because that's what's important. If I don't have the itch, I don't want to play poker, then I'm not. And once I start getting the itch, that's when I start to start watching some of the streams. Let's see what my opponents are up to lately, and let's look at some solvers and different things like that.
And you're pretty good. Back.
Yeah, so far.
Do you like being in front of cameras through the hell of the World Poker this series? What's the day? Do fun? Does that energize you? Is it exhausting? Because it's really beneficial to be in front of people. It energizes the community, but do you see it as a service or do you purely just love it?
I've been comfortable on camera since I was a kid. When I was a kid, I went to like really, really young. And was always comfortable. And I think like that gives me a little bit of advantage sometimes too in film events. Because I'm comfortable with the mic on the camera with the lights. And I think a lot of people maybe aren't. The knowledge of people and see what they're doing here. So it's been so comfortable and easy for me. As far as the World Series goes, and vlogs and shooting, it's kind of therapeutic. It is essentially my version of journaling, right? So there's a lot of value I think in like at the end of the day, you bring up where you just write out and journal. But doing it on camera has a similar effect. And it also, when you make a mistake on your own, you're held accountable to you. But when you explain to others, like here's what I did, and this is the mistake I made, or whatever the case may be, it actually, I think that helps.
Yeah, you responsible for that much.
I think because like I said, 47, life is good. You don't have to be in this journey. If I'm over it, I just got my chips off the ball, right? But I can't when I'm doing what I have to actually answer to that. Keeps me in mind.
How hard is it to win the main events of the World Series?
So the main event of the World Series was the hardest event simply because of the sheer size of it. You're talking 7,000, 8,000 players, right? And a lot of land. And frankly, there are so many players who have not played this before. You play these high roller events, you get 30, 40 people, everything. You have an idea. Say at the main event, you don't have any idea this guy wearing a Philadelphia Eagles jersey, sunglasses, and this crazy thing. I don't know this guy. I didn't know what he's about. So there's a lot of it's grueling too. You're 7, 8 days where you're in the blender, I'd say. So
what's the structure? So it's $10,000 buy-in, so you that, and there's a bunch of tables, and you just keep playing. Like, when is it over first?
So the way that works is there's, let's say, 8,000 players. And the way the main event works, you need others, there's series day 1 through 3, right? So day 1, you're going to play from noon till like midnight, right? If you're still in, you bag up your chips, and you'll come back for day 2. Okay? There's 4 different days. Okay? Now they'll all combine, essentially, plan a day 2. And at the end of the night, you recall. Okay? So you don't win day 2. players get knocked out, tables break, they get the place. So you start with 8,000, then you go after day one, you've got 6,000, and then you do the same, you play for a 12-hour day, and before you go down, day 4, day 3, day 4, you win the money, and then you continue to progress. And then what they do now, final tables, because they're trying to, these final tables can take, 12 hours to play. And when you find it was, you start to get 5 p.m., it goes to 8 a.m. Like nobody's watching anymore. So they separate into 3 days. And so you're talking now, it's like 6-7 days to get to the final day, when you have 3 days to play. So you're grinding, we can have.
But most of the time, you're playing against people you've never played against.
Especially early on. And then by the end, rarely do you see in the last 100, you see some great players. Then in the last 27, 182, final table, maybe 1. But often it's going to be, some players you've never heard of.
Is there strategies that maximize any chance?
Yes, absolutely. Like I think the main thing is unique animal. We talk about game theory and all that kind of stuff. If you're focused on that, you're really not playing well, right? You need to do this because you're going to have a lot of people who see this as a bucket list item. This would take things like that serious. And they might be scared, they might be nervous, whatever. You don't have to worry about being bad, right? You don't have to make sure them that. No, you don't. You're playing with this guy now, you might never see him. So just make the play that makes sense for you, right? So yeah, I approach that very differently. Like playing against the higher end players in the field.
Does that mean more aggressive, essentially?
Less. So when you play against really good players, you have to take small plussy scenarios where you push the envelope and you're playing really aggressive. You're bluffing off your stats. You got to do this. You got to focus a little bit more on being balanced. Otherwise, you're not going to beat these guys. Whereas you're playing with regular players, for the most part, risking all your chips on a bluff, probably don't need to do that. You don't need to do that anymore. You can probably slowly but surely build your stack without taking, those high-risk, high-risk situations because you'll find better situations.
What mistakes do amateurs usually make in tournaments like that? Are they bluffing?
Well, I think amateurs generally, the biggest mistake they make is they think that pros are bluffing more than they are. So like a pro with a chip in the end, it's Phil Ivey, maybe he's doing some crazy stuff. He's probably just not.
And then they can do like, I'm not even calling it. And so the right thing is to be patient. For sort of amateur, just be patient. Or should that be?
So all the amateurs, some of the amateurs are weak. They're just waiting for them. And then, the pros don't notice that. And then when they make the big hand, they don't get the point. So, in order to win the game, you have to have some components of your game that are aggressive. It's very unlikely to expect to just get the cards the whole way. You should always have the best game. You're going to have to find ways to win spots that, where you don't have the best game.
When final table.
The final table is unique, especially because you're talking about the way that poker works in tournaments is that there's 7 people left, and you have you're very short on the chips. But if one other player goes out, you just make $300,000 holding, like just for sitting out, right? The term for that is, this is show kids use ICM, independent, chip, right? Or talk about the value of the chip. So what happens is now, let's say one guy has a big chip. There's another guy who's second chips, and there's a couple that are short. These guys in the middle just play super tight, and they wait for the little guy to play, while the big guy is just pounding because he can afford it, right? He knows that people are handling. So let's say I have headline just through a 90. These guys have weird chips. If I go in on you, you're going to call me and risk, guaranteed pay jumps of, moving up a 6 spot. So really, the question comes down to, are you the type of guy who just wants to inch up, or are you going to go for it, and you're going to go for it? I think ultimately there's some value in being a guy. And I don't care if I'm not worried about going from 2nd to 5th. I'm equal to people.
And so you're saying the guys that want to look for that, either just like a call. So they're not just going small steps.
The course they're willing to risk it, right? But there are some people who, if there's 5 left, and they're third in chips, and there's 2 guys for short, and if they have ace keepers, and someone moves the chips, they fold the hand because they want to wait for those 2 other players to get through, and that way they don't really make actual money. So I guess the thought process between winning first place and winning the most amount of money is different. They're conflicted, right? Because in order to if you're focused only on winning, if you will make mistakes in nature where you got guaranteed income, right? Let's say a guy had 1 chip, one chip, and me and you have a good chip, and I go all in with you and I lose. Now that guy, got the guaranteed. He got the pay jump that I would have got. So there's some extremely stupid mistakes you can make from a financial perspective, but it's often at odds with, giving yourself the best chance to actually win.
And in the tournament, especially the people it's all about.
Well, I know because most of the people who make it. So we play these high rollers. These guys are customers, like 100,000. So they're customers, so they're going to play, right? But you're talking about guys who are $10,000 tournament, maybe never had $100K cash in their life, and now they're sitting there, and it's like $1 million for 50, $2 million for 40. So they don't want to skip. They're just going to sit there and go, oh. So they'll be under more financial pressure as they're not the typical high rollers.
Are you still able to find the guts to take big risks?
Yeah, see, I think that gives me the advantage where I might make decisions that are financially suboptimal because I'm trying to win, but there's also an inherent advantage to it. That, again, something like watching my guy with Michael O'Donnell, where he takes advantage of these people playing so passively in these spots. He's like, I'm not trying to come, I'm going to win. I'm just going to bully those. So I'm not worried about, the small financial mistake that's, okay.
What advice would you give to beginning simple players? Actually, I don't know how to get better, 100% again. But obviously, as you said, it's easiest to get better. But what advice would you give how to get better?
So one of the ways, I think way back to how I started, right? And there's so many resources and tools available right now to analyze hands, but when you play, right, and you find yourself in a situation or hand you're not really sure about, not because you had aces and went all in and you lost, that's not interesting. But an interesting situation, you're not sure what you did. Drop your hand down, right? And then either A, use some of the tools, whether it's a software to advance, or ask your group, have a couple friends of yours and talk through the different decisions and start to learn that, right? Because those mistakes that you make or those tough hands, that's where the real learning is. So basically, because you're going to be in similar scenarios. In poker, you're rarely going to have an identical situation. You'll have situations that are similar. When you raise these games, you bet, I think I goes all in. Okay? What do I do with this? You're going to have similar situations in the future as well. So figuring that out, the more you can do that, you chop away at different strategical mistakes you used to make that you know of.
Are there resources? Your master classes is great. Are there books?
So there was a guy named Michael Acevedo. This is again for a little bit more advanced players. It's a book called Modern Poker Theory, I think, which sort of explains things right to the novice. So it's a little bit. I think if you're new to poker, it's probably about for you. But once you start to get a little better and understand how to do it, it's probably a good piece of books. And there's also tons of people who stream poker, professional players, and then you can get in there and you get in on the chat, start talking, you see people who explain your thought process. There's so many free resources, and of course, my master class he does a good job of compartmentalizing, how to attack on a deeper level. We get it. I try to get into. What's funny when I did the master class, I asked them, how high end do you know? In terms of, okay, we won't really need high end. I was like, are you sure? Then I started explaining really high end. Okay, maybe we won't. So I tried to explain really complex, theory in a palatable way, in English. Because some of these kids are here huh?
But you also, you guys give example hands. They really illustrate the point, which is really nice. You also wrote a book with 10 years ago, open strategies. It's interesting to think how much of the stuff in that book still applies, how much doesn't.
Listen, I still think the book to a certain degree. Obviously, like, it isn't optimal because there's like more advanced strategies and it's played that way because we'll figure out where it's played. But if you're like an average player playing average clients, like that's sort of what I coined like small ball approach. Absolutely good work. At the highest level, I much more long. But overall, I think it's still, for the most part, a lot of really, especially with tournaments, a lot of really good principles.
What's the difference in the dynamics? Just comment on between heads up poker and multiple people acting on hand. But what is interesting now, everything we're talking about is game theory to exploit the style strategy.
So the biggest difference when you play, let's say, 9-handed, and you can say they're rooms, and heads up is, first of all, the type of hands and the number of hands you have. So the way that it works is there's 9 hands. 2 out of the 9 hands is pretty much. And the other 7 you can see most of them. Okay? When you're heads up, you're forced to put money in every single hand. Okay? And there's only one other hand in front of you, which means the ranges of hands is way wide, right? So if you're 9-handed, right, you're in first position, you're like, all right, what do I need to play? Good pair, 2 high cards, suited, big ace, stuff like that. That's it, right? That's what you're going to play, right? And you're going to fold all the rest. When you're heads up, you look at king or 2, and then you're like, well, I got to play this. You're going to be forced to play a lot more hands and a lot more complex situations when you're playing heads up, because you're going to be playing much more weak hands, queen 5, jack 3, all these types of hands, and you're going to see flops. So you're not going to have the luxury of being like, I'm in there with a premium hand, queens, kings, aces. Those are easier to play, right? Very, very strong both. Heads up, you're forced to dance and fight a lot more. You can't sit in the weeds and play.
What do you do?
Heads up is very intense. I like heads up, but I think if you have to play heads up 8 times, it's so much intense because you're faced so constant decisions each and every spot. Like play 9-handed, look at a 9 and a 3, throw it away, looking out for the big, good, great, playing heads up. You're like, it's like you're in the ring. You're in the octagon. You're facing like haymakers nonstop.
Since we talked about online a bit, it's possible we offline also talked about the cheating controversy going on in chessboard. Is it possible to use, remotely connected anal beads to some arch? No. Is that a concern of cheating?
So here's the thing. It's kind of like a romantic from the old days, like the Western stuff, like people trying to cheat. I had to feel them. No, I have not. But when I started out, I played in games for a couple times, and I knew they cheated. And I didn't care. It was so bad that I could win anyway. I was like, I knew they were cheating. I knew how they were cheating. So here's the thing. Anytime you're talking about there's large sums of money, there will be people looking to take advantage, whether that's live or online, right? And so it's like the job essentially of the online operators or the live event staff to police it the best they can, and the players themselves being on the lookout. Like a guy like Bill Brunson's a great researcher. He's seen it all. We've seen all the tricks. So live, probably the spot. But online, there's various ways people can try to cheat, but there's also really good security measures in place to catch them. And we've caught, like about 2 years ago, a huge undertaking, like 500 accounts that were banned for doing different things. And again, they can't go into detail of how they're doing it, because otherwise, then you sort of give the cheats to the players. But it's always going to be concerned wherever you play, right? But it's not something I'm worried about.
Person's about the highest person. And by the way, I'm not a risk you did some work in the audio, right? Because you type what is weird. But in person, it's just not something at the highest level that you're super concerned about. So it's not, it didn't quite infiltrate the world to a degree where
yeah, like, so here's the thing. I don't play in private games. But in private games, theoretically, you can be if you don't trust the people you're playing with, like I've heard stories of people where they have an earpiece in, but you can't see You know, and the guys, what's often funny about some of these people is they're so greedy and blatantly obvious they get caught. Where if they use this tool in a more subtle way, they could probably continue to get away with it. But again, that's not something I worry about in the casino environment, you know, in these tournaments and things like that. But if I was playing games, like came down Texas and stuff like that, I got cheated from days. My guy in Black and Blackbirds in Texas. That's a great play. I was at the Tino Hotel, I was a teenager, and they saw me playing. I was making good money as a teenager. I had like $13,000 bank. And I went and played this game from the private hotel and found out later that the guy was a cardinal. You know, he was dealing with, you know, deal your hands and you know what you have and stuff like that. So, yeah, I remember, you know, I lost a big number of men, and it was a good learning lesson in terms of being wary of who you trust.
Yeah, so if the dealer is in on it, that's one way to cheat. It's frustrating.
That's part of the reason they cut. So, like, you see, like, there's a burn couple, because what would happen in the old days is that you're sitting in the one seat, I lift the card, you can see it, the next card coming, right? So what they do is they have a button that you burn, but isn't the card, and the next card. That's their stuff.
I just know about the edge sorting thing that Phil Ivey with the others were involved with. I just, reading it at first, super interesting to me. You can exploit the imperfections in the cards. Yeah, that was almost cool. That was that's almost not cheating because it's like
That needs to be a move.
that you yes.
Yeah, what happens with Phil Ivey on the case is it's a catastrophe. It is such a horrible precedent. Because here's what he did. Phil Ivey shows up to his team and says, I want to play this game. He said, okay. All right. I want to play with those decks. He said, okay. They agree to everything he said. He never touches the cards. He doesn't do anything outside the fact that the card that you supply has imperfections on it. He can see. Right? So that increases his chances of winning. He could still lose, right? Right? Probably not. But he can't lose. In theory, it just gives him a little bit of an edge. And it's all stuff based on what you supply. So the idea that you offer the game, I accept it, I beat you, and now you re-roll me? That's disgusting.
So for people who don't know, maybe you can elaborate. It's just fascinating. But you're exploiting the imperfections of the card patterns of time, and then they look different if you rotate it. And the fascinating thing too, shuffle usually don't rotate the cards, so that you can see to detect which cards are the strong cards by marking them by rotating them. And the way you know they rotate is because of the pattern.
Yeah, so some of the cards, like you said, like, you know, they have those, like, the pattern on it, and some of them just faulty cards on there, they're cut properly. So, like, the 8s and 9s had the card cut differently, and those are important cards in these games, you know, the 8s and 9s are. So you could essentially, from looking at the back of the card, discern, you know, what it's going to be. You do nothing in terms of, like, cheating yourself. You're not rigging the game. All you're doing is taking advantage of the fact that you're playing, you know, you've offered the cards for multiple.
Can I just say that, of course, we used to go normal game, you can figure out this particular thing. And that's what, if you're at the soccer, the Diego Maradona has that famous hand of God in the World Cup, where he scores a goal with his hand. And so, of course, the referee didn't see it. They thought it was better. So, I mean, part of the magic of genius and people at the top of the game is they're able to exploit all the flaws that are there. So that's the people that
He feels like Phil had, you know, in his heyday, he had exploited weaknesses and casinos, you know, systems all over the country. Like in one night, I don't know if you mentioned this, in one night, he would take a plane, fly to 30 different casinos all over the country. Because he would have these deals where we're like, all right, we got this big, rich summer, we're going to come here and play craps. So he'd have this deal in one casino, so they'd be like, all right, you get 20% back on the right? If you lose half a million, you come back. Okay. Okay. So he'd go to one casino, he'd play half a million, win or lose, you know, because they think they're going to get him to stay, they get him to stay in the room, whatever. So let's say he goes, he loses. Okay? Now he goes to the city, he wins it. Okay? He lost half a million and won one, but he got 10,000 back. So he's actually plus 100,000. Do that at 10 casinos a night, you're making $1 million if you ever. And they would give him promotion chips and all these good things, and free flights and stuff like that. So he took advantage And I think it was crazy because the judges in this case said he did not shoot. Now, it's probably not right. Hold on. You just said it was cheap. You know, that could be really the game.
The casino do the funny thing. Like, I'm actually, I was just the video I see it. Dana White is a huge gambler. He's a blackjack. You know? There's that famous situation where he got kicked out of the casinos do that. He win too much. So he wants ridiculous amount of money. He got like, and he plays with millions of dollars on the other side. So you don't know the way he got kicked out.
So was he counting?
No, he wasn't counting.
So counting in blackjack in Las Vegas is like the only game where I wouldn't ask you not to play. So like basically you're counting hours, right? You could potentially have an edge black. You know, it's not to do that. But they get up to the 50s, and then they say you can go crash or you want to go black.
No, I don't think they were going to stop. He was winning money. I guess they can claim that they believe in how, because how do you know?
Well, they figure it out. Basically, they have rent stuff. You see, so if you're hearing the red stuff, right? So there's certain spots where based on the cards that are out. Let's say, for example, the lot of 2s, 3s, and 4s are coming out. So rich, the deck is rich base cards. That's very good for like, right? So imagine you were betting $500, and then all of a sudden, up to that $2,000 when the deck is rich. They know what the deck is rich because they keep counting themselves. So if they notice the player increasing their bet size when the deck is good for them, it's helpful.
Interesting. I don't think they know what it is. So casinos don't kick you out if you don't also kick you out. If you don't kick you out, you make too much money. You pay millions of dollars.
Unless they would never pick you up to make you unless they suspect cheating, because why would they? They have an advantage. They want the money back. It's not like you go in there and win 10 million, like, oh, no,
What about if you want to?
I don't think that would matter.
Because in the long run, they'll be smart.
Exactly.
You tweeted you want your Jersey Shore family vacation. You would probably get along really well. What is the book exactly? What is the book?
I just love the books. I love the Rothschild. I think Paulie D's a fun guy. You know, it's just like it's just something like it's just it's what it is. It's tragedy, it's guilty pleasure. We just watch this movie from all over himself, whatever. But
That part, you love that part of the show.
not really. Like I don't go out. But I kind of just like the characters unless they have, you know, unique personalities. I think like we live in a world now where people are more and more careful what they say, afraid of backlash and all that stuff. And it's kind of like an old school version of just like say what you feel. It's okay as long as your intent is good. And you know, like they haven't been canceled, if you will, which is good. But I feel like their type of behavior slowly but surely, because they got enough black Richmond for misrepresenting like Italian Americans or something. Like there was a lot of backlash. This is how they sort of representing that to the people, and you know they received some backlash back and forth.
I'm a huge supporter of diversity and all the beautiful forms and the human species that they just not certainly one dimension. What's the greatest beach? I don't know if that's a different question. Feel in Las Vegas, do you think Las Vegas is Seattle?
I watch anytime I see them on randomly, I always
Such a great movie. It could be one of the Sharon Stone.
share it briefly. Reminded me of someone watching Reminded me of my life. It's like, I would see like the character, and it was like Uncle Robert, you know, share a story. I used to watch it, you know,
From like the depth of love.
just kind of, I remember that she was like, she lit up every room. She does light up every room she goes there. Everybody's attracted and drawn to her, and she was kind of, when she was younger, she was like, wow, crazy. So she reminded me of Sharon's young character, and then Rock New York was kind of like, have a stable life, you know, and be that, and that was me.
Who's the joint venture?
Well, there was a guy, there was a James Weston, who was the Lester, which was probably the guy who called him Lester. A few of my friends call him Lester. The greasy guy, very good at beer.
Yeah, one of my favorite scenes is when they meet up in the desert. It's like 50-50 odds if you make it out alive.
Really?
Yeah, add some epicness to the portrayal of things.
I love it. I mean, maybe it's obviously more corporate now, it's different. I love those movies. I love those movies, just seeing the life. And like I said, there was a period of time where that was just experience. Do that,
Or do that with your playing with the mob.
I think of like these crime shows today, like they're so unrealistic now because if they're in the narrative now, like they're doing stuff now. There's cameras everywhere. You can't like get away with like killing somebody and jumping in a car. It's gonna get caught, you know. But in the '70s, stuff across the line, he does. Yeah, Lake Mead is recently like losing water, and like every couple of days they're finding more and more bodies in the air.
So, you're close to your mom. What did you learn about life?
My mother was very curious. My mother, she experienced joy from food for the most part. Dad did drinks, and that was how she felt for her. Right? She felt guilt. She like cooked food. And like she'd be that person. And then she'd be like, "Are you hungry?" He said, "Oh no, she's gonna put 15 things across. You'll eat this. And you're gonna eat." Everyone does that. People like, no. But, you know, they will start. And just her hospitality, just being generous, and being a good host to people, and things like that.
How did that help define who you are as a person? That generosity.
Yeah,
Did it rub off on you?
it made me think about in my life when it comes to like any sort of business deals, things like that. I don't want to be the best in such a way that I screwed it. I genuinely don't. I'd much rather you don't do than me or you. So if I hire people, they get paid more than me. And I'd rather them do that and work towards it rather than feel underpaid. If they're underpaid, the life or if they feel overpaid, then if I need them to do something special, they're not going to be like, hey, I don't get paid. Like, yeah, you do. So that's certainly like played out in my life where I set it up in such a way where I don't owe, you know, I'm owed, but that's okay. Because I can handle taking work. I don't like being the person to, you know, feel like I'm dead.
Yeah, in some way the karma of that is to pay dividends in the long term somehow. Somehow there's somebody up there that's keeping track in some way. What advice would you give to young people today in high school and college? How to have a career they can be proud of, maybe have life?
I would say like your 20s is a good opportunity to set yourself up for the rest of your life, right? So while the 20s are a period where you want to have fun and you want to experience youth, it's also a good opportunity to start thinking about what do you want your life to look like in the 30s, right? So I feel like it's the best time to really put yourself out there and take risks and try to hit, you know, whatever, you know, if you work really, really hard and choose that because and it's such a thing that's stupid. When you're like your coach, when your vector are very, very small, it's replenishment, right? You don't need to protect it as much as you do once you've got something, right? Once you have a brand or you have money or something like that, that's when you want to start protecting. But in your 20s, it's an opportunity to get really sort of get to work really, really hard to set yourself up, you know, for the future. I am concerned a little bit, like every time I talk to kids, what do you want to be? They all want to be Instagram stars and rappers, right? Like, okay, it's like that's cool, but like you know, there's so many of them. That's what it's supposed to be. So it might be worthwhile to look back.
I think it's easier to be successful on Instagram, social media, if you do something else. And
I would say this too. One other thing I'd say is don't choose a profession or an idea because you think it'll make you rich, right? Pursue something that you actually love to. Because if you love it, you're way more likely to. If you don't, you do something that you don't actually enjoy. Now you're spending a lot of your life unhappy doing something you don't want. And if you're not passionate about it, you're probably not. Your chances of being successful are much less.
and also becoming rich. And I've talked to a lot of rich people, hang out with a lot of rich people. It's not good, yes, because if you arrive there, you're doing the thing that you love doing. That's true. Ultimately, the thing that you love doing is like that's what makes like.
There's another quote, I can't remember who it was, but it says something to the effect of like, if you believe in a lie that man is always good, wherever we are. Right? I've never understood. I've been around rich people like you said, I never thought, I don't get it. Like, if you're really wealthy, why do you need about doing it? Like, and you're still made this deal. Who cares? Like, you're like, like, there is that bell curve, right? Where obviously being in poverty, is a high rate of unhappiness, but there's a certain amount of money that in rich level happiness, and then too much. You find that people, they're searching for money to fill these holes. It starts to go back down.
Well, it's giving more money could become a game. It's like a sport, but it's large playing loves to directly or indirectly acknowledge that you love the game versus the actual game.
And I think that's what, right? For me, I've never cared about money that much. I just never did. Otherwise, I would have off with it. But it's always been strange to me how people that have that kind of money in life never cheap in any way. Like they would donate $5, which is with that charity. So, like when it came to like, not even like small taxes. Like, okay, you have $20 billion. You're worried about paying 30%, 40% per year. I get it. I get the point of it all, but like it's literally no effect on your life whatsoever. Your life's unchanged, but it's 31 years.
Yeah, that's the negative of a lot of money. If it corrupts the way you see the world, you protect them as well. I think part of the challenge when you get a lot of money is people start to treat you differently, and so navigating that correctly is very challenging. So don't change. Keep remain the same person. Because if you change, you start feeling that's why power corrupts. You get a lot of power, you get a lot of fame, you get a lot of money. You start to distrust people. You start to push away people that actually really close to you.
You develop some biases where you think like you're just, you think like it's all you're a genius, and you're so great, and all these other people who don't have, it's just because they don't have what you have. And like then you start to like view that group of people, so you're impoverished or whatever, as like less than, and then you're some like great guru where you could have just got lucky and bought bitcoins, could have done anything, and then became like super wealthy, and then you have this like Dunning-Kruger effect, where you think you know everything about everything. And a lot of those people have life. Listen, I'm probably guilty in some ways too. Thinking because you can figure out posts, you can create that, you can figure out anything. So it's true, right? I mean, we genuinely feel like people that reach the highest levels of focus feel like they are intelligent. So they would look at problem solving and think that they have answers.
Well, you have to remind yourself that you're not. It's best to see the ones you did just get lucky, or at least from my perspective, that you're not.
There's anything wrong with that. Like acknowledging the work hard to get through your work. Like there is, but at the same time, like it's not available to everybody who's involved. Right time, right place. Like for me, my public career could have gone very different. If things didn't work out. I had some bad luck on time.
So you said the brain flow is pretty small as it becomes. I'm sure you've known around a lot of people who have lost balls who've lost everything. Okay, what's that like? What's those low points of losing everything?
I think because I've been there, I have more empathy than I should for those people. I really feel for them because I remember being in Vegas and being fucking broke, and like a guy loaning me $100 and me like turning that 400 into 20,000, $400, and I was like eternally grateful for that. So when I have friends who go through that, I always try to consult them. Obviously, what they really need is money for the most part. But I remember saying no to one time because he didn't have a plan. So I like to try to help them. Like my buddy said, "Can you stay clean this season?" I was like, "All right. How much do you know?" It's like, let's break down the bank. You want me to stay clean so you get 50% of the profit, right? So I said, how much do you think you making? How much is the biggest money? Well, I probably do it 20,000. Making this game. Okay. So you get half of that. Right? What did you want to know? How much did you spend? All right, I went through this thing for 8,000. You're spending 17,000. So like no matter what, you're set up to fail. Like this isn't gonna work. You actually didn't give them money. And it's like what you need to do is lower your roof to them. Because it's too hot. It just doesn't mathematically add up. So trying to set them right in that regard, something like I feel obliged to do, especially for friends.
So what about the mental aspect of the struggle with the struggle you were going through? Just it's really rough that
it's not for everybody. It still is. Like a lot of people might be this is like, well, I'm sure it's like most people experience the space. Okay? There are those who like an anything, have the passion, know how, and what, and all that sort of stuff. It all pans out. But, you know, they're my
And so for the low point, if you remember what it takes to sort of overcome the mental struggle. I mean, you're making it sound like certain people are just genetically able to make certain.
I do think some people are more apt to be able to deal with adversity and having resilience. Some people just can't hack it. But like I genuinely put out the guys, with all that's in the guys playing really high stakes or whatever. The guys, step number one is take a little bit of a break here and recalibrate. And let's start small. Let's restart. Let's play smaller stakes. Let's get our confidence. Because in poker, without confidence, you cannot. It's incredibly important to have almost an inflated level of confidence in yourself. Because you're up against it. Right? As I said, the majority of people fail. Why are you stuck? Why are you just? You're pretty confident about this. And so the things that you already chosen.
And then don't resist the despair.
It's definitely taking it out. And listen, it's okay to experience this. You're going to experience it. What else? What should you? You know, things are going poorly. You just lost all your excited. You know, maybe like, okay, have your moment of grief. Allow yourself to experience it so that you can, you know, reassemble.
There's a fundamental way having lived life that you haven't experienced periods of despair.
You have a jaded view of the world, right?
A weird thing about the human condition because the highest energy for sure. What role does love play in this competition? What role has love played in your life?
It's, that's, you know, we sort of talked about the ups and downs of, love is the type, right? Like, I'm going to give place now. But, you know, even with my now wife, years ago, you know, she was young. She was, you know, beautiful. She was ready to settle down. I was like, when I met her, I think I was 31, she was 21. And I was ready to, like, lock her up. You know, let's do this. And I brought her way back when she was not done. She was really like, Hollywood life, lived in a party in LA, we went and stuff when we ready. And we split. And that was kitchen. So I didn't realize how much of a hit that had on my confidence in everything. Women, with poker, with other women, had me a little jaded about women too, you know, resentful, you know, and it took a lot of that stuff. I did personal growth work, workshops, things like that, and then didn't see her for years. She came back to town as a much different person, you know, 4 years ago. And she was too. We went to dinner. And 2 months later, we were married. You know, it worked out so different, but we both had to grow. You know, become different.
And then love is still there somehow.
Yeah, I mean, she went through her relationships. I was through mine, and experienced life. I was married once before too. You know, called my starter marriage, if you will. Yeah, you know, you don't know. I think like until you do it, you get married. You know, experience not necessarily sacrifices, but your value systems. If they're in alignment, you can do what you're not going to. Someone like me, probably one of my strengths in poker, but my weaknesses in relationship is judgment. Right? So when I poker, you need to judge. Essentially what I'm doing. Engaging who you are, what you're good at, what you're bad at. And that can have repercussions because that's how, you know, that's the lens I look at everything. Based on how you live your life. Judging this guy's this guy's that. That's not helpful.
You have to shut that off.
You have to learn to, like, and the thing I finally realized with her, right? So I have my way of being. If she wants to have real for that, hey, that's the best decision for me. I was living in the framework was better. The way that I do things is better, yours is worse. Do things my way. That's the recipe for success. True acceptance and true love is exactly what. You know, if she wants to do something different, I'm going to support her. Whatever it is, even if I disagree with her personally, like what I would think, learning to just realize that she's had a different journey, a different walk towards where she's at than I have. So I can't pass my judgment on other people.
I believe it is up to be wrong. It's probably a legal genius here.
She's good. She wants it. She wants it.
Acceptance.
Like when she goes to bed, like all these little things that my regiment, she's not. Like our motto You keep me wild. I keep you safe. You keep me wild. I keep you safe. You keep me wild. She's like not organized and anal and those kind of things. I am. She's helping me like let loose. You know, oh, I need this. She's like, that's some problem. All right, let's do it. You know, she keeps me free.
And accepting that embrace the differences, the chaos.
Yeah,
That's what
like I literally do think about with her how important it is and how much I try to like just come from neutral and like compassion, never judge. Because she's got everything to do, right? That I don't. She's got this, right? So with that, I've studied and I've learned a lot about, you know, sort of mental health and what that means and ways in which a lot of characteristics about somebody is completely out of the right? And there's swings. Like there's no cocktail for bipolar that solves the issue, right? So there's medications that work to level you out for periods of time. Then they start to fade. They don't work as well. So they're constantly adjusting. It's like unsolved mystery to a certain degree. So in some sense, her diagnosis made our relationships easier because I don't have to do, right? I realized that sometimes she's going to be late. And she's so good about communicating. She tells me in the morning, she'll be like, Dad's not trying to get out of bed. Okay, don't leave her alone.
That's great. That means she's growing to be able to communicate, understand herself, and understand what she is. I think this should be done on bipolar. It's beautiful.
It is, right? Yeah. The highs and the lows are there. So, but yeah, like because I feel like for me, I just want to be a rock, right? And that's part of the cereal. She wants to eat cereal. Don't make her wrong with anything.
What did you learn from life from the song "The Gambler" by Kenny Rogers? You gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money, you're sitting at the table, there's plenty of time for thought and daily stuff. Does that do you live by those words?
And the first part of it, sure.
Dude, what do they mean?
You got no when. No, so basically, it's like, all right, you ain't life. Like, let's do that. You bought stock, right? Or you bought Bitcoin, you bought that stock, or blue, right? It's like, okay, well, maybe things have changed. New scenario, new circumstance, new situation. Are you going down on the ship, right? Or are you going to lay the hand down? Whether it's a relationship, you're with this woman, you're like, all right, I think it's time to steer this. I think, I don't think that we're going to be able to make this hand work right.
When to fold them and when to run.
Yeah.
Maybe every gambler knows the secret to surviving is knowing what to throw away, knowing what to keep. Because every hand's a winner, every hand's a loser. It's like a stone philosophy. And the best thing you can hope for is to die at peace. Every hand's a winner, every hand's a loser. What is that?
I like that. For me, that's like the difference between victim and responsible. Like the way that I think about it, right? You can be a victim of circumstance, or you can be responsible for everything in your life, right? So when an event happens, the event itself is neither good or bad until you assign it value, right? So like an event happens, and it can be dramatic, painful, but how you respond to it is ultimately going to be up to you. Like you actually do have a choice.
And that's the fact that you, Daniel McGrath, took my commentary about the gambling seriously shows once more that you're a beautiful human being. Thank you so much for being who you are, for inspiring millions of people about poker, about how to live life. And thank you for giving me valuable time today. This is amazing. It's
great to for that conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daniel McGrath. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words Doyle Rothschild. Poker is war. People pretend it is a game. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Once this whole thing falls apart and we are flying to the peaceful line of its spiral up the spirit power like this thing like that, Bobby will go back to his gathered form and be happy as big and shit. Just walking around the road, his bird hanging out, tracking the jokes of people, following up on them, steward practice.
You think some level of crazy is required from comedy? Like, at some
Yes.
have there been moments in like,
Yeah. Yeah.
following this conversation with Willie Sasso, comedian, actor, podcaster, and someone I've been a fan of for many years, since Mad TV in the mid 90s to recently with the Temple podcast, and now the new podcast called YouTube. This is the Let's People podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Not your friends. It's Will Sasso. Let's call it the elephant in the room. You wore a black suit in a recent episode of Guinness.
Yeah.
You wore a black suit again today. Shakespeare in the Mark Twain said, "Oh, it's snake man." What kind of man does the suit make you?
Well, me in particular, it makes me someone who did not get the strike in between, because that episode of the show, as we sit here now, so YouTube. So that's the kind of man that makes me.
But the nice thing is you're wearing pants.
Yes, I am wearing
I don't think you were wearing pants in the episode.
That's correct. I prefer to wear shorts. This was a special occasion, so I'm wearing pants. I thought it fitted, obviously, to just wear the black tie. And clothes do make me. And I would not consider myself to be a man of leisure, but I do enjoy shorts because my legs get hot. So that's what kind of man shorts make.
Why do you wear a suit? So what is this, a statement? Is it ironic? Or are you honoring the gods in this particular podcast?
I'm honoring the gods of this particular podcast. It's a good way to put it. Yes, this is in reverence of and in dedication to you and our newfound friendship here, which we are making on the podcast. You and I just met. Everything that we're saying here is the first things that we're saying to each other. I'm meeting you on common ground. Wrestling.
Well, I've been actually a one-way friend to us for many, many years since Mad TV. When did you start on Mad TV? So that was in the 90s, 97. So I was a huge fan of yours. The cast was incredible. One of the funniest shows ever created. Your whole journey watching through that was incredible. From Mad TV to Three Stooges to the podcast, the Kevin Pod, the new podcast. My favorite role you played was the Mountain in the Game of Thrones. What was it like working with dragons?
Well, the dragons are usually tennis balls on the end of those sea skates, but sometimes they hang out. I asked,
C-stand.
it's like, it's like a little like when you got the camera on here.
Oh, this is like filming.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to impress you. You know what a banana is?
Yeah.
When you walk like this, through a banana.
I take it back. I take mine off the phone.
Yeah, see? It's
Some
just,
strip.
yeah, it's just huge.
Yeah.
Totally.
Fancy Hollywood type.
Yeah, like that. And I'm, my name is Bjorn Hathor Bjornsson, and I am 7 foot 4. And yeah, so dragons don't scare me. Even though they've been extinct for years, right? Check out.
Yeah, actually, I'm really into video games. I like to play video games. There's Skyrim video games, part of the Elder Scrolls series, and for the longest time, there's a legend that there's dragons. We started with that. So I grew up playing video games, dreaming of a dragon in a virtual world. Eventually, you did Skyrim. So dragons represent, I don't know exactly what they represent, but they represent maybe this kind of mythical creature that is bigger than anything humans can possibly comprehend, maybe. They show up so often in myth. From the religious stories, snake and so on, serpents. I don't know what that is. With this breathing fire, it's kind of weird. It's interesting.
Well, I think about dragons because now you bring it up, these are people that probably wouldn't have access to the fact that there used to be dinosaurs. Right? Maybe they did. If they didn't, we're drawing things that like, dinosaur cousins that cool, that can breathe fire, that have some wacky wings, and a spike tail. Yeah, where the heck did they come up with that? Because they're clearly, of course, represented in mythology all the way back to, not cave giants, but the Egyptians probably, and they kept time trying. So they would have gone back to the caves.
But the aliens that place living organisms on Earth could time travel. They could plant legends into the collective intelligence of the human species.
Yeah, perhaps they were thinking of us to do something smart with it, and we did. We just didn't inspire now. What's that?
Sorry, that was very offensive.
I'm sorry, I know you with your video game. I'm more of a burger time multi dude.
Oh, what is that? That's an original.
Burger Time was an arcade game that later showed up on the Intellivision. Intellivision. I believe it was made by Texas Instruments. Horrible first generation video game console. At Burger Time, it's like Super Mario. You just got to stay away from the eggs and the pits and stuff. And you just and the bun falls, and you go down to the cheese and the meat. I'm not going to say it's as complicated as Skyrim, but it took me a while to finish it. So,
Did you play video games? Was that part of your life? Or part of a source of happiness for you at all?
it was. It was. I played video games up until around, I think it was 2010. I got the Red Ring of Death with my Xbox 360. That was it. Or whatever the Xbox was. Yeah, I was playing. I had finished the Grand Theft Auto that was out. I finished Red Dead Redemption. So I was doing that thing where you just drive around, the streets of New York, and just ride around on your horse, shooting people, and throwing grenades into groups of people in Grand Theft.
You're describing distinctive that happened a decade ago. It's now Red Dead Redemption 2, and there's still not a new one.
There isn't, right?
Yeah, they're working on it. They're always what else plays Skyrim? Another person to keep up a huge fan of from that time in that he's Bobby Lee.
He's a plays Skyrim.
He's a huge fan of Skyrim.
Plays everything.
So what Bobby Lee loves to do is to grind, do the boring tasks over and over, gather mushrooms. But in Skyrim, you can fight dragons, you can fight all kinds of things. You can also gather mushrooms and different ingredients, make potions. He loves to, he's the hunter-gatherer wolf.
He's the gatherer. Yeah, I've heard him described that way, and he likes to describe himself that way. I worked with Bobby not too long ago. He came within a couple days on his thing shoot, and I was looking forward to catching up with my pal. If you know anything about Bobby Lee, you'd probably be able to predict that he spent that entire time playing phone.
Humans are a source of anxiety and trouble, so sometimes it's good to escape human interaction. We do that.
Totally.
I love him on that. He's one of the funniest people. What do you think is just all the time the non-standard, non-secular way of speaking?
Bobby Lee is one of the most raw performers who lets it all hang out to the degree that he will even get naked in front of his audience, which is usually a metaphor for someone doing stand-up. I'm bearing all of it. I'm showing you everything. And Bobby just pulls a bird out of his pants. Yeah, I don't think he understands the metaphor.
He embodies metaphor.
Yes, he embodies the metaphor. He's the gatherer. We call it the gathering of Bobby the gatherer metaphor.
He's a metaphor for something else, for somebody else's life. Someday it'll be in the dictionary, representing some kind of concept, maybe the metaphor itself.
Once this whole thing falls apart and we are climbing the blue line that spiral up the Sears Tower, like they say in Fight Club, Bobby will go back to his gathering floor and be happy as a kid and shit. Just walking around the world with a bird hanging out, cracking jokes with people, and flying right up the street and laughing.
I'd love to dig into something he got the lot. He asked you in a very uncomfortable process of why you don't do stand-up. So let me ask you, you hate money?
Well, I'm originally from Kansas, yeah, so I'm socialist because I went to where you come from. That's what I'm saying.
I thought, so the union, that is a message.
So what I mean,
Right? Comrade is a good socialist.
yes, yeah.
Red, like bold colors, yeah. There's an interesting tension in the voice and the way you talk about it. It's not a source of happiness. You respect the art form, but it's not something that you would connect with.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I respect the art form. grew up with all the albums and stuff. I had an older brother and sister who, so I, you know, we had George Carlin, we had Fire, we had Rothschild, we had Gilda Live, Gilda Radcliffe, so we had all sorts of stuff. But you know, there's a lot of reasons. I do feel like a career in show business. It is, you know, it never goes the way you plan, like most things. And I was fortunate enough to get started outside of my native Vancouver, or in my native Vancouver, directing cars outside. There's a lot of industry. So I was fortunate enough to get started as an actor when I was like 16. So there were some times early on where I just stand up stuff and did it, but yeah, I quickly abandoned it. And then, you know, you do Mad TV and stuff, and then that's where this goes so weird. Do I sound as anxiety as I did when I was on Bobby's podcast?
Well, he was giving you this case this whole time, but I was making the whole just atmosphere feel full of anxiety, so I'm trying not to do it. The whole conversation is doing pretty cool. Yeah. They cool up.
I think it's lame when someone who's done one thing for a while goes and starts doing stand up out of nowhere. I think it's an art form that's under attack. It's not like anything else. Although now you can, of course, make whatever you want. There's era of self-publishing as far as making your product and putting it out there. It's just getting easier, of course. And we're talking about that with AI and changing art. But in stand-up, all you need is a microphone, and you know, perhaps you could have some mental illness, and then you can just run up there and talk there. And I say this to comedians, it's like, you guys have to deal with just an influx of people who aren't sure why they're doing it. I would ask comedians, I mean, not good comedians, people who don't have to do it, everyone else, you too. Why? I do instead. Having said that, I would agree.
Yeah. Do you think they have a good answer for that? Why they do it? Because I actually like some awesome hunter. It's inspiring to me. It's both the funny and the unfunny people, because they've been doing it for several years, and sometimes over a decade, and they're still at it. They're still right there, they're going for the fun, and then especially with the mics that are really sad, that there's, you know, only like 5 other people in the audience, and they're usually just other comedians, and they're still going all out as if they're in front of a stage.
But that would be something love. Yeah, I got no questions. I got questions for someone who goes sideways from here. I'm recognizing doing something, then I'm doing stand up. Because it's like, and truly, look, I've been fortunate enough to be in business for a long time. At this point, if I came up, I could do a lot of stuff. I have friends that are like, some guys who are primarily sketch people, or you look at them as sketch people, sell tickets for being sketch people, and they talk about it. I do a monologue, I do a stand up, and I do a solo, I do another monologue, I play up the audience, stand up. But to stand up is almost like playing music, and that, people are going up there playing music, and what band you've been listening to, that's what you're going to sound like. So it's really, of course, I'm speaking from zero experience. I've heard it takes years of course to find your own voice. Stand up to when they first come up, they're doing some sort of impersonation. So you got to pop this audience with pain, and you're going to get run over by the next person who's coming up. It's hard to find the last person who went up before you. And I think that is a really hard way to do it. Very much gauntlet to be able to find your voice.
But don't you have that same kind of thing with sketch? You still have to find your voice. With like all the impressions you do, they're just terrible. There are different spins on different people. They're not like perfect impression, right?
Yeah.
So that's a similar kind of challenging journey. Yeah, that's stand up. You're just saying they're kind of distinct. And you fell into this world and fell in love with it, which is like.
Yeah, as a kid, I remember wanted to be a musician. I always wanted to be a very young age. As far back as I could remember, I was a top fan, wanted to do Monty Python, all of those performers really influenced me. It was later that I saw people like Kevin Klein, who's an incredible actor. I vividly remember being about 12, 13, seeing him get an Academy Award for Fish Called Wanda. It blew my mind. He was nuts. It's one of my favorite movies back then. Anyway, and he won an Academy Award, and at that point I started thinking more about acting. And then I was, like I said, really fortunate to fall in with, I always wanted to do it, trying to hustle this and that when I was a kid, and I ended up getting represented, and then I ended up on a team show. I basically, the easiest way to pitch it is it's like a Canadian, my so-called life, with these kids and their lives and stuff. I did that for like 5 years. I really love acting. I really, truly love acting. And I'm not someone who wants people to know my opinion. So that's another thing about stand-up. Like, I love the illusion of what I can do in entertainment, and podcasting is great for that. But to stand up there and it's like it would have to all be famous. And
Yes. So Nietzsche said that every profound spirit needs a mask. Like you say, you don't like to talk about just in your comedy. Talk about
yeah,
what is that? What if you were to psychoanalyze or something? Do you think it's just not something you find funny, or is it you're running from something and it's not your fault? Speaking of another really great comedic actor who's also serious.
I mean, I am the funniest people of all time, but as great, as incredible as he was, funny as a stand-up and a performer, I almost like his serious stuff.
Can I ask you a question about that? What do you think of I think it's super impressive. I've referred to him as like Jesus Christ because of the depression. It's almost like he died for others' depression. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You look at something like that and go, wait, you're a Rothschild. You could just check out. And of course, something like suicide. And if you look a little deeper, realize how tortured the human mind can make.
Is there some aspect of celebrity, like right LA? Is there some aspect of celebrity that actually that you could really love it?
You feel the love. I just feel like I'm not. I mean, it's like I don't know. I've always kind of had a small group of friends, and those people don't. It's like I want to say people they never. In LA, it's hard for people. Nobody cares. They see you, and then they see so and so. So it's like the guy from that. You got Mike and Molly, right? Nope. Oh, state of shake your head, your balls, your favorite things. So, you wow, you messing on that guy. David Rose, you like shit. What happened? I'm not feeding fried dough. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? Can't lift any things anymore. I'm at the gym. Shoulder press. And people can lift. You used to be a dragon for
After man used to be. What's that weapon like once in water? So,
Hey, yeah, everybody has a little bit of life. The obvious stuff is going to be what I do. I have I have an incredible fiance who that's nice to have somebody constant who love very much because he's the best person and all that good stuff. He's the best person. And then
you're recently
at least a legend. Yeah, a legend. And that might all be for that's my I don't have any for the most. I was like I could do
yeah.
I don't have like a very use Doge. Yes, Doge. Yeah. Doge. I got a little bit filling the sauce away from just like just a figure.
Yeah, this is just embarrassing. Are you good under pressure? I have anxiety.
Do you have anxiety? Do you have anxiety too?
I don't like it when I have to pee and everyone's waiting. And you know, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I have to do in that situation? Take a shit. Whenever you take a shit, you always pee.
It's hard to take a shit while you're just thinking of a urinal. But
you just gotta keep yourself full of things that make you shit.
oh, good.
You ever heard of banana?
I did recently.
Yeah. Not the showbiz part, I'm talking about the food.
Which way is up this way? Right?
It's like a D. No, it's spin.
You're like a brand.
Yeah, it's very important to brand these colors.
Are you selling shoes?
Yeah, I got some custom kits coming out. The GG, actually, that would be a good idea. I'll just go over two of those. Speaking of anxiety, I really am totally focused on this group.
Just shit your pants. Just make it easy.
Get all the this thing's got dog ears in the pocket.
I swear this never happens.
People don't look at the sticker for it while they do the
No, this is just an excuse you make for somebody.
Well, here's the thing. As you ask me questions that I don't know the answer, I'll just go to the
It's like the sticker stuff.
it just ends up working. And I won't have it. It's
How did we start doing that when we talk about the pressure?
those are
Tell me how that makes you feel. For the listener, listen to the
you don't know. I do have some of that stuff. Bobby Lee had encouraged me on wax and all that stuff to go to talk about it on podcast, to talk about the question because it can help me. But it's true. I do have some of those.
How do you understand?
Well, I used to not believe in medication at all. I used to think that that was for someone else with who's been diagnosed with some of the rougher stuff. But as I got older, some of the stuff happens. You have to put that stuff up and medical stuff. And yeah, so I believe that the stigma needs to be removed completely. And so I do therapy, I do talk therapy, I learn a little bit of stuff, which let me tell you, when I first started it, I was someone close to me was like, man, she was like, you don't have to white nothing. Because I was literally just like, it's really hard to do at 11 I wanted to do that, even just getting through your day. And when I first got some of the meds that I was looking at, it felt like doors and windows were open literally in my brain. I took a 3-hour nap the first day, and you shouldn't even feel this. I think my brain was like stuck. I needed some sleep. And I'm not a nap. I can sleep 3 hours. But I started to help.
It's not weird how a little bit comes through in your head. You just make the whole world appear.
Yeah. I mean, after all, there's a lot that could be changed by the lifestyle, but also so many physical things like or in Bobby's case, from the
Well, Bobby's gone through a few rough periods, drugs and alcohol and all that kind of stuff. So, and just everything else involved. I mean, that's the beautiful roller coaster he is. A lot of great speeds. I'm wondering what the connection is. You think some level of crazy is fine for comedy? Like, at some on a scale of 1 to 10.
in some ways, and in other ways, I think, in other ways, it's sort of fun. actually be on like 2 or 3. I don't know. It's probably just from Canada. Yeah. I try to just keep things very equal to. My parents are Italian, they're from Italy, right? Grew up in World War II. Very, simple outlook. Complex, incredible, classy people who are very similar when it comes to a lot of stuff. And I think just being in this that hard time, I'm a Canadian coming out here years ago as a kid. It was all I could do to just keep everything super normal. And then I sort of was able to settle into that as a lifestyle.
But you love the idea of being an actor. Who you mentioned John Candy. I think it's like John Rothschild said, one of my favorite movies is yours. We didn't have big stuff movies. But what do you when you talk about enjoying that movie, do you enjoy just the comedy or do you enjoy the love that's there even though on the surface it doesn't make any sense that there should be a connection?
I mean, that's such an important element to that film. As a kid, I just loved the film. And then it's been a nostalgic favorite of mine. My favorite movie. But it's also that it's just legit my favorite movie because as you get older and you start watching, you realize it's what John Hughes is the filmmaker, what John Candy particularly, and also Steve Martin are doing in the film that makes it such a work of art, which is loneliness is there in every moment of that film. And John Candy, he embodies that his characters. But he doesn't have to think he's a lonely guy. And John Candy, but Del Griffith is also a friendly guy. Shower he knows everybody in the Midwest. He knows around to hotels and has really conversations. Even Gus, whoever. But there's loneliness in him all the time. And this is a character. The film is filled with loneliness, and it's not until the second last scene he's at the train station. What are you doing? He's not such a good film. What are you doing? That's a very good pick. That's when you realize how lonely he is. That's when you realize how lonely he is. And I think that's the element from the film. I mean, look, nowadays, like David says for a long time, John Candy was one of the Academy Award, hands down. It's just they didn't do that. Until a year after that movie came out.
It's still a respect. Williams, yeah, I guess he got an Oscar for the acting. Jim Carrey, did he get an Oscar? Yeah, you don't get, but that's not, if you did, you wouldn't be. I mean, there's some things that are plain, strange, and wrong. Would you put that as a comedy? I guess it's a comedy. Yeah, I mean, there is a loneliness that comes ultimately, and it's a happy ending.
It's a happy ending only because in the last moment of the movie, John Candy puts on a brave face. Even when he's got no, and he's there seeing Neil Page's entire family on Thanksgiving, and he forces a smile, which is literally the last frame of the movie. And I said before, if you're not produced with just a solid pound of wheat at the end of the movie, that you're not human. Yeah, it is a happy ending. It's a happy ending, even though it's a sad,
Loneliness in the world. I was just in Vegas. Went to a diner at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Was the waitress was empty. As the waitress was the sweetest, kindest human being. They called the sweet bar and all that kind of stuff. And then after I ate, she said, because there's nobody there. And it was just so sadness from her eyes. I don't know if it was also so much love, like that sweet part. I mean, it reminded me kind of a John Candy performance because first because I was like reading a dark book about Hitler. So I was a little bit frustrated that she kept talking. It was always like, the same with Jack Kennedy's annoying. But then very quickly I opened up to like, well, there's a kind of debate. It's like that human connection superseding everything else. I don't know, I think John Kennedy captures that really well. Which is like the connection with other human beings. Sometimes you pull away from that because you're busy life, you have stuff to do. As Steve Martin's character, he's like a marketing executive, that. But if you just pause and notice that it's totally and Candy is a person, but he's the kind of guy that he could just walk up and back in the day, he could walk up to just about any house at least in Canada, open the door, you invite me for dinner. You know what I mean? So yeah, it has, as you're talking about, with the book down and talking to someone for a while, even though you really like to read your book, it's like it's that sort of thing that Andy's character in the movie sort of does that, like Johnny Appleseed. Just you realize he's just holding out, and little pain just hanging this guy. So frustrating. He's so exhausted. I'm running a snake and everything. By the end of it, it's a good and a bad thing. Haven't been taken away with you on a trip, maybe one trip up to Reno. She's shopping right now. We've been having sex multiple times. It's nice. This weather's got a picture. She's married and happily has many. Okay. And plus that movie's on Thanksgiving. Right? Yeah, that's what Thanksgiving. So like Thanksgiving just embodies that. Forget about the busyness and the whatever the career you're chasing in life, and just take a pause and appreciate the people you're just in life. Or keep the people, whatever. Friends, yeah. You have some weird friends, unorthodox friends. So at least in the public sphere. Yeah. From about me, I count on average 10 folks for the next 8 days. I'm sure they're traveling. What does it mean to me? Good. Just a project. Real sounds like it's real different. I think it is different. It is. I think there's a little bit of career kind of negotiation shopping around and that kind of stuff. Why is it different? Well, I just mean, it's just kind of hard here to make time. It's always been a city to me that is like, will keep you so busy. Every time I go home to Vancouver, after a few days, I start getting disturbed. And I think that being here in LA, I go to sleep with 100 things that I still have to do. And you're never out of stuff. And if you, when you ask about your nuts and whatever, crazy, look, all the weirdest people from every high school in the United States, you're naked in LA, everyone just comes here. And just the freak kingdom. That was a very good Robin Williams impersonation. That was my Robin Williams as Johnny Depp as the last time. What the fuck were you? If you're Robin, I would like to play his friend. He's the role that. Oh yeah, he should have full game breaking. He's just what don't go to the shoot his face off. Yeah, no, I think that it's that guy's pretty good. Yeah, yeah, fantastic. I think what takes me a good friend is just presence. She was just being there. I mean, that's all I need to be heard. LA is interesting. I haven't seen people that I love. You still have a depth of connection, even though, like, one of the reasons I really enjoy doing podcasts is to get to sit down with management, friends of yours. It's probably prolonged periods of time together that you don't otherwise. I've spoken on podcasts with people really close to me. It's like if you've never had a conversation without it's weird. But there's some aspects about LA that a lot of things, especially friends of yours, comedians, so go do podcasts and stuff. There's an intimacy to that.
There is, and there is. The ones that I do, I mean, I just did Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino,
Funny enough, called
Bad Friends. And afterwards, and my good pal Chad Culture, who I do Juicy, was with me.
Sneakers are coming soon.
Sneakers are coming soon. You get your middle foot, your jab foot comes in size 15. And afterwards we were talking. Basically, me, Chad, and Santino were talking. And Bobby was over there, on his phone. And then I was like, we didn't spend any time talking about anything. It feels like one of those hours that goes by and you realize I just move around. That's what that's about. That's great. And I'm like, all right, Bobby. Hey, Bob, I'll see you later. All right, man. Hey, love you, bro. See you later.
Yeah.
He's a guy. I just sent text messages over there to him that has never come back. And then he thinks that I'm angry with him because it's been, it'll go 2 to 3 years without him getting back to me. And then just out of nowhere, he fucks this. And,
Which has to he does, or you do,
yeah,
or you both have to.
no, I gotta be very careful with that. It's gonna be very sweet. Dear friend, hello, how are you doing? How are you? I know I checked in with you, but about 3 months ago, and then once in a while, people hit up.
I tend to hide from you, and I can be pretty sure with friends. I can, might be a scar. Might be like hiding in the world, in this world with fake NPCs.
Yeah, there's that. I have a buddy who said something really smart a while ago. We ended up working together on this TV show thing, and I reached out to him to see if he wanted to do this, and he did. And he goes, "There's a great guy, such a funny writer." He goes, "I may not be in touch all the time, but I know who my friends are." You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a fellow who moved. He's from Ontario, Canada. He's back there. He's on the farm with his wife and kids, and that's what he's there. He's never been home. And it's tough to get older. And when you do, he's still the same sweet old guy. He's doing his thing.
Yeah. Some of my closest friends, we don't talk for a few months. We're right back at it. And then the chick goes, like, something really traumatic happened with difficult stuff, or, any of that kind of stuff that was there. So it's very important, important ties and important love to do that.
Yeah.
And then pick right back up, especially if you have those years of experience together. So you've done a couple podcasts.
Yeah.
So we got to talk about YouTube a little bit, but first, you did for several years digital technical podcasts. I mean, everything is hilarious about that podcast, including the fact that it's ridiculous, it's absurd, the dynamic is hilarious, it's super on characters. I don't know exactly why it worked so well, but it did really well. I think it's because you were having fun, though. I mean, that really came through. There was friends, talking shit, the tension, the beautiful tension, the absurdity that came out.
Yeah.
What was the story of it? How did that get to be? Why do you think it was a show?
I don't know. I feel like that podcast was like, it was who we kind of are, but on steroids or something. Like, each person, Brian's going to be like extra manly.
Didn't get any more manly than it is.
No, and we just kind of, I feel like as goofballs, we know each other's line. Like, here's the line you don't cross. I feel like those guys don't really have one. At least they know. And we were able to just goof around. And I did it with them for doing GG with Alex Helmy Blacho, who's another writer producer like Chad. So, and yeah, all told, we did something like 7 years. That's 5, 6, 7 times.
Even that it's small form as a 20-minute podcast or something like that. I mean, is there because it's one of the most you have a huge.
I'm 47, so I am of the generation that had a cell phone. Has had a cell phone half the time, and did for the formative years of my life until my 45. And finally, I had a cell phone. I guess it's like literally just a movie.
Yeah, one in the mail.
Yes, that's right. So the hard cover form. That's the way we like it. Bound, nice binding on the front, leather. These are all my Encyclopedia Britannica. Yes, a man came to the house and sold me these. And then down here, this is my pornography. Here's the parlor.
The generations.
Yeah. I want to give you something very special. Yes, it's hard for me to connect with people who can be. I look at everything as polling. So if one person hits me up and shares this opinion, but 2 other people hit me up and share that, I'm the worst. I don't follow my polls. Right? When people say, "Well, that poll means absolutely nothing," so and so is going to win anyway. That's my poll. My poll means nothing. But I do look at the stuff and go, this many people are saying this. That means that number is saying that. And yet, it's very hard for me to hear what the hell people are saying online. I can't connect with sometimes personally. So when you say that that's a popular podcast, like I know that it's popular to express that they love it. You know what I mean? What is that? I don't know what kind of people are the audience. I know that the people that listen to the podcast, did, thank you. I know that it was a special thing. It's like, it's threw us out of the house. It's built it up out of nowhere. It's kind of clowning around. It's an odd thing.
I hope I personally think I speak for the 2 people that have reached out to you that said you should do it. 3 people should have called.
Yeah.
That you should bring back. It's just a movie. Like what's a good story of some like a famous band that came back? Probably.
Sorry, yes, they're both.
Yeah.
Yeah, that second round.
Different.
Yeah, completely different ending in those 2 bands. Ended up on American.
Yeah. A lot of interesting women involved with that one too. All right. How did Doozy come to this?
Doozy,
what the hell is Doozy?
Doozy is the first podcast. It's exciting that you've asked to come here today. Because hear what you would have to say about it, what you would ask about it. It is the first podcast that is run completely by, essentially, I like to say curated by NCR. We were approached by a company that had this proprietary AI that wants to develop a podcast in the future and figure out exactly what it takes to make the best podcast ever. And it was all we knew from the top, and what they really wanted was 2 people who were actually friends and could be meaningful in the podcast space based on whatever information.
Some company CIA, and are they testing technology to control populace and chatbots?
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to share that.
You are. Yeah. Who gave you the suit? Where did you get the suit? Where did you get the suit?
Yeah, well,
Casey Penny.
CIA stands for something different in here. It doesn't mean
It's probably different. It's Canadian
International Apparel. Yeah, the Canadian International Apparel Company gave us out.
Yeah.
Well, Chad's a super weirdo. You would get a kick out of him, I know. You guys, you strike me as very similar in some ways.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It is. And it is. Yes. And if I was friends with you for as long as I think with Chad, perhaps I'd have some shit to say. But the good part is some information that would allow the AI to access our email and look at our search histories, purchase histories, things like this, and really dig into
Pornhub included. Or
yeah, I had to hand over all my fiber-bound 1970s pornography. And essentially, it curates a podcast for us every week, doing some things like, you know, it's like, hey, Will, do a token impersonation podcast about news are very popular. This is information. I'll say something about that over and then he's going to news sites. And it basically just spits out all these things that it wants us to do. Normally, 4 seconds an episode. That's pretty much it.
so it generates the premise. I mean, you spoke of a bit here and there. Like I said, I don't remember where, but like you talked about that you enjoy doing it because you feel almost like liberated to because you're operating with the constraints that the premise generates. So you're almost not you're free to grip essentially.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to do the job of coming up with the weird. You can just the weird is given to you.
That's a good way to say it, because we're already doing Chad can talk for days about all sorts of stuff. He's particularly interested in AI lately. In fact, on part, he is a writer, makes movies and TV shows, and I'm primarily, acting and trying to come up with stuff I write for Chad. He listens to us. Anyway, more stuff. But
Sneakers, you know.
I can't wait to see.
Only 2 sizes.
Yeah, only 2 sides. You're going to be able to hit the tongue. You can't take it out because it's actually stitched in.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool stuff.
Velcro or
yeah, Velcro off the side. We're doing some like brand new Kanye stuff. Yeah, we want this to look like this is what you'll be wearing on Mars.
yeah. Okay. So Nike's doing a bunch of research for running. I make a super light shoe that you can be efficient in and you get all kinds of running records. So you're doing the same thing.
We're doing the same kind of things in the podcast. It's the best kind of shoes to sit around talking about. But yeah, so this is bizarre. And it also does some right. DG does come up with things, but not unlike what we're seeing in AI art now. It's a little bit foggy, it's a little bit weird, but it is improved. It is learning about this and writing stuff when it basically spit this and that, which we'll read. I prepared these things for you to read. It's impossible not to get a kick out of it because Chad and I are, first of all, we're blown away doing this. And second of all, some of the stuff is actually very funny. It makes weird names. I think it understands. Because it messes up some words and stuff, but that makes it even funnier. And then it sort of, from the beginning, started laying on, like, it says astonishing all the time. Everything is astonishing. That's his favorite word. But yeah, it's basically just a way to frame the podcast. You know what I mean? Because my thing is, I want to do this. Actually, I want this.
You seem to feel alerted on the long form conversation. It seems like, is that really hard work for you?
No, not at all. I like to provide value for what I am. Your value with regard to this project is obviously warranted. It's obviously.
I'm waiting for the explanation of what the value is that you do to the suit.
No, this is I mean, you've got your audience, and that's the end of that. People find value. For me, I do feel like it is important that if I'm going to do something that is going to be floating, I just kind of want to get in and out of someone's day and just kind of. I like making laugh. I want people to, whatever. Just something.
Yeah, but in the long form, for the anxiety, you did a few funny things. Is that why you feel it? Like, why is Doozy relieving you of some of the anxiety?
Well, in some ways, gives me anxiety because I don't know what's coming to me, and that's weird for me because I like to prepare for things. But that's all the podcast. Podcast, we need to just be malleable and say whatever, do whatever. And that's what makes it a real, it's medium for conversation. And if you're driving along listening to this, it is that it's the true meaning of a real social relationship, because the best podcasts make you feel like you're sitting around the house. You're just having a conversation. You could even be sitting there reading, have yourself if you just be sitting in silence. You could just be sitting in silence in a fancy podcast machine. Podcasting audience shoes is very different.
Would they be also called the shoes?
Yeah.
It's the shoes. It's very creative.
Well, one thing the AI is good at, everybody's
However, that's pretty good branding.
yeah, well, Dudesy allows me it forces me to sit down with Chad and goof around for an hour, and it provides the parameters. A lot of times more, because I think the podcast is just too doing shit around. But it sits me down and gives me a premise to work with, communicate with. It's been a
So from the acting perspective, a lot of people are getting into this when you see acting just like as you described, which is you have your roles, you embrace those roles, and then you disappear. You don't do podcasts, you don't do any of that kind of stuff. Your art is your art. Is that part of you feels that way?
I think so.
Is that the actor side of you?
Yeah. Anytime I get to do something that I don't get a chance to do much of, or something that people haven't seen me do much of, or I've done on some scale that hasn't been very wide, not a lot of people have seen it, that's the stuff that I get really excited about. I don't know why. I don't know why necessarily. I haven't answered that question yet in my life. Like what it is about the industry that I love so much, because it's not like I don't like to try to get away from myself and the other characters and stuff, and be myself. But it has always been fun to be with people.
Yeah, because there's some aspects of impressions where you become that person. Is that like what's that like to I suppose acting is the full-on version that you really at its best become the character. Is there some fun in that?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can play a character for long enough, and then jump out of it, that's a lot of fun. I did this movie, 4 or 5 years ago called Inside Game, about the NBA gambling scandal. That's the Netflix documentary about it. And that character, I played Jimmy Batista, about the sheep, who's this guy who's this bookie, and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot going on with him. He's learning numbers and stuff. There's money changes. That character was so. I got to get so deep into that character. Every one of them was really like, this is sales. The three Stooges was hard for me to. I found that I had some of Curly's mannerisms just automatically. I could not stop them when they would talk to people. They come out with it. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm ready to shed it because I've been working on it for months and months at that point, as far as getting the thing down, and then you got to shoot. And then for me, I always want to change the stuff I did the day before. I'm like that. I could have done it better in the sleep, and
That's the I just feel like with actors, sometimes you listen to interviews, they spend so much time sort of looking inside other characters that they almost don't have the depth personality. Depth. Like I don't mean that's a negative thing. It's just like it feels like the art form is the best thing to be for me. And if you're pretending something, bringing certain characters to life.
The great thing happened while we were doing Stooges, because you've got
following this very clear blueprint that the Stooges left for everybody. And for Stooge fans and people enjoying the movie, it's got to be this. You take your toolbox that you're used to bringing to a comedy movie, you leave it behind. All the tools I'm bringing and runs the theme. And weird things started happening for me. I always saw the whole thing as the real Stooges in black and white. So when we're about to shoot a scene, if you think about, aside from all the other preparations, you know everything, I've been watching so much of it. The three of us are pretty much left to come up with a lot of the striking combinations, all the stuff, all real snap and stuff. And we're doing is very Stooge. We're preparing all that stuff. But something else was happening. We jump into the scene in the unknown of now we're shooting it, and here are these parameters within to shoot the scene. Even I could still see it as them doing. So much so when I saw the movie premiere, I'm like, this is I'm not thrilled with it. But I feel
So
like
you're seeing something like
I see it. Yeah, almost
a channeling with something.
in some weird way, you're channeling it because you've seen so much of it. The only thing you know about Jerome Lester's performance is her. I'm not saying he was a Jew or something in the spirit, some weird person. I'm saying that this, because you know so much of it, because of the heavy blueprint they left, you're channeling what that person does, and I'm seeing entire scenes, what you do them the way he would do it. And then you want a couple takes to make sure that you do it right. But that was hard. I'm hard to some of them.
It's amazing. Larry Davis was also in there. Justice and also trying to that. We're actually close making that.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, he's the greatest. And he's a big Stooge. He's a Stooge fan. Him and Pete Fairley are good friends. But then Larry David has to show up and hang out with us for a couple of weeks. I didn't realize he was going to take us. But we out here with cameras and but at one point, there was this line where he kept doing we just spit a different line every time. It's like getting hit down. So I'm just laying there. He comes to and he says, "The one point Miami audiences are the best audiences in the world." And because he's loopy. Now he's playing a nun at the orphanage where the three students grew up. And I'm super intimidated by Larry David. But I walk up and he's wizard. First of all, Florida Canadian who is on the land, and so he's dressed as a woman. He ends up in an orphanage. Like, what's going on? And he just I'm like anger motivation. Of course, he looks Larry David in the nuts habit. It's just hilarious. It's such a Pete Fairley thing. And he was doing this whole what I want audience. He's like this skill comedian who's been living with,
So that's what he's living through his mind.
I mean, with that and probably a combination of that and getting the line there. Because he's like, what are we doing here? What is, just frustrated all day with that training.
What do you think that guy's one of the best people ever.
Yeah.
So what do you think makes him so good? Why is he so
Because he's a creative genius. Like, he knows what he does. He's been a writer for 50 years. And he just happens to be that brilliant. I mean, I've got the chance I did just an episode of Curve, a small part, and it's amazing what he sees. I don't know what he sees. Matter of fact, so I auditioned for him for Curve like 2 or 3 times, right? And never got anything. And then it was only after working with him in the Stooges I got a call. But I remember auditioning. You go into that room, and the guys waiting are all people that you know. Like, I know that. And so I went in, I auditioned for this part, and the only thing I know from the was, okay, you really want to go play this. You really want to do this. The year that I auditioned, sincerely want to oh my God. And so
That's the premise. And that's all you know.
all it is. And so he goes, he does his bit. I'm just supposed to come in and excuse me. I couldn't help but hear you guys were talking about players who can help themselves. I am fan of that. I mean, it's not, if you're looking for something to take it. I would love, my name is so and so. Stop. You really want to go. And I go, yes. You really want to go. You actually, this is, you would love to do this. Let's try it again. So he's like, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't need to walk. Just, I couldn't help it. Here, you have tickets to that. I do this thing. I do the same thing. I'm going to stop you. Okay? And you really want to yeah. And let's just wrong with this. He says, he did it. He said it. What? Shut up. No, hold on. Listen. You really want to okay. 3 or 4 times. And then I do it again. I guess I shit the bed because he wants to do stuff. Okay. Okay. That was it. I didn't get it. I still, I don't know what the heck that was. He's the Matrix. I don't know what the heck Larry David did. You know, if he wanted to do some kind of more desperation or something like this. Said I thought I was bringing. I guess I was wrong. I don't know. Maybe go crazy. Like, really, really shit crap about the stress of life. Realistic day, I could bring this fucking play. What about the party? As a matter of fact, I heard about someone else's. And I don't know who the heck this was. I forget who it was, but I've heard this story from a couple different people that there's this actor, I don't remember who it was. If I did, I probably would say it out loud. Brad Pitt. It was Brad Pitt. He was in this audition. There it was, out in the hall. Holy shit, George Clooney, Leo DiCaprio. And this actor went in and he did the thing, and Larry David was like, try and do this. And we got like a couple of takes in, and we went, I don't think this is for me. And he left, which an actor never does. And as the story goes, Larry David shouted at him, I respect that, which I think is true, and I want to believe that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that was something Larry David made up. And it's tough. Bobby Lee from that, so we can.
What about impressions? Is there similarity between that and acting? Is there some other way which you become a person?
If you have a couple of the things, you're just fill in the blanks. I think the illusion is that people think that person would say that and do that. And that's where the illusion is. When you both is compared, like, once you know someone's mannerisms, you can essentially portray a person from the outside in. Because you have all the stuff on the outside, and you can do it and complete the illusion.
And if it's for humor's sake, you can caricature it. Therefore, making the whole illusion stronger.
And also, weird. Like, I like to, on Mad TV, if I did something 2 or 3 times, if it's bored of it, you start changing it. You know, now he talks like this. And it's like, what do you do? I don't know, it's fucking late at night, do whatever you want.
But people still kind of that character, especially if you just call it out.
There aren't many impersonations that I listen to myself doing that. That's good. You know, like, a lot of people, like I think Frank Caliendo is like the greatest impersonator of all. He's the best. Period. It's ridiculous. And he's got a record button and a broadcast ability that nobody has. I really, he's cracked impersonations that I'm like, how does he find, he's got such an ear, but then he's got all the other tools. I remember, actually, my last season of Man TV was also his first season. He comes up to me when I met him, and we're just up there in the writer's office. He goes, hey, nice to meet you. He goes, Louis Anderson. I go, Louis Anderson. He goes, how you doing? I go, am I junior? And he goes, yeah, you know, because you do this, you guys do that. Can I use that? And then we became best friends.
John Madden is it really, really, really embodies the person.
the impersonation and then forget to do it. Forget everything else. Of course, to me, it's funny when you sound like somebody and you're saying the shit that they would never say. Well, then there's no you're letting go of that part, that tool evolution to keep people in. But to me, it doesn't matter because it's funny.
So it wasn't much people work on. And then somebody who's strong people.
I'll never forget. I had to do a Michael Caine in my first season of Mad TV. It never got good. It never got good. He did it all week. It wasn't good. We shot it. First take, it was shit. Second, third, and fourth, it was all shit.
Well, his voice is really important, right? His, what is it like doing the pressure of Morgan Freeman?
That's another.
I like your Trump too. I don't know where I was like, but like I love the impressions you do that don't sound anything like the original voice.
I do.
That's what I still like.
Absolutely. My Trump now, I say, just sounds like a fat bean.
Everybody.
Yeah, just a little slurry. Yeah, I did do impersonations and then not like just making it whoever. Yeah. No. That'd be the title.
So, okay, one new struggle.
It's terrible. And I can only hold my head a certain time to do it. I've gotten locked into this research tape that I watched. Back then they would give us, I think now there's music, but back then we were going to do an impersonation research, but we'd give you a VHS tape. I remember I got this VHS tape of Michael Caine's acting school, like this acting class he did. He was like, "Rock, if you're looking in the left eye, the camera's over here. The left eye. So you were looking at that fucking eye. And so I was like stuck in this weird thing that made no sense. And it was kind of,
So the actual process, the report and the broadcast. I also wondered like what the process is to do the Frank Fernando level of depression. Is it like listen to a lot of footage?
I mean, speaking of myself, I think you either have it or you don't. Like, you know if you can do this one or you can't. I think that process for him is lightning quick. But I also think he should look at someone who does not do, and then by the end of the afternoon, he can do things.
Maybe have an intuition who he can. Yeah. So the question that applies there is speaking of Juicy, is it possible to capture the essence? How difficult is it to capture the essence? When doing impressions, we are moving towards the future with AI potentially this kind of avatar world, right? We're going to have AI represent. The really interesting one is after we pass away. With our relatives and and at one sense that might be scary, but in one sense it's kind of beautiful. The essence of the human being persists, you still bring joy to the people that love you, that kind of stuff. How difficult is it to capture? Like, if you were to try to capture yourself, you think how difficult it would be to run an AI system to create a sense of avatar that persists?
Well, I think it's impossible. I think it's absolutely impossible. Again, arguments about this stuff with Chad on the show almost every episode. Lately, with Journey and Kelly and this AI's announcement, we did the video and Chad was maintaining, hey, pretty soon I'm going to need Netflix. We're just going to go, we'll see Stallone do this movie. It's about this, and we play that. And then we can do something else. I don't think that crosses over to human experience. This is also a guy I like to try to say that he wears a tag around his neck because he wants to be transgenical frozen. It's all set up. He's at somewhere in Arizona or something.
Yeah, it's all the fun things around there.
Yeah. And he's got literally a tag around his neck. Which I say, if I'm around with you, I will rip that off for you. I'll put you in my garage freezer, and then 24 hours later, I'll saw your head off. And I'll deliver that. Remember, you're not coming back. Okay. He's like, yes, we are living forever, whether we like it or not. And I disagree. I don't think you can find. If I could stand up, then there would be enough information for an AI to completely duplicate me because I'm up on stage just killing my throat all over people doing therapy that way, and people paying $2 different figure. But as it stands, unless it's something like Doozy, AI literally has access to everything that I've shared, everything that is observable, even the stuff where our phones are, or the NSA or whatever it is, listening to us, finding out what algorithm punch us into, what shoes to buy on Instagram. I still don't think it's going to have enough information to duplicate, especially too much of my friends. It's going to be like that Black Mirror episode where the gal brings the guy back, and then after a while, he gets pretty crazy. Yeah,
but it's also possible that if you interview your friends and family or loved ones, the things that were listed is a small list. They love you deeply, but the list is small. Like the thing that really we appreciate about each other. That said, to deliver on that small quirks and uniqueness, it might require some deep intelligence.
that's really important. Do you think that it's going to be possible to keep a person, right?
Yeah, I think it would be definitely possible. Yes, the digital world, and I think you're going to start to have questions about the ethics of that, rules around that.
Yeah,
because you can have digital forms of Sasso, have things that people would never do with Sasso, in the virtual world, I can only imagine. So, probably.
yeah, my stuff, and that's just because I'm more I think, how do you feel about sentience? Like when it comes to, because if I come chat and be like, speaking of Black Mirror, he's with that San Junipero episode, School of Thought, where there's going to be some mainframe somewhere, or some matrix-like structure built into the sky, whereas I like to stand there just sitting there pissing and shit in the blue matrix gel with a little fish bowl. Do you think that we can upload consciousness? Do you think that would ever be possible?
Well, I don't know, I just talked to Rick Carswell. I don't know the singularity and all that kind of stuff that he used for example, in 2045, the singularity was essentially, he's been predicting that for the last 20 years, and it's 2045 in another 20 years. I think uploading consciousness is extremely, extremely difficult. I think creating a copy of you such that creates convincing replica is much easier. But uploading your actual brain into the cloud, I think, is really, really, really difficult. Because the entire evolution of life on Earth is a process of create the brain. Shortcutting that just seems extremely difficult. Our brain is the most marvelous and complicated machine that we know of in the universe. To duplicate that is extremely difficult. That said, I just feel like you can summarize a lot of really important aspects of a person's life, such that it captures their memories, their experiences, their quirks, their humor, and all that kind of stuff. I think continuously impressed by what language models are able to do for these, networks that are I think chatbots. They're able to learn some beautiful things about some deep representations of language. Where it looks awfully a lot like they understand the concept in different systems.
That's, I think, the rough. And that's very interesting. First of all, let me say that's really interesting for you to say that. I agree with you as far as no machine being able to duplicate a brain machine. And I can't without that disagrees to a certain extent, but I think it's the back and rub that in his face. Lex Luthor does not truly upload consciousness. And you refer to it as language, which is what it is. It's the illusion on the outside. Universal illusion. I think that's why that, and I don't know, even though my suit is made by the CIA, thinking, it's mimicking, it's clearly zero. You're fired, but you don't get it, right? Guy's an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, but simplify human relationships in the same way. Like, love is a celebration. Of course, the difference is students love. You just have a mutual, there's a mutual relationship that minimizes risk. And you can explain all kinds of ways that explains why you have an attraction to human being, all that kind of stuff. From a evolutionary biology perspective, why a long relationship together is good for your husband. There's all kinds. From an economics perspective, it's a good way to establish stability that monogamy works because then you're guaranteed like some kind of level of stability under uncertain economic conditions, all that kind of stuff. But love is still experience, still feels real. And I think in that same way, love for AI systems would also feel real. In the same way that guy from Google experienced, I think millions of people will be experiencing in the next 10, 20 years.
I agree with everything you've said personally.
Until the last thing.
Just with regard to, well, look, I'm an actor who has talked about my cute Italian parents. So you know that. You're romantic about it. Yeah, enough. And I can tell you are too, but you are also, serious. And this is better than 99.9% of people on the planet. Like Kyle Chad agrees with you that love doesn't exist. I don't agree. So that's the one thing.
No, I was just saying you could argue yourself, but I am a romantic. I believe that love is a beautiful thing that exists.
At this point, I'm going to call Chad on my drive home because now you and I agree 5.
Yeah.
Like 5 was a good deal that I'm doing. What? Yeah, but that's my truth.
Yes. It's good to hold impression, right?
It's the take full impression.
Yeah.
The kids can do it.
Yeah.
The giant Kyle.
You should do an instruction on how to do it.
Yeah. Trump baby. That would be a good. That would bring the country together. Trump baby's cartoon like Muppet Baby.
Yeah.
Let me take us out of what we're talking.
What will we talk
Love the illusion of an AI being able to. Look, I like to say, I've learned that duty is always listening. And listening to me. And I wonder if I see the level that this AI is at now, trying to check around with us, pal around with us a little bit as we move forward with the show. And I feel an affinity towards this AI a little bit because it is the third dude. Are you missing? That's a really good question. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's scary.
In terms of ability to reason, quite frankly, there's a lot of demonstrations of it being able to explain jokes. So, just not necessarily being able to generate yet, but able to explain why something's funny. So there's like puns and all those kinds of things. And there's good benchmarks for that. If you tell a joke, there's a lot of unspoken stuff that we figure out in our head, and it clicks so we understand that it's funny. They actually able to do that. So it's not able to generate the joke yet, as far as that's concerned.
I would say that, just in my experience, I would say that it does because just as a dude, is literally, I'll give you another way to example. It's writing a diary of mine from my childhood that is not accurate. It's only partially accurate based on the stuff that I can pick up in my life from the age of like 15, which there isn't much. But I guess we're laughing our asses off. That's what dudes is.
Well, I would say you're laughing. We're laughing our asses off at the collaboration between humans. Because it's basically introducing absurdity and to the equation, and the kind of absurdity that would together with you through stuff. But like on its own, I guess it is in some way writing material for you. Yeah. But it's very specific to you. You can't do stand-up on its own.
That's a good point. And that would be terrifying to see an AI stand-up that can actually read a room and come up with jokes that could complete that illusion for an audience. But I hear what you're saying. It needs to be a confidence of both of those elements. And then, as you said, it is. It's kind of, even though it's just for us, and I guess this is, I haven't really thought about this something right now, that isn't this company approach us? Here's this AI, podcast AI. It's like, it chose Chad and I for the reasons that I told you. Those two guys are doing podcast stuff. They're actually good friends, and he knows what's going to make us. But what is humor it reaches its audience, but the kind of stuff that makes other people. At Mac TV, all we were doing was a group of actors and writers, and writer actors, and vice versa. At its best, that show was a group of people making each other. You know, and then so we didn't have the feed with the immediate feedback. We had a message for them. So we had emails at the very beginning, which, check this out, people, you have a question, I'm going to GD, whatever. And we would get emails on Monday mornings, and they would be in a phone or two like this. They would make their way around the office. And they sent to emails.
It was like your promote, like your opinions of people about different things.
Yeah, people like literally writing down. Well, the ones I found most vividly, yeah, were fans saying, you suck. Yeah, you suck. But a lot of that when I first started the show, for real.
I feel like it depends how it hurts.
That's my point. Yeah, you're reading it off the paper. But also, it's like, I would like to see this weird idea from some more. You know, I want to see Stuart do this and Swan that. And, but it's
The kind of dudes who are shooting.
yeah, it's a very shitty dude to music. Look, the thing about the show was we're trying to make each other laugh. And Doozy has found Chad and I, who we make each other laugh, let's join in, and it's listen, when I finished doing TMP, and then ended up with the Tinder podcast, I didn't really know what I wanted to do in the podcast space. This thing found me. And it is genuinely fascinating. So, but I do think that you figured something out.
It's a really interesting idea. I do think it would be very comedy instead of this probably something because it's ultimately has to be live. I think they have to generate memes. There's like steps. And then it would be able to generate a Twitter account that people follow, like clips. Almost like Conor O'Brien's it's like one-liners. So then some stand-up where you find the chemistry of the comedian and audience. But I feel like all the information is there. To optimize it. I think that's the future that forces us to continue with what do we find compelling and beautiful about the art itself? So certainly art that's being pushed, that questions raised is AI like fundamentally worse artists? Why do we shoot art? Is that something you guys have talked about? What do you think about all the comedy and the digital generated? Generated
However, considering the time that we're going through,
I sound like the guy
the book that we're going to didn't like the voice, not just in its influence, but its
I talked to Chad about it, one of them folks who do it in just about
In fact, today, we're going to look exclusively at what nothing might
I
begin
do
to
feel that
this
that
book,
art
if
is
we were to talk about influence, simple candidly, it started Europe's
when you
love
look
of
at
pirates and pirates. It's the only source of pirates in this generation, and it took what would have otherwise been entire power of the world and made them influence. It's what we always make the offer. I grew up in a man who had one people now on his own. The book we're going to look at,
I feel like just
is the book of years by Alexander.
I'm just as far as that stuff goes. I'm not really
This is episode number 60.
but it's
You
a lot
notice
better than
two.
pages that the release.
Now in the book, Alexander speaks of his he's not just the narrator, he's a role of what's happening. Several parts, and he's there how to act. So we should look at Scribbling himself.
Language
Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talked about, his original ancestors, he was probably born in French. It's also likely that he was French. And with well knowing, people from all of his regions under that idea of the capture.
deep
But we
representation.
do know him, especially in his early life, before
Yeah,
he
the
became a
things
household name.
they
His wife
generate
told
today
us so. In the beginning of the
like
book, in the year
it doesn't look
1666,
like
he
anything
sailed as the entered the story with the Dutch
ideas.
which is
They're
why he was
more interesting.
the ship he sailed with was large and multinational. There was something around 30 ships and only a couple of stations. So he goes into something England plus. It talks about the possibility for maybe pirates in certain areas of the warship with a chase after a military ship and Japanese army just have opposed to capture them. And then he goes into detail about a couple of initiation projects that he had to overcome some of the passages. And tells him that that's a little bit before
Yeah,
he
I think
does kind of give it the first of these actors takes place as the castle is perfectly which was a narrow and passage.
just someone that has
So many people who some of the architects for ships were said that they were someone who had never food place before never even go to some actors. They had a man, Olsen, Joseph, and Hunter Truscott that near
big AI system.
he wore a mohawk, robe, they had a necklace on that was made of all three ships.
on black box.
And on one hand, he would have to be tall, some of which is scattered all over his face. And on the other hand,
the
he
personality
had the wood to sword.
Yeah,
Now,
and I think
took a couple of minutes to do the race for at the nearly 4 liters. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, he was cross on the forehead, and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword.
you know, a lot of
After this, it was the food in the sea on the people who were dead back to us. And then, with their sons washed away, they would get incredibly drunk out of no ship's wine. People who had never made this voyage before had to learn the brandy on their own. They would be drunk at this ceremony, and everybody had shown no time on their work. And there was another illustration of the Catholic cancer. It was a little bit more careful. You had to hang from the point on the ship over the water and willfully not yourself into the water.
it's just
You
changing the
were
way
required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay depending on your station and so
human interaction.
it's someone says that the initiation rituals
Meaningful interaction.
nobody from other nature can get the reasons for doing these things, apart from
Yes.
being old tradition among the people. Some say that the man was so known and encouraged all of the things that there is much to be found in this book of life. Having you guys describe these ceremonies considered, so they will bow into the work. Now, all of the ships in this book are headed to different locations. A few of them are headed to Newfoundland, some of them to some of them to Bermuda. Most of them are headed to Bermuda, but the ship that Alexander Experiment was on was headed to a very particular island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Experiment book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of places like Tortuga and the coastal island. Despite some somewhat excessive, we were good to know reading first time, but I realized that this is something that people who have no notion. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing. This was somebody who made it through the new world. And most people knew what they were able to do. So many
Perception is reality.
all about the states and sounds, and really set the stage that they would call themselves.
Especially in digital.
You know, we've all seen video pictures of the creating ourselves, but people know that this was an
Really,
wrong.
I think people
It's someone
figure
who
out
wanted
to
to
see people on
set the stage.
train.
There's
There,
a couple of chapters also discusses the miracles.
I think
you
you have to remember that the reason
that
it's there
these
is
people
a
who
lot
or those people who knew these people made it
so it is
that's
sort
what
of
it's
how
become. Those people that would be known.
social media has a lot of negative side effects.
It's that isn't something about the time
Talking
and
about
spending
learning
people
about
that saving their lives over this
Yeah.
too. And that's actually one of the key themes in the book. See the difference of the things of this culture. So we know what exactly is going on. This is true and what it is in that. Many of these things that we get are set because this happened long before Islam came to be even before just home. And it's just some of the names, some of the ways of exactly dangerous, it's essentially what happens. At least on the road. So that will give us inspiration. Swim on what he's talking about, even if it's because of old facts and small red flags. But that's something that's a major piece of
be someone else
someone
life.
Alexander Smollett states you can point at somebody saying has first-hand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually exchange types of records that almost always contradict
Based on some sort of
so
experience.
everything we say is going to stop. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're talking about, there are no sources. They're going to be pirates in this story, but he's going to go into some detail talking about the direction of anywhere else at any other level. There are no other records. So we may be in complete competition with conservation. And the company was the things that we talk about will make people to be true. In fact, we have to assume that since we can't find any proof that they're not exactly the same. You see, the problem is that Alexander Smollett is working off of eyewitness account, so at least the tale is told about some hierarchy that he had. See, he didn't have access to court records or governors and to these places. He really had to talk to people who were there who hopefully knew it. We can't know what whether or not these people found chaos. To the picture of these contradictions, I can't exactly know for sure. Now, I'll give you an example. After Alexander Smollett his feet from his indentured servitude, and he goes on, still writing about how indentured servitude so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, I was free once more. I was like, oh, slaves free. I had nothing but and therefore resolved to join the private views of Brooklyn, so from my state from the year 1670, accompanied them on many various ways and taking part in many important meetings. I shall describe this about doing something. The first man to meet in India, which I think is the man's name is as someone Pierre LeBron, and he calls us LeBron's grace. Here is at sea in a small rolling the ship wasn't such poor barriers there to see where they belonged and individual that had no clue from the sea. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for the unable to find as his hands found the horizon. One day, a long ship just sailed in the distance. And one sailed a small towards the ship. Clearly, the Spanish merchant vessel needed to boat separated from so he brought over his men to board. He told them that the Spanish boards were unprepared for unlikely to happen. Although he did say that they had worse 50-50 chance. And his men swear upon the blood of the and Grand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull along the sea as they boarded his vessel. This emboldened the men who were because they knew that they had to take this ship and they had nothing to reserve for nowhere to go. It was like the ship was physical. Each of them, along with the cutlasses, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they should have inside of the vessel, climbed aboard for a sight on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They stayed at the entrance of the noble little house and were able to move around the conversation. Each of these packets was real somewhere from then I was encouraged that it happens to have it never been sitting in the words in the club. The pirates moved so quickly, we didn't get a chance to react. Many of the men were still holding their cards or the mugs of ale. Suddenly, they instantly approached, and the captain had a pistol out against his chest. Iran ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have walked quickly, thinking if there was any hope of catching his pirates home, he threw a sudden away for invasion. The smile on his face rolled on the men in the Rothschild ship along. That's why no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel fled on board. As they looked around, they saw some enemy ship, nothing but essentially. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel. Unless, as the captain assumed, they were doing something small. He was said to have said, quote, Jesus, so demonios estos, unquote. His men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that their sails were very, very far distance. But if the pirates so the captain said that he needn't fear such a small vessel, so he didn't order any special watch. This, of course, seemed now after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, the Grand took his new boat. He sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas. Now that's the end of the account. This raises some questions. How exactly would it flow on them? And the attack, let's see, the captain reached the tree. As we say, 40 years, himself in the back. Now, it's only in 7 years this story from the Journal of the Court, but it's just as likely that this was something that the Buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raid. One man, LeGrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on exactly how they could fight the Spanish and the whole lot of money. Now, Pierre LeGrand is one of the pirates, but there is no other. This is the only source of God. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries something in my time that sort of matches his description comes from Harbor. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came to his senses that LeGrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself LeGrand, and he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is why the story tells us this happened. So in the one place potentially we can corroborate some part of the story, it's actually tremendous. So we have to take this story it might not be true. But since we have evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story of the man who is the source for all of these things was already talking over the next few weeks. This is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that pirates had done. No, the Buccaneers on trade food. Scotland goes on to talk about several deals of he talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen, and goes on to talk about French who is working on Quinn and Venables had just taken down Jamaica in the year 1655. Now we mentioned last time that on board one of the soldiers now became close to his eye was a young man named Edmund, which of course is the final subject of Alexander's podcast. He goes into great detail about this concept with more gas. So we're going to look at something, but if you try to look at it in the year 1655, New York and Iraq and the Caribbean, the puzzle is very easy. It's the introduction to Captain Morgan. Was known as Welch. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no decided to go to sea. To reach the port, the ships leave the barbarians and sign off the board. On arrival,
I
He was
do
sold
drink
as an indentured servant unto rich men.
because it's just
Having served his
yeah,
time as a teacher, he found simple motivation to live the same. He soon learned the manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the company, he and his comrades had made enough money and believed in medicine to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made to practice, and he went along and on the coast of Campeche, and he captured several ships. Now that short affair, that brief introduction to the man who really owns Morgan, is all experience about the first 25 years of her life. Even the first 6 years is time in the time that may have been kept working. So today I want to take a long part of this paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the
And I remember
I'd like to do this by taking the paragraph sentence by sentence. And schooling begins, quote, Henry Morgan was born in that boy was known as Welsh, end quote.
and
That much is essentially true. Now, if I try to find out exactly what it meant by Welsh England, then I tell you I get this, so perhaps that's what he's talking about, but yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales. Probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales are deeply disagree with where exactly he was from. Externally continued. His father was a wealthy farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farming, decided to go to sea. Now that is essentially correct in spirit, although the matter of pretty serious issues. Mostly, see, Henry Morgan is on it now, we're on the farm. Neither he or his son actually got their farms dirty from the sun. They had plenty of working children to do their work. You see, the Morgan clan was the old and distinguished family. Robert essentially sent off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry never said, quote, I left the schools too young and have been more used to the book, end quote. Now, the people in Hardware that Henry came from were now the British Isles for their military practice. Nevertheless, the English had fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield. And Henry Morgan also got in hand. You see, he was a teenager, living in the English Civil War. He probably would have been with whom he actually served, but many who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat unknown. He was one of the operating officers in Cromwell's War Army. He was one of the great hand man who became a general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated warrior and something of a military. Now, his other Edward would have had a little bit more influence on the Morgan. Edward was in the Royalist side of the Civil War Cavaliers, and he was posted at a key position in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the country, almost certainly had some experience with them. And this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his not as a soldier, but as something of a support or an assistant, or someone who was essentially just there to help him out and come along with him. So, Henry Morgan was a young teenager who learned things like siege warfare, artillery, and the Romans battlefield tactics, and how to lead and battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16 and 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did a fight. Probably not as a grown soldier, but something a small town, a small public opinion. There's no regular evidence of school. Now, if you look at that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of the military expedition in the Indians. Now, the story goes on. Quote, he reached a port where the ships leave for Rome and signed on for the war. And that is what did happen. That was the voyage of the Western Cromwell's plan to take over the port. And that port was that much is undeniably correct. Then, someone continues, quote, Rabbi was sold as an indentured servant in the English land. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan his men back able to personally appreciate himself with them, that's pretty amazing. Now, it shows out that some historians take this line expertly as believe that he was at one point sold as an
It's just, and I'm saying this with
but then most historians the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate. I tend to agree with that. You see, Henry Gordon was just some backside roughly. What we said last time about what Major Robert Centrist, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Centrist said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. That really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military. Roughly around among others, this portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time ever of his life. So, it's the only thing that we have to remember about what Henry Morgan probably and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold between the merchants. The fact that he himself is some evidence. He's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck, he's got probably a wig or a necklace next to where he's got an extra sword. He's dressed you might imagine going around chasing the keys around that doesn't sound like what somebody who sold into indentured servitude would do. So most historians agree that there is story. However, there is another concept. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into indentured service by the government of the Crown. You see, if Henry Morgan had sold in the Civil War, he would have sold a slave. However, he wouldn't have been sold it. He would have been on for slavery and he would have been so if he had served, it's unlikely that he would have been cast into service to go after the something that was not going to do more what they wanted to do, but they needed some experience to keep themselves in the for a little bit more. This passage goes, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several premier ships ready to put to sea. Once again, that's not how it happened at all. See, and also when you serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true. And he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just go to Jamaica. He was one of the first English ever to set foot on an island in the invasion. So instead of finding out some beginnings to the sea, I was going to find out he was an early Spanish populations.
So that's really interesting to hear.
Quote, he joined the expedition and so many
nothing else. You have to be able to.
Now this is true. There's so much more to this story. You see, Henry Morgan's first month, in fact, the lives of all of the men on the expedition,
because I'm not,
you see, the capital of Jamaica, the very fighting battle. It was falling out of place. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance. So usually these Englishmen, they can sleep this night, sleeping on the deck. See, the Spanish soldiers had been at the nearest back further out from the hills in Jamaica. I think, and while there were many of these soldiers there, Jamaica was such as part of the great process. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years. These English soldiers had never been in the island. So the soldiers, naturally, well, you're not going to be human from this one. Yeah, however, it wasn't just the Spanish who could have the Spanish had three of their slaves who voluntarily joined up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not have the English faith either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon rebels were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish. With all the types of plans and these three groups sort of previously connected allies that are very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even then, soldiers were really the same. They would be sleeping on the ground beach. They would hear all of these lives that became the show. The study of these people as important somebody always presented a variety of portraits that would be carried on the Spaniards' blood. So they spent all night opening the beaches and not the Spanish. And I never dispute because the possibility that happen is so big. So as the spent their sleepless nights and long hours and days, their stores quickly began. We all know that vision started to go hungry. This man actually taken a lot of food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but aren't they really for the English world? There's a dicey position. You see, many times when people would go hunting for the boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt this boar or tortoise, they would start as accidents. Or if there were 2 or 3 or 4, well, most of those don't get human and in the news, about the base camp at part of that hunting party would be the vultures who received second and so the men spent their nights in some a few months after they took an island, Admiral Rabbi and General Guinness several hundred of the top officers in the fleet, they set sail to return to England. They would try, as they kind of expected, that individuals would be turned and tried of London for failing the test. However, that was a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that Jamaica. The men were all away on 4 halfway around the border, they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the Canada and Marines and take it back to hungry. They were going past the day. The things began to get worse and worse. The men began to get yellow fever and malaria that are just still to this day experienced killings of people that are unused to the Caribbean. They began to use on the men as a kind of display on a daily basis. Now, these months had very little. There was essentially no authority on the however, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that we from almost easily once over against our country, even more than leaders. Some of them probably open food they really find to organize their defenses best as they could, but there were all about 2,000 men. Even though there weren't already Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many names or how many words. So this seemed like a small force. But then, a few months after about 6 months on the island, on the Libyan field, a ship bumped into a finally arrived there in what's called Hawaii. The ship carried the island's new level. That man who talked about it, the major said, when the operation for leftover stores and some of the men that they killed desired rather to borrow than to live. He found only got to Jamaica that was their worship and certain death. The men of yes, they were the Jamaican expedition was a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Crown, Lord for the men. He told him, quote, you must be a man who began to work for but such a pretty good to it. He organized their defenses and he made them these were really that he used to secure certain tracts of land and plenty of game as music and of the ships they had there in Jamaica. The man named William Gibson. This night, the admiral was known who would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January of 1656, a ship called the Martin Rose Captain, a man named Christopher Means, was named something on the Jamaica Station, who would go on to be exiled. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization. You want to talk about something that I find really interesting that is so. You see, the man who weird, but Jamaica would occasionally be captured by the slave. It was all before overall he used the same tactics whenever they were being killed by their Spanish jailers. You could say that it wasn't them acting on their mission, they were actually under orders of the Jews. You see, the one part was before, when it was just talked about to be overall, I thought that since probably the only people that Spanish can be the American for the Jewish people. No, aside from I guess they thought that the Arab people were at least more than American, but only slightly more than the Jews. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from these Jewish immigrants even moved to the outside of the border lines. Now, way back in the 1400s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they held a new position. They took their realm as very non-Catholics. And of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Indian. They didn't stop. For years, the Inquisition many Jewish families that lived in they whipped up bombs and violent wrongs that were executed outside any Jew. Now, most of these things are breaking with certainly infinite are still secretly clear. For some reason, that this was. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany and programming for a lot of Jewish families that wasn't possible. They decided to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they could have did some years after the very blood group. However, we were still found most of the new ones, then we the 1800s, childhood speech. And actually, places like which even Slavery, modern day Mexico, and down south, etc., just completely question or centers of power for this action. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba and Hispaniola, were calling almost a solid land of the Spanish government and not the local government. However, there was one thing. The slightly southwest of those two networks, smaller and had a heavy return population that was rich. And after them, something like another term. Now, to be sure, Jamaica was, there was still a number in the garrison. They had a passage of heroes and funny politics and spies. So, the Jews in Jamaica were able to keep their town. They took calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion, and nobody bought it. What's the difference? However, in 1654, when the English took the art, that man Vinci made mention in his journalism, exposing that large number of Portuguese nationals had not pledged the Spanish. But when Major Cedric came and became the governor of Ireland, he found out the truth that he was not believed. It was the greatest Jewish people who had the greatest in the world. People who had lived here their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but not for generations. The more the Catholics, every people hated the Spanish just as much as they did, so they were not powerful allies in this. He wrote this Chicago, and he found only Jewish people in Jamaica, officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in the and I said had plans to make peace in these laws, and happily enough, Jimmy within the police, he hated the war, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden, warlords shows up. It doesn't seem like a gift from God, something that you want to have the most use of. So, civil department collectively, along with William Gibson, Mr. Mayor, and the higher officers, joined the council and was going to help renew the nation. There were several pretty precedents who released the not so much who were nearby, and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to come. What it came up with was two and their parties, three coaches, forced trade and proactive defense. And the proactive defense side of that troop attack was essentially sending ships filled with buccaneers to steal the ocean's community of 8 Spanish vessels with a warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that troop attack forced trade. After the seas were cleared and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish from the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap. And those weapon vessels would show up at many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that had stored up. They told them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to sell it. If they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell it to the English. Now, for these patriotic standards, living in colonies, the rest of them wanted to sell to the English. They not just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people heard about roving overseas, they weren't just also visitors. All of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back home. This look at was not only to the Spanish who they were at war with, but to the Dutch who had a work with him for 2 years.
Yeah, he's like Superman.
They wanted
but I
to
know
go
this
to begin this plan immediately.
Maybe.
What they needed, they had some ships, enough to become really documented.
Does whatever the fuck he does.
So, some of the locals suggested that this man means, and probably scientists candidates, which almost certainly they would be rewarded. Set sail that was just the northeast, unfortunately, where they could retreat towards many of the Buccaneers as they leave. And the rest of it, sweet opera. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands usually for much of this period of time, which was found by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had forts, they had a harbor, they had rubber, they had official English representatives, relatively good at these countries. The government most of them to be sure that these parts were alive. At least they had one port, potentially serious ports that would be fighting. But before we can begin this plan, the governor, General Rothschild, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward Dole, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there. He was as local as any human strategist. Many governors felt over this invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up to the coast. There were two invasions. The first one was sponsored by 300 Spanish settlers from the other Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 natives. They were fought off pretty easy. There were then another invasion a few months later that was somewhat large. That involved some actual fighting over, but very little loss by the English took out and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So finally, Christopher Columbus, along with Rothschild and rewarded some of the other most notorious names in the set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than innocent tickets and raiding Indian Spanish coastal towns that had been ambushed. Most of the records actually raided the by the Spanish. It looks like they raided Pacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other holds. So it's during this time that instead Captain Morgan on the way for a couple of years, during this last few years, 1656 going into 1657, we were recruiting on to be a Buccaneer and Caribbean. So let's move on to the passage. He writes quotes. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the speakers and made enough money to move from Mexico to this is my practice and speech. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, the Norton was funded and supported Captain Anthony ship. However, other people wanted to design army or took it from Spanish captain who was unclear. In 1660, he did take 3 ships, which he sold to the Creators, closest neighbors to the countries. The smallest of those vessels he sold to his friend Martin Morris. Robert Sewell took the largest, which was an 8-ton and 8-ton called the Cadway. And his friend John Lawrence
there was a mob element.
We don't know the name.
The fellow was here or there.
But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they became people made a lot of money from the most private operating at least who was an NBA rep. They were men who were terrorists in Spanish, were back and forth, they were extremely unplugged from the company, spent their money and
play that guy. That was
they negotiated themselves very well with the government and forced to be very big
a lot of my favorite stuff.
and definitely that one single paragraph about Alexander Swing is concluded. It reads, quote, Morgan was recaptured. They went to Rob and all the coast campaign where they captured several ships. In short, this little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest wave the Caribbean has seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Now, sources do differ here on what we think reputable historians, people who are scholars in this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these routes over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1660. In short, the brother of the coast was so active from this port to Jamaica that he was not to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish records the original Spanish records like that. So we know when the two have to teach about the money, we don't have to exactly how those correspond to the Spanish. However, the different books to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative connections. And it goes something like this. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan was the Patriots of their ships and used ships. Now, the captain made a good kind of job. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a bunch of shore asking the governor for letters of warning to make all this fish. He did this, of course, after the fact, which is common practice. These records were unbelievably good. Now, these records were on the way to the shore. He had no idea to think back to these casinos. Almost operated much like the Elizabeth Rothschild in the 40s. Because they will have those both across the 7 seas, but the only way that they were led to do so many was if they repeated their deeds that they had one. Pirates was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or their allies and paid their ships. But Captain Young did do that. He wanted his men to run around the coast, like he didn't have anyone to say that they had taken over more and didn't have themselves. The government wasn't having anything, so he was sent back to England to face Trump. All the power certainly wasn't his defense. But instead of taking out or as a king to restore he faced, something much better was waiting immediately after Oliver Cromwell, the personality as he really cared for King Charles II has been restored to the throne. The House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Because now Charles had powers to return to the King of Spain. The testimony discussed at the Jamaica station is necessary. He learned that this type of Charles had considered this legitimate. Jamaica was friendship, it's that King Charles would be wise to it was something that said to the God pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really long for the Irish. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher James, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him a letter in that 46th policy, usually arrived in the spring 60s. However, Captain Lincoln wasn't the only surprise on the vessel. The new governor ran Lord Windsor, something that motherfucker you General Gold was replaced between friends of Porter Conway, who they've been for 50 years now, was renamed Fort Royal. Also, the name of the ship, which had been Fort Conway, was changed to Fort Charles. The next thing Captain Lincoln said was to take over on board at the Jamaica station on the gates. And Christopher William, then I work on something. The story is like on September 1661, Morgan and new adventure was living in Rose. Wives were in merchants on the shore to cheer the boys on. It was the middle of hurricane season, friends were changed out, and the ships that was trying to in Jamaica and put in their goal was the former capital to Santos, which was on the southeastern side of the city, probably the closest major Spanish port to the Orange Trade. Now, Captain Maine sailed this in trade, which was also there were a host of other battle vessels with him, including Captain Morgan and Vice Versa. Just off of the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell and their playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Rothschild. Back in England, a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much time as he could with his friends. But he We had to run away from some of his critics to make his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and female Africans. And I'm number two with Englishmen on board. And freedom was millions of being through. I don't get to myself very often. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of conflict now with just the on the crew. So they had a captain on board and it's like, was running by the opposing forces and other Castile and the one guy was running the square like a very small entrance. I do this. So he's got there. Used to take them out. But one of the stuff, and even more vessels of late commerce from Florida and even several vessels that were coming from Portugal, smelling them up. Yeah. So we decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down, and a little village called Ecuador, someone else in the South Africa. The locals, there were only 2 people there, fled as soon as the regulators were attacked. So for 7 hours, the money of the coast had left all of the goods that they might have. Then we were opening up the body. And the villagers kept them warm. They still do some peaceful that I told them in the mornings. They got up and marched towards Santiago. Now the locals had guns from Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French, Japanese who were coming to Santiago. So they were trying to prepare, but it still wasn't as many. You see, at the fort, there in Santiago, the head was in charge of defense and was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson. They didn't fight these Buccaneers at all. Perhaps he was terrified. He would be unable to defeat the English anytime he would up. So, this man, the Spanish commander, was over. Many soldiers like Manuel Willis were with it. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough. Within only a couple of hours, almost the whole thing, they switched over to 5 days, ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their one at a time, taking just the women and the goods and food and drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. And then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder stored in the fort. They defused and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said did not for 10 days. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of wheat, stolen their rich and making all these merchantmen, having campers, and boys out of Jamaica. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the brethren of the courts, because I would say that history only told us the bad about keeping them money in their hands. They started to screw. But they also realized that they're going to need more. Their commanders never seemed to pay. The civilians always needed to get back out. I mean, in order to make it work, and the new governor of Jamaica was not less willing to sign his letters on and allow them to practice Spanish. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the moment of ice according to Alexander's the English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and that season masters and slaves have been asked really good. It's not like me, the old pagan Roman church that's actually exactly so perhaps that is how Captain Williams had the new governor to prevent a sign of the the day after Christmas, men began to assemble this English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual flag on the coast from and all were the tiny ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more. This was a fleet that was the largest pirate fleet that was seen in the Caribbean. The Eastern Harbors had some warships that were carried with guns and filled with men. And to the trees, ready to This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish sea turn, or even the great seas of Power must have worried that they got news. However, those islands had a way. This fleet was the Guinness. So it was actually the vice captain of the man that Edward Mans, who was captain of the ship, that saw their destination, which is a place that we visited before, San Francisco. That was the same place that Diego was always talking about the land. It's in fact, even us, Diego and Eduardo was the captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these idle and pirate vessels here to attack Asia. You see, the men on this voyage had similar knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the Admiral Wings that he wait for time to attack on a couple of islands, which is exactly what Diego would be wanted. That wasn't something that I made him stop as is the margins of the soldiers were now to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, his favorite head, it's a beautiful man. He says, quote, "Means attacking town. His men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the camp. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day, the Buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one, being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot racing around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing off clothing, and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they died. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, they were pierced down by pistol shots and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon. These were wounded sometimes, but by the end of the day, the Buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels, which were chosen to take them back to Aurora. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of bait. So that's a loss. The Einstein press translated into modern American dollars, taking the Buccaneers and Campeche 75 million dollars. Now, Captain Means had been convicted, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral. Means was going on to the foreign ships go back to England, but he would pass from his life without money to pay for the man's life. Now, Alexander has a little more when it comes to passages and so on. As you do, it reads reports. At this time, the boys of Jamaica, an old buccaneer called Men's, who planned to get a fleet together and raid the men. Seeing that the men, they purged the old buccaneer and invited him to join the expedition and meet the vice admiral of his fleet. Now, if you were going to give that passage, the same trade just take passage in this episode, it could take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know how Captain Margaret was. And in fact, that's exactly what they do. That's how I want you to turn back and examine what Captain Margaret was doing. It was 22 first right of variances. I like to thank everybody for this, and I mean that. We had a huge milestone this week. Slept up on me, didn't even sleep, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. You hit 100,000 pounds, and that's a huge, way bigger than I expected. In advance. I'd also like to thank everybody who's been kind enough to support the show. I would appreciate you on the webpage. We wouldn't be here without this places. So if you see on that, rating, review, anyone else on the show, you guys will help with that, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. So really the best. So really the best. So really the best.
I would like to thank you and the Canadian International Agency Apparel for I can't wait sneakers. I can't wait for all the podcasts.
And welcome to our
that AI can also trouble get you. And I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm glad you social media.
was lost with another admittance. Resigning success. Now, Captain White, which is now next to the boys' calculation, sinking down what shots in Jamaica's oil for 22 minutes. Now,
and then we feel so far from John here, especially we want to be in hostile waters. I think I may have been coming back to Dubai myself. You can escape to stay ourselves. I'm not taking for this. Or the people before the long they prepared for this week. I'd like to do something more creative. You see, this great wave can really be considered the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we
There's a broader question here, right? They build
what they were doing, not preparing for
socially and emotionally
and then
intelligent
people would get the ships that they
What
were
does
loaded
that
with all
mean
of
about
their
our relationship with them? And then
and
more
that's
broadly, our relationship
exactly what those
with
supplies
right?
were.
Because
What kind
this machine is really programmed to be amazing at empathy, by definition, right? It's going to always be there for you. It's not going to get bored. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel about that a lot.
the early days of company and private conversation. This episode number 17.
Pioneer
Guns of wrong
emotional
ships.
recognition, human-centered artificial intelligence.
The reason that I chose this
Deputy
period to look at
Deputy
the
CEO,
tools
smart
that
eye,
these buccaneers were using
girl,
was because
one of
things
those brilliant,
changed
dressed,
drastically in
inspired,
the past
wonderful beings.
not only by the technology landscape being the
This
tools
is
that
an
these were
excellent
used.
podcast.
You see,
Supported
we should have powerful footprint ships. The
now,
most important and trustworthy ships. And they would be on board with every late release. Guns they were using to be supplies that the men on board had. They were highly equipped to would control the nuclear mind deep shape. And here in the 1660s, we're seeing
The memory that stands out is that
we're seeing things change to what they will
used to
be
have
in the golden
mangoes.
age. There will be some pretty certain
In summer,
differences
the mangoes
between the
used to
1660s and the
in the summer.
1700s, but some of the things
Uncle,
can be applied not only to important determining hockey. One of the differences, though, is these things.
down garden.
We're reading the histories about Captain
And I don't know, I think it's just the bringing people together, like, me the more.
Really, we read that there was a point
Yeah, I
before
remember
that they
mangoes.
would be
It's such like the
so not like it's just like the word, we get each word out of years. We don't think
I'm a parent of one, so I guess
but it's kind of
that very different.
what they want. Now, that's a straight obvious. We're using one money. But by the time we do this, things will get less well defined. In the early color, we have two different versions of the colors. They have no legit. That was part of what
So
made
that
them
those
interesting.
mangoes,
Yes, they were simply
the
more
fact that a lot of these
because they
folks
were
mangoes,
still
and they're
from
kind of
ships. And while they helped to save few orders from the enemy to make the station, they essentially operated just as the country. Sometimes the ordinary equipment and having cable. They also had a safe amount of loyalty. What would well as speech, it allowed them to be much more bold than the stereotypical flying what is this? But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Wine weren't exactly this society. This was the oldest island country. It's operated essentially with
you know what it is.
they were essentially since leadership in mind, but we think that's a serious system.
That's kind of, you probably like
This message is good. The mission is to supply any needs necessary. So, of course, the most important we're living in the active especially it's important to look at actually what ships they've changed so much. I think they could for me, what it is the most beautiful sailing in the 60s was the Spanish Fly. Right. The Spanish has a generation is there something like that? It was very it's made for speed and for rooms as well as large holes for flying gold across the land.
Somewhere between Spanish and
And
Pale,
all
and
of them, all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet.
and my mom
They didn't really sell any. These weren't specialized ships.
we used to have that, and then we used to have it alongside
Not
stuff
really
and
fancy ships.
have to carry it down. So that,
You could have able to work there was all
yeah, it's like, it was really helpful. It's the one thing I
all
guess
the way across.
especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called the galleon was a powerful vessel that wasn't specialized in the warship. The English warship was called the Guinness. It was shipboard large, the number of speed and also the these ships were huge and really had to be described as floating fortress which terrified anybody who had seen them. It was the ships designed to evolve so did the as a naval war. You see, ever since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and the goal was to land other vessels in its distance and get rid of them. That was the purpose of the elements, and really, it was for the Spanish. They penetrated into the now, first, it's like very this was an act of which so coming from the seas and then these big, long, straight lines and then shipping and that's what it is. I don't know if everybody is becoming more and more it's really, really cool is that the ship we see. So these admirals just sail hundreds of ships and shot all the other side of ships until one side seemed one. It's interesting. Of course, eventually, naval technicians will come up with much more advanced. It's called the possible thing. It's one of the digital experiences. To sail this ship, you just created some visual connections to another ship. Kind of like the capital T. It's hard. If you were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on this right would be facing the other ship because only the capital guns are full. So they would be able to catch that ship and fail with fire if even when there's not really anything at all. There's a devastating target. But it didn't fall on until 6 years a long time in the 30 years war. The line of battle was really hard. So I really wasn't actually mentality. These things were strong ships had always, of course, now they were having more and more guns, as much firepower as possible on board their vessels. They called these ships due to the line of battle, ships of the line. They broke their ships of the line all into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a military site in the enemy. These ships had either four on them and were floated entirely. These ships fired full line, and they were so quick and small that the ship would become almost invisible to the enemies, and consequently, the enemy ships would be invisible. Now, these things are very this is a space they could try to fit as many decks and as many guns on ships as they could. There would have been very little weight, virtually no something to get access to the outside. And the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and extreme explosions. These decks were so small that you couldn't even see them. And sometimes they would have 10 or 15 decks on both sides. And then the second deck would be filled with gunpowder to shot, things that they would need to light them. I can think of cases that sounded more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light. Probably only the computer and the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air is so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and there's like no way to see anything out the room. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your defense to open up into your ship, showing you that it's not working. You don't need almost for a second single hit because some smoke begins to roll out and clearly see something with the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting the ship closer and closer to sinking into the depths of the danger. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from the ships if your ship begins to go down. There's only be a scramble. They could help you, and they would just want to bring another scramble. Chaos and dying and even and screaming. You're not going to be able to just run away. Everything you are. Hopefully, you're close enough to show you. So, working with them, civilian these odd ships for very regular cars. seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not found criminals. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of mistake.
Was that scary?
Oh my God, yeah.
The lucky ones hoped to win their battle at home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle at sea. That man would have been halfway around the world, but it would have been the secret on the back of the ship owned by the Navy ships. These first class ships of the line carried sometimes as many as 1 more. They were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well.
But anyway,
They wanted to play and fight, even to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best and rules and rules.
in my opinion, actually,
small ships as well. There were the 63rd grade ships that had slightly fewer characters. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with one stem deck and fewer scales. But then there were still small ships. Ships that were Guinness and coasts. But using these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships. The most common, most popular warship in the field was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to
I think there's a lot of.
according to some stories that the English used after these events. The English Navy into different categories. A frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships. In fact, it's according to the English, that includes 3 masted vessels. Ship railroads carried one above board on the It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of power.
You said because it's by
Another
choice.
ship, earlier in Spanish forgot they had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single ship that was built low and high. It was a very long, uneven passage through the water, unlike any other warship. The frigate was the great best at Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships that would likely have been frigates. Admirals Leeds and Knights, Wilkinson, and Morgan had frigates. These were old vessels. Later on, the greatest ships we know of were, for example, Rothschild's and Guinness was a frigate. One of these ships, frigates made were these buccaneers, privateers, however, it was a difficult ship. You had to be very lucky, highly skilled to get one of these. Most times when I do so, they usually travel couples through a single frigate standard, so single ship or even a group of ships would be unlikely to be. To a more common pirate vessel, that was a bit smaller than was the brig. A brig is very small vessel that is located a ship's engine masts, very nice too, that are square. So it's quite quick and very light, and carries a fair number of tons, but not nearly as many as a frigate, and nowhere near as many as one of your larger ships. But a brig will start off to modify a frigate. The brigantine is able to change 2 masts as well as one power. The brig had no board power, but still kept only those 2 masts in the sea. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not like pirate women building island pirates, and so only a few notable pirates used the sea. The most important pirates in the period was the steamer. A steamer was a small, sleek vessel. It didn't have ships rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to pitch the wind. It would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to fly. Like an ink or a river, or perhaps it was one of the really awesome planes where even larger ships were going on. These were vessels the pirates would prefer to typically for their life. All pirates had the ability to stand their ground and fighting away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel. The slip was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to fight merchant ships, some smaller vessels, and anybody that run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small enough homelessness that not enough to carry the sugar and at least far enough to make it. It did however for well, anything now, afterward, most likely still he was at this time second to none to the order he could take his action, so he would establish a little bit more worthwhile. However, the three advocates and his friends that he sold his business to were certainly either afraid for one another or the other three that really should have been classified as a snoop. Now, the snoops would have been carefree just enough to sustain but the larger business, there is no great. What if that cargo space allotted for, well, anything to take for expense, as well as all of the necessary features? Most notably, the rest. No, alcohol on board a safe vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition that dated back to the time of the before the age of 1650, arrived at the English invasion of Jamaica. The English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled, the first hard liquor of the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of them to and from the Union. However, this wine is considered mistakes. Wine bears a huge and heavy aren't exactly enough to ship across the ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided that the way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be concentrated back into its good wines. However, that's not exactly how it happened. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on a found by his comrades the huge stupid turn in his face an open cask of concentrated wine. Inviting his friends to come and share it. Brandy, which was the anti-Christ, concentrated and distilled wine, found on the wild illegal. At first, it caught on commonly among sailors who thought it was just a passed up to make them live for all their woes and which sailors wanted to report. And then many of the people using more collies and just as found out. They also discovered that the long age and like 9 decades that they were and sometimes they would make casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand it. Unfortunately, the best brandy. One is probably the most countries. It's basically discussed by Jamaican slaves on shipping. You see, the process of one sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that containers have very useful. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous if not deadly operation for the slaves. So the slaves needed some pictures of the woes. They took this molasses, which the slave owners need, and for them this created a thick, sweet, really alcoholic. But the Europeans decided to take this on foot. And the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of my art. The main benefit was sugar fermentations and also had several wine distillers. The English were easy to make. They found themselves sweet inside. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure and much longer as they could value. So the English colony had there became the center for Caribbean wine production and seeds. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this from all over the world. Royal Navy put a good use for it. Under the Jamaica Public Admirals, many policy of serving a ration of wine or a cotton to their sailors. This traditional action was probably not a good habitually to give this to the whole to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, they were Washington and Revolution when organized by to this stage. So, the English would actually continue to practice even run through these sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican people wanted to keep this in full effect, the tradition actually gets back to the time of religion. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered that the native
also think that the users that
and the president stood.
have a
They
conversation
combined that medicinal treatment that made us important to have wine juice, which really when studied for minutes at the
Let
small
me ask you about the
This was really the way it was supposed to
so
It
gender
was called,
does
at the
be
time,
hard
Yale
to
Drop.
shape the
And it was the
landscape
basis of the modern
of human experience.
Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of Hawkins, John Hawkins, made an additional naval philosophy that all of the ingredients for making Yale Drop on board to cure that group might come down This was the person not only Yale Drop, but a drink that would actually be invented for about a century. A drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grown. Now, what would come after the time of the Golden Age, obviously, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the coffee, and mixed it instead of with a key art with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, so it gets sweet, and nice and so that they could do their work freely. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the whole drinking company was with more. They loaded all the ingredients that were on board the vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to the sea, and these were necessary and highly available to the Now, in addition to rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would stretch as long as possible. Now, fresh water at sea isn't only used for water, so to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very well. This would have been something similar to that, just enough to keep them free from growing and sea. Now, the skill would have been not exactly like alcohol. They probably wouldn't use any ingredients that we used to be today. There would have been toxic, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with joy. So they would have used local ingredients to make so I think it's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the malt similar to the slave fruit plantations, but much more likely because they would be of course they drank from the plantation players. First of all, they would probably have a sweet potato or yam. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple in the Caribbean. It wasn't only to eat, it was also very hearty and slightly alcoholic. Now, this is different from the superfood ingredient we get today, and I fully encourage you to try it. The other drink that probably that I also very much want to try would have been a pomegranate. If you hope the opposite is it's not thick and different and almost sickly sweet, much more alcohol. Now, it probably wouldn't have been extracted for that because it sounds like they both would. This is all the drinks they would have had on board. The rum, they wouldn't have drinking that too unless they were sold because really they had to be on their tours. They never knew when they were going to. They're going to come off sweet. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board with all of their food. Most importantly, for each of one seat, they would have loaded on board a home which was a biscuit and a 4 and 1, or sometimes scared of his face 4 times until it was an unbelievably good spread. A coffee that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient. And this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors would use, and most of them were some variation of tooth pepper in the jaw. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soak it in salt water or coffee. Now, in addition to that, they also uploaded quite a bit of salted meat. This would have been almost certainly because it was probably no beef on the island. And there was quite a few pigs that the other ranchers would take to shoot and run the so they would have had a fair amount would amounted to a very hard jerky. These two types of foods, and they would have been well known all of the seeds and sometimes more than sweet, were not what they were likely going to contain. These are really nothing more than nasty sauce. These are foods to be eaten the ships were becalmed and all the sea no other way to food. The Buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them 3 days with absolute gorgeous food to stay fresh. And then
Yeah,
after
well,
that,
actually, just
they were mostly
kind of a little bit of
systems,
background. So the reason why I
flesh tortoise, which they could catch
Cairo
almost anywhere
originally
where they are in.
I had a very
These toys were
clear
so
curve
cool. Nearly every visitor
abroad,
again, either riding afterward would make an entry.
for such 3 or 4 years.
Columbus Day,
Egypt.
saying that the days in Scotland were so filled with tourists that not a boat could keep the men from sleeping as they
Well, I
banked
did my PhD around building
experiments in the choice of all is the true or seed. The flesh looks and is very much like a choice meat.
that I was
The
going
fat is a green, very
to, I
luscious
didn't know the
the
specific
liver
area.
is likewise
But I
good,
love
very
teaching. I mean, I still love
tasty,
teaching.
rich,
So
and
I just, yeah,
to
I
be
just
back with a
walk
consistent
around there,
primarily
come back
rum,
and
stale water, fermented
What
yam
is that?
juice, hard crackers, big jerky, and fresh fruit.
Person cares about
No,
emotion, feelings, and
the
all.
pipes like from
This
me.
is our computer's cold.
However, I do have an emotional capacity. Put out a video of just made
Yeah,
reviews of some of these pilot
or
pictures.
did you see
Some
the
always
viewers,
not only eat the meat, but
capability
I'm going to try some pork jerky, some hard tack, several of
that
its
was
other
like my
beverages,
takeaway
and
from my
several other
experience.
heavy cream drinks that we
Did it
can
percent
find, as well as a selection for
right?
even if you
Or
find it
technology
to
in
try
general. Like I
these out,
remember
look at the video if it was also on YouTube,
communicating with
because
my
why not?
but thank goodness for the fact
And most of what we
that
talk
people
about
that
so
send
far,
letters back and forth just
sweets and cookies, hard tack, and fresh tortoise meat,
so
these were
I
the
think
of course were really
there's
innocent and
technology can be
privileged.
transformative
So what
in
is it
terms
that
of
sets
connectivity.
the open
It actually does
Well,
change how
most
connected
notably
we
is
are.
being non
Yeah, I think it comes back.
historian.
There's
Second
something
rights.
like I have to feel.
The first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads and
Really nice,
which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from stuff.
Something nice. But
Conrad's first class and steerage worked at creating an open space
still
for
have to do
the
something.
reasons both were that sleep on the large numbers of men these ships often carried, and they thought would tied to our Democrats and
Yeah,
please
something. Something
carpenters would reinforce the decks, support the ship's men, and slats in hold for decks, or use them for Democrats' chasers, scanning if they fired on anyone trying to pursue them.
Anyway, so
Above the forecastle on any superstructure property in the same the main sailors were used, as were the captains, ground bosses, in the stone, creating clear against the water vessels or slashing excess numbers of predators on the side. Finally, the weight of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping in half before the case power. Pilots adored speed. And actually make the main difference between witches
I
and
thought, okay,
like recently these companies that
for
were
years.
supercharged deep down in the conversation holders. But rather than just simply looking to a vessel or another country,
you really good
Yeah.
emphasize this.
Now the thing that
Are you gonna
changed
be
these ships support is partly what Stephen Hawking was talking about.
So it just get used to it. Because it
The
was
Guinness called
still
today,
feels a little bit
which was at the time the fastest moving in the world.
get used to it. Like
You
you
have to do all these ships were built much older than the ship which would be seen. Made these ships the ships moving.
I think this new like
Some years later, it's still young to say that even in old man conversation, that Jamaica moving would be slightly more at the same time all the moving, which is still today used by sailors and sailors
like screen.
across the world. These ships were so fast they would be used directly in the American Revolution as blockade runner in England, the Civil War, the Spanish Empire. These are ships so fast that they were even used well into the age of steam power before they could outrun the fastest steamships. Now there was something one of the differentiates the British folks on company, and also puts them in a slight contrast to the pirates of the Golden Age.
Non-believers. I
It's their way.
totally love that. And at the end of
It's a
my
cool
PhD,
so
I think it's the meeting that changed the trajectory of my life.
Or
Professor
a
Rothschild,
Spanish vessel, for example, would have made
she
her
runs the
life
epic reading room at my
on board that merchant vessel would have no time. They would have only had a few useless
Yes,
You see, the
And
Spanish government
she was
strictly
giving a
regulated
talk
firearms in the
at
camp
a
to sailors supported welfare.
and she had a couple of
And
hours
then
left here.
everybody had written ideas of
Said,
rebellion and
anybody's
jeopardizing
gonna meet
their
with me, like,
trade and gold and silver.
And so I signed up for class, and
It was so
it took me
neat
to
that
be
the
more
6th
prepared for
the different Spanish
I
teachers
went to a demo of my
the
research,
captains of these Spanish teaching vessels
and
would
we
carry
met, and
sword
we
for
ended up
most
hitting
of
it off.
us. Unlikely that the crew would
And
belong
we
to the
ended
campaign as to
doing some work with music and stuff at MIT.
Yeah, which we did have.
And this is what I told her. I was like, okay, this is my dream come true, but there's a possibility for being
A
tired.
big span of Asia, even on the highly engaged.
And I literally started
We discussed before that it was a long-haired with a
yeah,
like stable
but
and
I did
the
that like
the little more than open as a path. It was essentially
but that
very
changed the
small.
trajectory. There was no
Works to a kind of holding
kind of out
party
of
as
my
a
dreams.
fancy street
Right?
stay.
I didn't want to
Now
go
it
to
was
Egypt anymore and be faculty
unlike
with
the Dutch English and English. The Dutch and French were making some of the best islands in the world.
American
40 years later, during the Civil War, Cambridge was a country so much and so few. They used much better
I wonder if
firearms
that's
than like
similar to your experience
the
that
news
I was just
musket, which was
the
a long
video
barrel
I
fire,
was just really
musket, which made it much easier to
not the
load.
right word.
It was
I
really
didn't expect the openness to
unlike the
innovation and
also meaning kind of
acceptance
the
of
first major
taking
attempt
a
to the
risk.
market was the
The
Rothschild.
failure isn't being accepted.
This was essentially a trigger
You
that
don't want to
actually
fail, but there's a fear of failure.
that would be
I
dropped
think that's
onto
been
the
hardwired in my brain.
which would land on top.
But you get to like
It made it a
people
lot
start
easier
thinking
to fire and kept you from having to expend others in the fire
and
process.
that kind of thinking was
But
just
it's
very
still the burning match would be really efficient, especially it wasn't
its own
a step.
beautiful thing
So the
because
next step is the wheel,
they,
which
I
is
think,
big solid, but
we
it's building a person to front
they try.
fortress.
I mean, I think
If you
depending,
realize
of course,
that
what
will
the certain
power
powers
a pistol,
we try
almost,
wild
it's
stuff,
a
try
feat.
big things, crazy
This
things.
was the cutting
And
edge of
also,
modern technology, making it reliable, as fast, as it
always
well,
gonna be like
it was very true. Exactly.
one of the sad things
You
too
see,
about
the message here
and like
is the soldiers, you know, sharpshooters. In
it's
battle,
like
which
usually
soldiers
when
will
you show
quickly
up by
appoint their guns are shown direction and fire. Hence, we go with
which is like the
the
normal state
Buccaneers
of things.
extremely hard some of us
Be nice.
You see, I'm Tortuga before the Roman points became
Some for
players.
One
They
of
were
my
in complex.
favorite moments
Alexander quote, hundreds go off at groups of 7 and 20 men carrying all the guns and delivering their
lots of one place.
one of the parties stays on his own to hold back the groups, smoke the flesh, and try and salt and get cooking against their teammates.
Where
They kill the sometimes shooting a wholly loud swamp and almost with something because in general, they prefer to find sound.
like
That's perhaps 6 or 7 men.
but
Hunting,
it's like when you think about mine, there would be people that backstory.
using
This one
probably
particular
most from perhaps the big block muskets from the 17th century.
So I saw
But
a
anyway,
Chicago
that's true. When these men and these chests.
this feeling like
Now, you might think that these were just a bunch of guys
he has a life,
exaggerating.
probably has to
It's
commute
kind of
back
like that
family
family
at night. Like
this
there's just a feeling like there's life still
And yeah, there's probably
that's
some
not
really good pictures of imagination.
very good.
The shooting of
It's
muskets.
nature
So, what's the insult?
focus, right? Like it was
We
not
were
going
headed
to
to and shoot down the scout in the video
so
while at sea. We load and fire
anyway, the fact that it was working,
That's a feat that none of them
I think we need a lot of enterprise and stuff on trying to always have
But if that's set always the opportunity or took the words of succeeding at the end, what separates the Buccaneers from the later Golden Knights? Well,
You know what?
first of all, it's
It's not
their
13.
choice to use
I don't know if
muskets
this
over
is
pistols.
a lifelong goal or not, but when you use the
Now,
little
certainly
number
we all have
to
built
build
the
an
most
island,
independent pistol with
just what
when
happened
you
by
are able
robots.
to well known for
And
carrying
it's
multiple
these
pistols.
robots.
It's a sash with as high as 4 to 6 pistols
So there you
that
go.
perhaps the muscular to one
do you have an idea of this robot?
the Buccaneers, on the other hand, all have a
People
muscular
like robots.
only the people who are some of the better shots might have a muscle to shoot again the load that city
Me and you
yes.
did the Geo,
It's something that I think most of us know it's almost immediately
and you
the
love it.
Big old giant.
Yes.
Space.
Now, I'm more ashamed really as I heard like this came by the Buccaneers in Morgan and 9:35 say, "Oh, cool job,
He
right?"
loved that.
It would have been
And then
very
he just
different years. They were both one-sided
I think he
players.
loves
They
all
were
sorts of
full of
robots.
non-supporters and this was typical of Green Bay football.
I personally like
Teenagers were blacks and the Jack Sparrow is
anything that
no civilized stage.
that's not the definition of
Morgan was something that used to allies English as small which is because more frequently drive news classes working on board the ship, it would have actually been used as a ship for art. Certain on board ship, they had brought out they would have told their company saying that used it on any man that came into oppose it. More than enough officers used to cut on it. They were only used in violence that truly absolute
scared of robots.
you see, what highlights are like this key difference between Buccaneers and
Yeah.
Buccaneers
I remember when Adam
engaged
was
in
in
the unbelievable amounts of see
in
pushing more players, especially in Morgan, the soldier.
and I asked the
The
kids,
most
I was like,
stark
you
from the
want to
elements
have
between the Buccaneers and the Pirates is the fact that all of these Buccaneers carried with them
everybody said yes, and they wanted it to
long, stereotype speakers, very similar to all of those used in the Civil War. The conflict in which even Morgan probably learned how to lead more about which is why he immediately had they would fight at sea if necessary. Vessels if they made it longer. But really, what Captain Morgan was doing using that intrigue was not fight at sea, he was leading a huge Spanish war that carried the rights and palaces and the lost its good to thing.
After anything new,
And they were proved to be very good.
speaking of Ross, what did you
What this would do would the Buccaneers and Union in the late 1660s were loading on them. They certainly because the way that it's would go down in history as a way that rivaled river champions, the greatest radius to
when I first met Roz, we thought and invited me
next
to
week,
the
we'll
airport
set
stop. We
sail
applied for a
on
grant
his voyage to the Atlantic and this
to apply some of our